Chapter 3668. Thank you for your kind intentions. However, if you give us your sovereign divine weapon, won't it be the same as admitting to the dragons that you're just putting on an act? Qin Feiyang smiled. That's simple. Create a false impression. Let the world know that you're the ones who stole the sovereign divine weapon from us. This way, the dragons might even come to comfort us when they hear the news. The woman in the palace gown chuckled. Good idea. Elder Hua's eyes lit up as he nodded. Qin Feiyang asked, however, what if you encounter danger? How are you going to protect yourselves? The Rogue Cultivator Alliance and the Temple of Gods don't have sovereign divine weapons now, but aren't they still doing well? It's not a big deal. As long as the act is real, no one will suspect anything. We'll talk about it later. In the eyes of the dragons, we betrayed you back then. It's natural for you to take revenge on us and steal the sovereign divine weapon. Elder Hua laughed hoarsely. If that's the case, Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and nodded. All right. Because of the land of buried gods and the alliance, the Feng people were already very prejudiced against him. They might even ask him to return the Fire Phoenix Divine Jade and Fire Phoenix Sword before entering the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. If that was really the case, their overall strength would instantly plummet. Therefore, when the Heavenly Hall and Demon Hall's sovereign divine weapons joined, it would make up for this gap. Next. The group discussed for a while and prepared to take action. It was actually very simple. Qin Feiyang, Elder Hua, and the White-Eyed Wolf would pretend to take revenge on the Demon Hall. They would cause a little trouble and forcefully subdue the sovereign divine weapon. As for the Heavenly Hall, it was easier to deal with. Openly snatching. There was no reason for them to snatch the sovereign divine weapon. 3 days later. A piece of shocking news spread from the eastern continent. That's terrifying. Just this morning, Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo., and the Golden-Winged Wolf King brought 5 sovereign divine weapons to the Demon Hall to take revenge for their betrayal. The Demon Hall Master, Elder Hua, Chu Yun, and the 10 elders were all severely injured. Even the sovereign divine weapon was taken away by them. Really? How can I joke with you about this? One of my brothers is a core disciple of the Demon Hall. He saw it with his own eyes. Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo., Golden-Winged Wolf King, they're too strong. Especially the Golden-Winged Wolf King. He actually grasped the supreme profundities of the 6 supreme laws. Just his strength alone is enough to crush the Demon Hall. Now, no one in the Eastern continent can compete with them. Since it's revenge, why don't you eliminate the Demon Hall directly like how you dealt with the Blood Hall? You don't understand. Back then, the reason why the Blood Hall was eliminated was because the Blood Hall had completely angered them. As for the current Demon Palace, it was only because they had used them back then. We'll talk about it later. Qin Feiyang and the others aren't the kind of demons who would easily stain thousands of miles with blood. Severely injuring a group of giants and snatching the sovereign divine weapons is a way to vent their anger. Moreover, the reason why the Demon Hall can dominate the Eastern continent is because they have the sovereign divine weapons. Now that Qin Feiyang has snatched their sovereign divine weapons, think about it. How big of a blow is this to the Demon Hall? I'm afraid it's worse than death. That makes sense. There's a good saying. Instead of killing the enemy directly, it's better to let them linger on with their last breath. Not long after. News of what happened in the northern continent also spread. The giants of the Heavenly Hall were all severely injured. The sovereign divine weapons were also forcefully taken away by Qin Feiyang, Elder Hua, and the White-Eyed Wolf. These 2 pieces of news quickly spread across the 4 continents, causing an uproar. However, the Demon Hall and the Heavenly Hall, who were directly involved, were smiling proudly when they saw the effect. This way, the dragons wouldn't be able to attack them. Black Tortoise World. Qin Feiyang, Elder Hua, and the White-Eyed Wolf returned to the ancient castle and focused on comprehending the supreme profundity. Just as Little Rabbit said, there was no need to think about the supreme profundity for now. In the outside world, less than 2 months had passed. Boom! A terrifying murderous aura erupted from the castle. The sky above the Devil's Land instantly turned into a sea of blood. Countless lightning bolts surged in the sea of blood, emitting a destructive aura. Qin Feiyang and the White-Eyed Wolf were awakened. When they walked out of the ancient castle, their pupils shrank. This was the supreme profundity of the law of slaughter, slaughter hell. The madman actually comprehended the supreme profundity of the law of slaughter so quickly? It was really a little unexpected. Hee, along with a laugh, the madman walked out. He looked at the White-Eyed Wolf and said proudly, "How is it? I said I won't lose to you guys." The White-Eyed Wolf frowned. He sized up the madman and asked, "What kind of fortune did you obtain on Sky Cloud Island? Could it be the miniature version of the law of slaughter?" Because this was the only explanation that made sense. After all, it was a supreme profundity. How could it be so easy to comprehend? "I'm not telling you." The madman proudly turned around and returned to the ancient castle's cultivation room without looking back. The sea of blood in the sky also disappeared. The White-Eyed Wolf's mouth twitched. Qin Feiyang's eyes also had a trace of suspicion. He quickly chased after the madman. He and the madman both grasped the law of slaughter and the law of thunder. With one comprehending the supreme profundity of the law of slaughter and the other comprehending the supreme profundity of the law of thunder, it was better for them to discuss it with each other. After all, on the cultivation path, especially the profundity of the laws, there was not much meaning in cultivating behind closed doors. In the blink of an eye. Outside, another 4 months passed. Exactly half a year. Half a year outside was more than 700,000 years in the Black Tortoise world. However, even though so much time had passed, Qin Feiyang's comprehension of the supreme profundity of the law of slaughter had only improved a little. It was like an insurmountable mountain. Every step was extremely difficult to climb. One had to know. This was the result of his discussion with the madman. If there was no discussion, there would be no progress at all. This undoubtedly made him yearn for the law of miniature even more. Because the supreme profundity of the law of thunder was comprehended so quickly because of the law of miniature. 2 people and 1 wolf came out one after another. Qin Feiyang looked at the White-Eyed Wolf and asked, "How is it?" "My head hurts." The White-Eyed Wolf shook his head. He naturally did not need to comprehend the supreme profundity anymore. Because the 6 strongest laws already had their own supreme profundity. However, even if he had the law of death, every step was difficult. "Senior brother, what about you?" Qin Feiyang looked at the madman and asked with a smile. The madman sighed, "There is progress, but this bit of progress is almost negligible." "Same for me." Qin Feiyang nodded. The White-Eyed Wolf looked at the madman and chuckled, "Then does this prove that you did indeed obtain the law of slaughter on Sky Cloud Island? So what? You have nothing to be proud of. Plus the previous half a year, a full year has passed, and the Black Tortoise world has been more than 1,000,000 years, but I haven't seen much progress in your law of death's ultimate profundity." The madman stared at him angrily. "Admit it." The White-Eyed Wolf bared his teeth. "I didn't intend to continue hiding it from you." The madman curled his lips. "Then did you comprehend it yourself, or did the little rabbit give it to you directly?" The White-Eyed Wolf was curious. "I comprehended it myself. It's similar to your situation on the Thunder Punishment Heavenly Stairs." The madman nodded. Qin Feiyang and the White-Eyed Wolf looked at each other, and a trace of desire appeared in their eyes. "We are already preparing to go to the Sky Bell Divine Treasury. Is there still a need to think about the cultivation holy land of Sky Cloud Island? Hurry up. Prepare enough pills and get ready to set off," the madman said. At the same time, in the sky above Sky Cloud Island, the first group of people arrived. As a space-time tunnel appeared, a group of people filed out. The leader was Dragon King. Behind him, there were 21 people. Among them, the patriarchs of the 10 major clans of the dragons came one after another. There was also a very special young man, who was as eye-catching as a star. He was Long Chen. Apart from the 10 patriarchs and Long Chen, the other 10 people were unfamiliar faces. There were men and women, old and young, and each of them exuded an extremely powerful aura. It seems that we are the first to arrive. Long Chen glanced at the empty sky cloud island and smiled slightly. Then, he looked up at the sky bell floating in the sky with a curious light in his eyes. Apart from the Dragon King, the 10 patriarchs and the 10 unidentified people were also looking at the sky bell. Are you sure you want to enter the divine treasury? The Dragon King suddenly turned to look at Long Chen and asked. Because in his opinion, as the son of the ice dragon, Long Chen didn't need to take the risk at all. Yes. Long Chen nodded and smiled faintly. I don't like to rely on my father for everything. Moreover, I have never relied on him before. I have earned my current strength through my own hard work. Then be careful. Otherwise, I won't be able to answer to your parents. The Dragon King didn't say anything else. Long Chen had been in the dragon nest for so many years. He naturally knew Long Chen's character. Although he had a powerful father, Long Chen didn't rely on him. Instead, he didn't like his father. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Long Chen was a little foolish and conceited. However, those who knew Long Chen well understood why Long Chen was like this. It wasn't conceit. It was confidence. Whoosh. Before long, the Qilin clan and the Feng people arrived one after another. There were many familiar faces among the Qilin clan. Qi Xiong, Qi Yefeng, the patriarchs of the 9 clans, the white-bearded old man, and Qi Xiaoyun. Moreover, the Fire Qilin, Tan Wu, and the Hell Divine Hound were also there. There were 15 of them. There were also 10 unfamiliar faces. Like the 10 members of the dragons, they had never appeared in public before. The aura they emitted was as vast as the ocean, unfathomable. In other words, there were 25 members of the Qilin clan. There were also 25 members of the Feng people. However, only 3 of them were familiar faces. They were Bing Running, Princess Wufeng, and Daifuku. The other 22 were all new faces. The 3 forbidden zones each occupied an area. Although they were familiar with each other, they didn't say a single word. The place was deathly silent. I didn't expect all of you to be so impatient. Whoosh. Accompanied by a cold voice, more than a dozen people arrived above Sky Cloud Island. The leader was the Feather Emperor. Apart from the younger generation, when the 3 forbidden zones saw the Feather Emperor, a trace of fear appeared on the faces of the others. As for Princess Wufeng, Tan Wu, and the others, they were all curious. As for the Dragon King, Feng Ho, and the Qilin clan's master, they didn't pay any attention to the Feather Emperor. Chapter 3669. Behind Feather Emperor, there were a total of 22 people. Among them, there were familiar faces, including Yun Xiang, the masked Azura, and the black-clothed middle-aged man. The other 14 people had never appeared before. Looking at the people from the 3 forbidden lands, the black-clothed middle-aged man and the others seemed to have hatred in their eyes. Feather Emperor glanced at the unfamiliar faces of the 3 forbidden lands and nodded with a smile. Not bad, no matter how much time has passed, I can still see some old friends. To this, the unfamiliar faces of the 3 forbidden lands revealed a forced smile. This is the Sky Bell Divine Treasury. Yun Xiang and the masked Azura looked at the sky bell in the sky with surprise. Not bad. However, don't think that the Sky Bell Divine Treasury only has fortune, it also has great danger. A green-clothed old man said. Danger and fortune have always coexisted, it just depends on whether one has the luck. Yes. We can't let down Master's expectations of us. Yun Xiang and the masked Azura muttered as they clenched their hands tightly. Looking at the sky bell, there was a determined light in their eyes. Looking at this scene, the green-clothed old man nodded with admiration. They were indeed 2 promising talents. Swish. About an hour later, accompanied by the sound of air breaking, 20 figures landed in the sky above Sky Cloud Island like lightning. Among them, there was only one familiar face, the Sea Lion Emperor. As for the other 19, he had never seen him before. Everyone, long time no see. How have you been? The Sea Lion Emperor looked at the various people and cupped his hands with a smile. You guys are going too? Dragon King frowned. Of course. How can we miss such a good thing? The Sea Lion Emperor smiled faintly. Dragon King's eyes flashed and fell silent. Northern continent. In a certain mountain. Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, and Madman appeared out of thin air. After snatching the sovereign weapon from Sky Hall, they didn't return to Sky Cloud Sea. Instead, they found a place in the northern continent and entered Black Tortoise World to cultivate in seclusion. Madman glanced at the white-eyed wolf and asked Qin Feiyang, Old Qin, do you think Princess Wufeng will go to the divine treasury? When the white-eyed wolf heard this, his ears immediately perked up. Qin Feiyang knew what Madman was going to do with just one glance. After pondering seriously for a while, he nodded and said, according to her strong personality, she should go. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang and the Madman both noticed that a hint of joy flashed through the white-eyed wolf's eyes. The two of them snickered secretly. Qin Feiyang added, but it's not up to her to decide. After all, the Fire Feng people's chief has the final say. That's true. The Heavenly Bell divine treasure is so dangerous. Based on how much Chief Wufeng people dotes on his daughter, there's an 80 to 90% chance that he won't let her join in the fun. Madman nodded. What a pity. Qin Feiyang shook his head. What's a pity? It's best if such a troublesome woman doesn't go. The white-eyed wolf snorted coldly. Truth? Qin Feiyang and the Madman looked at it mockingly. Of course. The white-eyed wolf nodded without any consideration. Qin Feiyang and the Madman looked at each other. This wolf cub was really stubborn. It was obviously looking forward to it, but it pretended that it didn't care. The Madman moved closer to the white-eyed wolf and chuckled. Brother Wolf, actually, whether it's Princess Wufeng or Pyrotechnic Glow, they didn't like you before because your image wasn't good enough. My image isn't good enough? Are you blind? Have you seen a wolf that's more impressive than me? The white-eyed wolf said angrily. No matter how impressive you are, you're still a wolf. It was a very cruel sentence. Really? You have to change your image. Look at the Feng people, the dragons, the princes and princesses of the Kirin clan. Which one of them didn't transform into a human form? This is because of an image problem. If they were all like you and kept their original form, who would like them? The Madman chuckled. That's true. Take Princess Wufeng for example. Although her original form is a phoenix, when she transforms into a human form, you will look out of place when standing next to her. Those who don't know will think that you are her mount or her pet. No one will think that you two are a good match. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he hurriedly waved his hand and said, Don't misunderstand. I know you don't like Princess Wufeng. I'm just making an analogy. I don't care. The white-eyed wolf snorted coldly. Don't be so arrogant, okay? Do you know why these divine beasts have to transform into a human form? That's because only in human form can they perfectly display their own charm. Let's take Princess Wufeng for example. If she transforms back into her original form, the phoenix will look the same. Who would know how beautiful she is? This time, it was the Madman who spoke. After speaking, he also made a special statement like Qin Feiyang, Don't misunderstand. I know you don't like her. It's just an analogy. Do you think I'm stupid? Analogy. Is she the only woman in the world? The white-eyed wolf glared at the two of them. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Don't mind these details. What we mean is that you might as well transform into a human form. This way, you can show your personal charm. The white-eyed wolf looked at the two of them. His firm heart began to waver as he asked, Are you sure this is more charming? Of course. Can we ignore you? The two of them nodded with a serious look. The white-eyed wolf scratched his ears and cheeks. Because all along, he had been somewhat resistant to transforming into a human form. In the end, he finally nodded and said, "Okay, but don't misunderstand. I'm not doing this because of someone. Of course. You're doing this purely to enhance your own charm. It has nothing to do with anyone else." Qin Feiyang and the madman nodded. For the sake of the white-eyed wolf's lifelong happiness, they could be said to be worried to death. The white-eyed wolf shook his body and transformed into a young man who immediately appeared in front of Qin Feiyang and the madman. He was about 1.8 meters tall, neither fat nor thin. His facial features were as sharp as a knife. He wore a slim golden robe and his long hair was like gold leaf. Moreover, there was an eye-like mark between his eyebrows. It made him look like a descendant of God. His temperament was unparalleled. "How is it?" The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang and the madman and asked. "Not bad, not bad. He's really handsome and handsome. Even I am ashamed of my inferiority." The madman nodded and praised. "Do you still need to say it? What kind of person is Brother Wolf? Even his original body is so majestic and handsome, let alone transforming into a human form. He is definitely a handsome man that hasn't been seen in 10,000 years. If I were a woman, would definitely marry him." Qin Feiyang also flattered him. "Haha, no need to be envious, I'm talking about natural beauty." The white-eyed wolf laughed complacently. "Shameless." Qin Feiyang and the madman secretly despised him, but they both repeatedly agreed. "Let's go." The white-eyed wolf waved his hand and a space-time transmission channel appeared. At the same time, the mark between his eyebrows disappeared. Then, he walked in complacently. "Look at him, I said he's fat and he's really arrogant." The madman's face was unhappy. "As long as he's happy. I really hope that Princess Wufeng is also here." Qin Feiyang snickered secretly. The madman touched his chin and looked at the back of the white-eyed wolf. "Don't say, after he transformed into a human, he and Princess Wufeng are quite compatible. Isn't this the effect we want?" Qin Feiyang smirked. "Then what's with the mark between his eyebrows?" The madman was suspicious. "It should be because he doesn't want others to recognize him. After all, his mark is now well known in the sky cloud domain." Qin Feiyang whispered. "Is that so?" The madman suddenly understood and walked into the space-time transmission channel. In the sky above Sky Cloud Island. "Strange, why didn't they come?" Princess Wufeng looked at the Sky Bell Divine Treasury for a while and then glanced at the crowd and muttered. "Princess, who are you talking about?" Daifuku asked with a chuckle. Princess Wufeng was stunned and said angrily, "Aren't you asking the obvious? I really don't know who you are talking about." Daifuku shook his head. "Forget it if you don't know." Princess Wufeng coldly snorted. Daifuku couldn't help but find it funny and transmitted his voice. "Princess, although you may think I'm a busybody, there are some words that I have to say. Our Feng people and Qin Feiyang." But before he finished, Princess Wufeng raised her eyebrows and said secretly, "You don't have to remind me." "I know, but what will happen in the future? Do you know?" Daifuku was stunned. He really didn't know what the future would be like. Swish. At this moment, on the mountain peak below, 3 young men walked out of the space-time channel. Each of them had an extraordinary temperament like the stars in the sky, attracting everyone's attention. Qin Feiyang. Madman Mo. Everyone present looked down at the 3 of them. Huh. But when they saw the white-eyed wolf, they couldn't help but be stunned. Who was this person? They had never seen him before. So many people. When Qin Feiyang and the other 2 saw the people in the sky, their expressions froze. It was a little beyond their imagination. There were actually so many unfamiliar faces. The most important thing was that these unfamiliar faces gave them a great sense of crisis. But they didn't know. When the people from all sides looked at them, they could also feel a terrifying pressure from them. Were these the legendary Qin Feiyang and Madman Mo? They were indeed extraordinary. Brother Qin, Brother Mo, Fire Qilin, Tan Wu, and the infernal divine hound landed in front of Qin Fei Yang and the other two. For example, Princess Wufeng would more or less have concerns in front of so many people, but Fire Qilin and the others didn't have any concerns at all. You're going too? Qin Fei Yang was surprised. Such a fun place, of course we have to go and have a look. The infernal divine hound grinned. Fun? Qin Fei Yang was speechless. He glanced at the people on Fire Qilin's side and asked suspiciously, "Where's Uncle Divine Beast?" "He's in seclusion. I didn't tell him, otherwise he would definitely be here now." Tan Wu smiled. "It's good that you don't go." Qin Fei Yang smiled slightly. With one less person, he would be less worried. As for Tan Wu and the infernal divine hound, he always remembered what Uncle Yuan said. Don't restrict them, let them develop freely, and their future achievements will not be low. He believed in Uncle Yuan's vision. Chapter 3670. Who is this? Fire Qilin looked at the white-eyed wolf curiously. Of course it's a handsome guy. The white-eyed wolf smiled proudly. Ugh. Fire Qilin was stunned. He was indeed a little handsome, but there was no need to boast like that. Tan Wu and the hellhound also looked at the white-eyed wolf curiously. But suddenly, the hellhound sniffed and moved in front of the white-eyed wolf, constantly sniffing. What are you doing? The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows. Why does it smell a little familiar? The hellhound muttered. Damn, you're really a dog. The white-eyed wolf scolded. The hellhound also scolded, damn, you're actually that bastard. You're the bastard, your whole family is a bastard. The white-eyed wolf glared at the hellhound angrily. This dog's nose was quite good, it actually saw through his identity at the first moment. Who is it? Tan Wu and Fire Qilin looked at the hellhound suspiciously. The hellhound said disdainfully, who else can it be? It's that. Shoo. The madman quickly made a shushing gesture, and his gaze couldn't help but glance at the Princess Wufeng in the sky. What? The hellhound was suspicious. Don't expose his identity yet. The madman pulled Qin Fei Yang and went to the Fire Qilin, the hellhound, and Tan Wu's side, whispering. What are they whispering about? The people from the various forces in the sky looked at the group of people in confusion. After a long time, Tan Wu, Fire Qilin, and the hellhound came to a realization, and then looked at the white-eyed wolf again, their eyes becoming extremely strange. What are you guys blindly thinking about? The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows. Nothing, nothing. Tan Wu waved his hand and said with a smile, I wish you success. Success? The white-eyed wolf was stunned, then turned to look at Qin Fei Yang and asked, what do you mean? How would I know? Qin Fei Yang chuckled. I think you guys are definitely plotting something. The white-eyed wolf was infuriated. Madman said unhappily, can you not think of us as dragons? We're all gentlemen. These words were said very loudly. Everyone from the dragons heard it, and a trace of anger appeared in their eyes. You can talk all you want, no one will care, but why do you have to drag the dragons into this? You are all gentlemen. Don't think of you as dragons. Are you saying that the dragons are despicable and shameless villains? Uncle can tolerate it, but Aunt can't. All of you, quiet down. Dragon King said. The group of people's eyes trembled, and they immediately suppressed the anger in their hearts. What's up with you guys? Madman raised his head and looked at the dragons group suspiciously. Why did they all look like they had eaten explosives? You still have the face to ask us what's up with us. The anger that the dragons group had suppressed with great difficulty rose again. Especially the patriarchs of the 10 clans, their fierce eyes seemed to want to pull out their tendons and skin them alive. Madman retracted his gaze and looked at the white-eyed wolf. Are they sick? And quite sick. The white-eyed wolf nodded. The two of them echoed each other, causing the Golden Dragon's patriarch and the others to almost go crazy. If not for the Dragon King being here, a fierce battle would definitely be unavoidable. Qin Feiyang glanced at the unfamiliar faces of the four forbidden regions and transmitted his voice. Fire Qilin, Tan Wu, who are they? Tan Wu thought, they are all old monsters of the various forbidden regions. Old monsters? Qin Feiyang and the other two were shocked and asked, are they all existences that have grasped the ultimate mysteries? Whether or not they have grasped the ultimate mysteries, we aren't very sure. Fire Qilin shook his head. Madman asked suspiciously, you don't know about those old monsters of the Qilin clan? After all, Tan Wu and the others came with the Qilin clan. Yes. Apart from Qi Xiong, the white-bearded old man, Qi Xiaoyun, and the patriarchs of the 9 clans, this is the first time we have seen the others. The Fire Qilin nodded. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. It seemed that this trip to the Sky Bell Divine Treasury would be very lively. Why isn't Qi Ji here? Bing Changtian and Fire Feng people are also not here. The White-Eyed Wolf suddenly noticed the situation of the Qilin clan and Fire Phoenix clan and asked suspiciously. Qi Ji gave this opportunity to Qi Xiaoyun. As for Bing Changtian and Fire Feng people, I guess it's the same. After all, Bing Running and Princess Wufeng are both here. There's another news. Qi Xiaoyun has also successfully reached the top of the lightning punishment stairway. The Fire Qilin transmitted his voice. What? Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked. They raised their heads and looked at Qi Xiaoyun. This person was indeed not simple. Sensing Qin Feiyang and the others' gazes, Qi Xiaoyun also lowered his head and looked at them with a kind smile on his face. What kind of law did he obtain? Qin Feiyang asked inwardly. I'm not sure. After climbing the lightning punishment stairway, he has been cultivating in seclusion. The Fire Qilin shook his head. He's not simple. Qin Feiyang and the White-Eyed Wolf knew how terrifying the lightning punishment stairway was. Anyone who could reach the top was a person with great perseverance. Such a person could not be underestimated. Schwa. Suddenly, the Feather Emperor landed in front of the 3. Greetings, Lord Feather Emperor. The Fire Qilin, Tan Wu, and the Infernal Divine Hound immediately bowed, but when they looked at the Feather Emperor, there was a trace of confusion in their eyes. Yes. The Feather Emperor nodded. He looked at the 3 of them and smiled faintly. Not bad. Saving your lives back then was not in vain. You saved us before? Tan Wu, the Fire Qilin, and the Infernal Divine Hound were puzzled. You guys still don't know? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Know what? We learned of Lord Feather Emperor's identity from everyone. Tan Wu was puzzled. That's true. You guys have been in the Qilin's sacred ground. But don't you guys feel that his aura is somewhat familiar? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Familiar? Tan Wu, the Fire Qilin, and the Infernal Divine Hound were puzzled. His aura was unfamiliar, but his appearance was somewhat similar to someone. The Feather Emperor smiled faintly. Back then in the Nether King's Hell, I deliberately concealed my aura. It's understandable that they couldn't recognize me. Nether King's Hell. Tan Wu, the Infernal Divine Hound, and the Fire Qilin's eyes trembled slightly. That's right. He's the one who saved you in the Nether King's Hell. Qin Feiyang nodded. The Fire Qilin, Tan Wu, and the Infernal Divine Hound looked at each other and quickly bowed. Thank you for saving our lives, Feather Emperor. The Feather Emperor waved his hand. Tan Wu smiled bitterly and said, actually, when we saw Lord Feather Emperor appear earlier, we already thought of the person who saved us in the Netherworld King's Hell back then. It's because although your aura is different from back then, your image is no different. That's right. It's because your aura is different from back then that we can't be sure. After all, you're a big shot in the Sky Cloud realm. We really can't believe that the person who saved us back then was you. The Fire Qilin also spoke. Qin Feiyang smiled. The one who saved our ancestors back then was also the old ancestor. Tan Wu was stunned inside. It's really fate. Fate? Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. This wasn't fate at all. The old ancestor had been waiting in the Nether King's hell. All of you, come down. The Feather Emperor looked at Yun Xiang and the others. Yun Xiang, the masked Azura, the black-clothed middle-aged man, and the 14 unfamiliar faces all landed on the mountain peak. The Feather Emperor glanced at the dragons, the Foam people, and the Qilin clan. He looked at the black-clothed middle-aged man and the others and ordered, "From now on, you will unconditionally obey Qin Feiyang's orders." Yes. The black-clothed middle-aged man and the others nodded respectfully. When the Foam people, the dragons, and the Qilin clan heard this, their hearts suddenly trembled. This was obviously done on purpose for them to see. At all costs, they had to protect Qin Feiyang in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. Qin Feiyang was also slightly stunned. Then, he looked at the Feather Emperor gratefully. Although this old ancestor was still very unfamiliar, his care for him could be said to be meticulous. The Feather Emperor looked at Yun Xiang and the masked Azura and said, "You also have to sincerely cooperate with Qin Feiyang and the others. Don't cause any disagreements in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. In short, you have to remember that your opponents are only the Foam people, the dragons, and the Qilin clan." Yes. The two bowed and replied. Then, Yun Xiang looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Brother Qin, I hope to cooperate with you." Qin Feiyang smiled. He really didn't expect that there would be a day when he cooperated with Yun Xiang and the masked Azura. As the disciples of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon, the strength of Yun Xiang and the masked Azura should be very strong. Suddenly, Feng Ho's voice sounded in the sky, "Qin Feiyang, you snatched the sovereign divine weapons of the Sky Palace and the Demon Palace. You shouldn't need the Foam people's sovereign divine weapons, right?" Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. As expected, the Foam people opened their mouth to ask for the Fire Phoenix Divine Jade and the Fire Phoenix Sword. "Fire Phoenix Divine Jade, Fire Phoenix Sword!" Feng Ho shouted. Clang! The two sovereign divine weapons immediately flew out of Qin Feiyang's body and flew in front of Feng Ho. Feng Ho waved her hand and the two sovereign divine weapons landed in front of Princess Wufeng. "Lord Feng Ho, what are you doing?" Princess Wufeng looked at Feng Ho in surprise. Feng Ho said, "You are the Princess Royal of the Fire Phoenix clan. No matter what, you must remember your responsibility." Hearing this, Princess Wufeng lowered her head and glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others. She bowed and said, "Wu will remember." Feng Ho nodded and looked up at the sky. She ordered, "There's still a while before the divine treasury opens. Let's get ready first." Yes. The people of the Foam people responded respectfully. They sat cross-legged in the void and closed their eyes to meditate. The dragons and the Qilin clan followed suit. Qin Feiyang looked at the people of the three sides and turned to the Fire Qilin, Tan Wu, and the Infernal Divine Hound. "Do you want to come with us?" "No need. I know your concerns. No matter how you fight with the Qilin sacred ground, we won't interfere." The Fire Qilin smiled faintly. "That's right. Our goal is only the treasures in the divine treasury." The Infernal Divine Hound bared its teeth. Qin Feiyang laughed and solemnly promised, "No matter what your position is, you will always be my friend, Qin Feiyang. Thank you for your trust." The Fire Qilin, Tan Wu, and the Infernal Divine Hound smiled at each other and rushed to the Qilin Master's side. Chapter 3671. The White-Eyed Wolf looked at the Fire Qilin, Tan Wu, and the Infernal Divine Hound and said, "Little Qin Zi, to be honest, their current attitude makes me a little uncomfortable." "Why?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "Look, we have been friends for so many years, but now they don't directly express their stance. Why are they so vague? What do they want to do? When we really start a war with the Qilin clan, shouldn't they help us?" The White-Eyed Wolf said angrily. "Tan Wu, Uncle Divine Beast, let's not talk about the Infernal Divine Hound first. They can leave the Qilin clan at any time, but the Fire Qilin is the disciple of the Qilin clan after all. He also has his own concerns. As friends, we should think more for them and not make things difficult for them. As long as the Chelan clan doesn't provoke us, I will definitely not provoke them. Let's talk about it later. When we really have a falling out with the Chelan clan, do you think they will be indifferent? After being together for so many years, don't you understand them? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. I do understand them, but everything is unpredictable. The white-eyed wolf pursed his lips. To be honest, I have never doubted their stance. I am now worried that the Chelan clan will be angry and use them as a bargaining chip to threaten us. Qin Feiyang sighed. The Chelan clan shouldn't be so despicable, right? Frenzy frowned. He had met the Chelan clan several times, and overall, the Chelan clan gave him a good impression. I hope I am overthinking it. Qin Feiyang smiled. Time passed bit by bit. It was almost noon, but the Sky Bell Divine Treasury had not opened yet. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but look at the Feather Emperor suspiciously and asked, when will the Divine Treasury open? Noon. The Feather Emperor looked up at the sun in the sky and muttered, soon. I am really looking forward to it. Qin Feiyang muttered under his breath. He took a step forward and landed beside the Sea Lion Emperor. His gaze swept over the 20 sea beasts and he bowed. Junior Qin Feiyang greets seniors. You're finally willing to greet us? Emperor Sea Lion looked at Qin Feiyang unhappily. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and said, Senior, please forgive me. I just met the old ancestor and couldn't help but chat for a while. The Sea Lion Emperor said, Is that so? I thought you had forgotten about us because of the Feather Emperor. How could that be? Qin Feiyang quickly waved his hand and looked at the remaining 19 people, asking, Seniors, are you all beast emperors of the heavenly cloud sea? Guess. One of the red-haired old men laughed. How could this junior guess? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. The Sea Lion Emperor laughed. There are only 8 beast emperors in the heavenly cloud sea. As for the other 12, even we have to address them as Lord. Following the Sea Lion Emperor's words, 7 of them walked to his side. Clearly, these were the 8 beast emperors. The remaining 12 people did not move, including the red-haired old man. They looked at Qin Feiyang with a trace of appreciation on their faces. Qin Feiyang's eyes swept over the 12 people and his pupils shrank. These people's auras were very weak. On the surface, they looked like ordinary people, but the higher one's cultivation, the more one could feel the pressure coming from these 12 people. He didn't expect the heavenly cloud sea to be hiding such old monsters. The red-haired old man laughed hoarsely. Little friend's Black Tortoise Divine Brew and Unparalleled Divine Brew really made us forget to return Ah. Qin Feiyang was taken aback, looking at the Sea Lion Emperor suspiciously. The Sea Lion Emperor laughed. Of course, the divine brew you gave me can't only benefit the 8 of us. I have to show filial respect to these old seniors. Not to mention, they have been secretly watching you. Last time, it was their idea to lend little lunatic a sovereign divine weapon. Watching us? Qin Feiyang was stunned, quickly asking, then why didn't you say so earlier? If you had said so, I would have given you more. I thought there were only 8 of you in the heavenly cloud sea. One of the beast emperors laughed. If there were only 8 of us, how could the dragons, Feng people, and Chelan master be so afraid of us? True. This junior was stupid. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Looking at the other 12 people, he bowed. Many thanks to the old seniors for taking care of us all these years. This junior will always remember this kindness in his heart. It's a small matter, not worth mentioning. The red-haired old man waved his hand and smiled. What small matter? Since we helped them so much, we naturally have to thank them properly. At this time, the little rabbit appeared, as usual, holding a jar of divine brew, and said, Little brother, it's useless to just talk, we have to see the actual action. How about this, each person will have 10,000 jars of divine brew. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Uncle Rabbit, can't you be more reserved? People who don't know would think that we are as addicted to wine as you are. The red-haired old man and the other 12 people looked at the little rabbit helplessly. How shameless. Still pretending in front of Uncle Rabbit? The little rabbit despised. The 12 people smiled bitterly. Following the appearance of the little rabbit, the dragons, Feng people, and Qilan people all opened their eyes and looked at the little rabbit. There was a trace of fear in their eyes. The little rabbit looked around and sneered, "Not bad. In order to go to the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, all of you put in a lot of effort. However, in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, you don't rely on numbers, but luck. In addition, Uncle Rabbit will say one more thing. The Divine Kingdom is about to descend. Everyone here is the main force of our Sky Cloud Realm. Don't do anything that will harm the interests of the Sky Cloud Realm because of your own selfishness." The little rabbit added and landed in front of Qin Feiyang, and said with a smile, "Little brother, we are about to go to the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. Quickly leave some of the divine brew for Big Brother. It's best if you give all of it to me." Hearing this, Emperor Sea Lion and the others couldn't help but smile bitterly. Sure enough, every sentence was about the same. Give all of it to you? Why? Qin Feiyang looked at the little rabbit suspiciously. The little rabbit said, "If you die inside, wouldn't it be a waste? It's best if you leave those master brewers to me. Uncle Rabbit will help you take care of them." Ah! Qin Feiyang was stunned, and his face immediately darkened. Who in the world would curse their own brother to death? Uncle Rabbit, there are so many people watching, can you not be so embarrassing? Emperor Sea Lion coughed and reminded. So what if they are watching? What's the big deal? The little rabbit didn't care at all. Hearing this, the 8 divine beasts and the other 12 people looked helpless. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes, took out 2 interspatial rings, and handed one to the little rabbit, and said snappily, "I've already prepared it for you." The little rabbit was slightly stunned, took the interspatial ring, checked it, and suddenly grinned, "Not bad, very sensible." The interspatial ring was filled with unparalleled divine brew and black tortoise divine brew. There were at least tens of thousands of jugs. After the little rabbit said that, it glanced at the other interspatial ring in Qin Feiyang's hand and asked, "What about your interspatial ring?" "Of course it's for the 8 divine beast emperors." Qin Feiyang smiled. "For them? No need, they will go to the Sky Bell Divine Treasure anyway." After the little rabbit said that, it directly snatched the interspatial ring from Qin Feiyang's hand, and there were tens of thousands of jugs in it. "You," Qin Feiyang stared at the little rabbit angrily. The Sea Lion Emperor and the others were also angry. How could it be like this? The little rabbit reprimanded righteously, "Since you want to go to the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, you have to go all out at all times. Why drink wine? Don't you know that drinking will make a mistake?" The group of people's faces twitched. The Feather Emperor's scolding was reasonable. This was a shameless bastard. Dong! At this time, noon came. The sky bell suspended at the top of the sky issued an earth-shaking sound. Everyone looked up at the sky bell. The bell rang 3 times in a row, once again shocking the entire sky cloud realm. Clang! After the bell rang 3 times, accompanied by a loud noise, one side of the sky bell slowly split open, revealing a dark passage. It was like a bottomless pit, revealing a mysterious aura. You only have 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, if you don't come out, you will be obliterated by the rules of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. Remember Uncle Rabbit's words, our current opponent is the Divine Kingdom. Go in. The little rabbit shouted. The people of the various forces immediately rushed towards the passage. The Feather Emperor looked at Qin Feiyang and the others and transmitted his voice. The 3 forbidden zones might not listen to the little rabbit, you must be careful. Everyone responded and immediately flew towards the passage. Also, the entrance of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure is random, remember to look for your companions after entering. The Feather Emperor reminded again. Random teleportation? Qin Feiyang was shocked and quickly took out the sovereign divine weapons of the Demon Palace and the Sky Palace, handing them to the White-Eyed Wolf and the Madman. Fortunately, the Feather Emperor mentioned this in advance. Otherwise, if the white-eyed wolf and the madman entered and encountered the people of the 3 forbidden zones, it would be really dangerous. Do the 2 of you have sovereign divine weapons? When they were about to enter the passage, Qin Feiyang noticed Yun Xiang and the masked Azura and secretly asked. No. The 2 shook their heads. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then took out the horsetail whisk and the blood dragon blade and said, "Follow them for now." Okay. The 2 sovereign divine weapons responded and entered Yun Xiang and the madman's bodies. Qin Feiyang, Yun Xiang and the madman's bodies were shocked. They never thought that Qin Feiyang would give each of them a sovereign divine weapon to protect themselves. You are the primogenitor's disciples, of course I can't be biased. Good luck. Qin Feiyang smiled. In fact, according to seniority, he should call Yun Xiang and the madman's ancestors. Thank you. The 2 of them were touched. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at the black-clothed middle-aged man and the Sea Lion Emperor. He asked, "Are you all okay? Just take care of yourselves." The Sea Lion Emperor smiled faintly. Then I'll see you in the divine treasure. Qin Feiyang smiled, and the group immediately rushed into the passage one after another. Instantly, their eyes fell into darkness. Chapter 3672. After everyone entered the Heaven Bell Divine Treasure, the Feather Emperor landed beside Little Rabbit and asked, "How much do you think they will gain this time? Can they pass the first level?" The first level? With their temperament, there should be no problem. As for the gains, we can't force them. It all depends on their luck. However, every supreme treasure they gain will be a source of confidence for us to confront the Divine Kingdom. Little Rabbit whispered. The Feather Emperor nodded and looked at the Dragon King trio. He smiled and said, "I haven't had the chance to have a good gathering with you guys since I came back. Why don't you stay on Sky Cloud Island and have a few drinks with me? The war is imminent. Do you think we still have the mood?" Dragon King snorted. "That's why we should take the opportunity to relax." The Feather Emperor smiled. "Not interested." Dragon King replied coldly and was about to leave. But at this moment, 2 figures appeared in the sky. It was an old man and a young man. Both of them were emitting killing intent like gods of death. As they appeared, the sky instantly turned into a sea of blood. This aura, Dragon King trio immediately looked up at the 2, their eyes full of surprise. But the old man and the young man didn't stop and directly entered the passage of the Heaven Bell. Is it him? Dragon King looked at Little Rabbit and the Feather Emperor and asked. Who? Little Rabbit and the Feather Emperor were suspicious. Don't ask when you already know the answer. One of you is hiding in hell, and the other is guarding the entrance to the lower realm. I don't believe you don't know him. Dragon King said angrily. I really don't know. Little Rabbit shook her head. Humph. Seems like you guys have been playing a big game of chess all these years. The Dragon King snorted, turned around, and disappeared into the horizon without looking back. Feng Ho and the Qilin Master also took a deep look at Little Rabbit and the Feather Emperor before leaving without saying a word. After Little Rabbit saw Dragon King trio disappear, she looked back at the Feather Emperor and said, Have you been in contact with him long ago? No. But I always knew. The Feather Emperor said. Interesting. Looks like it won't be long before those who should return will return one by one. And this time, there's the monstrous Qin Feiyang. I'm afraid the arrival of the Divine Kingdom won't be a disaster for the Sky Cloud Realm, but the end of the Divine Kingdom. A cold light flashed in the Little Rabbit's eyes. Not necessarily. After all, it was true that many experts died back then. Only a few were able to return. Feather Emperor sighed. Don't worry. Someone will replace the fallen ones. The Little Rabbit shook her head and smiled. Ah. Feather Emperor looked at Little Rabbit in shock. Because this time, we have people who have activated the 10 strongest fighting souls. None of them are ordinary people. In addition to Uncle Rabbit's meticulous nurturing, sooner or later, they will be able to stand above the rules of the world. The little rabbit smiled domineeringly. That's true. Feather Emperor smiled. But at present, they still need time to grow. Why don't you stay on Skycloud Island for the next 1,000 years and help Uncle Rabbit? Uncle Rabbit is really a little tired teaching them alone. Little Rabbit sighed. This, Feather Emperor was a little hesitant. What is this? These people are Qin Feiyang's friends and subordinates. Qin Feiyang is your descendant. You are duty-bound. Little Rabbit said angrily. All right. Feather Emperor smiled helplessly and nodded. Sky Bell Divine Treasure. For experts like Little Rabbit and Feather Emperor, it was a mysterious place that they yearned for. Qin Feiyang and the others were naturally filled with anticipation. In the dark tunnel, there was a dead silence. Qin Feiyang was like a lonely soul floating in the tunnel. The white-eyed wolf, Frenzy, Yun Xiang, and the others around him had all disappeared. At this moment, he felt as if he had climbed the thunder punishment heavenly stairs and entered his inner world. Loneliness. Dead silence. Confusion. Nervousness. Not knowing how long had passed, the sky and earth spun. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst out in front of him, causing him to involuntarily close his eyes. Not long after he closed his eyes, he felt that he had landed on a solid ground. Immediately, he became vigilant. Because without thinking, he knew that he had arrived at the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. He slowly opened his eyes. The dazzling light had disappeared and was replaced by a gentle flame. As he opened his eyes, a huge object appeared in front of him. At this moment, he stood in front of an ancient square. The square was still surrounded by darkness, but at the edge of the square, there were more than a dozen large furnaces burning with raging flames. It was these large furnaces that emitted a gentle flame that illuminated the square. This place. It was still dead silent. Apart from Qin Feiyang, there was no one else. Qin Feiyang stood in front of the square and looked at the center of the square, not daring to step into the square. Because in the center of the square, there was a black stone door. The stone door was tightly shut and it was 100 feet tall. This was the huge object that Qin Feiyang saw. The door was engraved with complicated patterns, mountains, rivers, and all kinds of creatures, as if it was depicting a real world. Although the stone door looked simple and unadorned as a whole, without any dangerous aura, it should be known that in this place, even a blade of grass or a tree could be fatal, not to mention such a strange stone door. After a long time, Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and finally stepped into the square. Because there was nothing around, only this square could be stepped into. At the moment when he entered the square, the stone door strangely disappeared in front of Qin Feiyang. What's going on? Qin Feiyang rubbed his eyes and looked again. It had really disappeared, and the whole square became even emptier. Brother Feiyang. Suddenly, there was a series of footsteps behind him, followed by a surprised voice. Qin Feiyang was stunned and hurriedly turned around, only to see 3 men and 3 women standing in front of the square. Feiyang. Qin Dage. Young master. The other 5 people also spoke. That's right. These 6 people were Lin Yi, Mermaid Princess, Fire Lotus, Pei Tianhong, Wang Changyuan, and Yun Zhongtian. Qin Feiyang was a little confused. What's going on? Why are they also in the Tianzhong Divine Treasure? When I came in before, I didn't tell them. Especially Lin Yi. This girl, isn't she in the ancient realm? Lin Yi, wearing a white dress, walked into the square, looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously, and asked, Brother Feiyang, what's wrong with you? Nope. Why are you here too? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. After you entered the Divine Treasure, we discussed and planned to come in and take a look. Mermaid Princess was wearing a pale golden dress. Her long golden hair was wavy, and her figure was exquisite like a fairy. Isn't this nonsense? Qin Feiyang said angrily. Mermaid Princess shrank her neck, stepped forward, and hugged Qin Feiyang's arm. She said discontentedly, then why are you allowed to come? I'm concerned about you. Qin Feiyang was speechless. Fire Lotus said, Qin Dage, we have been cultivating in the sky cloud realm for so many years. Our current strength is quite strong, so don't think that we will drag you down. That's not what I mean. Qin Feiyang was helpless. He looked at Pei Tianhong and the other two and said angrily, they are not sensible, and you are also fooling around? If I wanted you to come in, I would have called you in the sky cloud realm. Isn't it because we were worried that you wouldn't let us in, so we sneaked in from behind? But our luck is really good. The random teleportation can actually teleport us together. Pei Tianhong smiled embarrassedly. Yes. This is a random teleportation. How come we are all teleported here? Qin Feiyang muttered in his heart. This luck is too good. Lin Yi looked at the center of the square and said suspiciously, Brother Feiyang, why did the stone door disappear as soon as we entered the square? Qin Feiyang's thoughts were interrupted immediately. He said in surprise, you also saw the stone door? The six nodded. So now, it has disappeared in front of your eyes? Qin Feiyang asked again. Yes. The six nodded again. Strange. Apart from the stone door, there is only this square. Now even the stone door has disappeared, leaving only this square. What is going on? Qin Feiyang glanced around the square. Will the exit be somewhere in the dark area? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang turned to look at Lin Yi and asked, when did you enter the sky cloud realm? It has been a long time. I was really bored in the ancient world, and I missed you very much, so I talked to Master. He did not object. Lin Yi smiled. After so many years, she was much livelier than before. How is the ancient world now? Qin Feiyang asked. It has already stabilized. Before leaving, I also went to Divine Land to visit old Master Yi Zhong and the others. They are all good. And they asked me to tell you not to worry about them. Explore the sky cloud realm well. Lin Yi smiled. What about the fire python guarding miracle? Qin Feiyang asked again. Of course, it is good. After all, the third floor of miracle is now under its control. However, it still has a knot in its heart. Lin Yi sighed. Is it the fire dragon? Qin Feiyang asked. Lin Yi nodded. The fire dragon has died in our hands. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Really? When it hears this news in the future, it will be very happy. Lin Yi said. The mermaid princess asked, Feiyang, when do you plan to go back? Go back to Great Qin? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. The mermaid princess nodded. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and shook his head. I want to go back now, but Little Rabbit said that after entering the sky cloud realm, you can't go to the lower realm anymore. What? Can't go back? Lin Yi was surprised. It said so. The spacetime channel leading to hell has this restriction. Qin Feiyang nodded. How did the people of the Blood Hall go to the lower realm? Lin Yi was suspicious. I don't know. Little Rabbit must know, but it didn't say. I suspect that it should be related to Ice Dragon at that time. After all, Blood Hall was ordered by Ice Dragon at that time. In fact, you don't have to worry about this matter. Little Rabbit must know the way to go back. When we drive away the Divine Kingdom, we will ask it again. Now, let's see what the situation is here. Qin Feiyang glanced at the square and frowned. He thought that the Sky Bell Divine Treasure was a big world or a perilous purgatory, but he didn't expect it to be such a square, and it was surprisingly calm. Chapter 3673. The few of them wandered around the square. Then, he knocked on the ground to see if there were any hidden passages or secret rooms. But, searching the entire square, they didn't find anything suspicious. Let me try. Pei Tianhong also began to lose his patience and punched the ground with all his strength. With a loud bang, the square shook violently. But it soon calmed down. Qin Feiyang and others gathered around and looked at the ground. They were all stunned. One must know. Pei Tianhong had long been a perfect dominator. He had also comprehended the supreme meaning of the time law. In addition, he had been cultivating in seclusion on Sky Cloud Island all these years. His strength had improved a lot. But even so, there was no crack on the ground at this moment. So hard? Wang Changyuan and Yun Zhongtian looked at each other and attacked at the same time. The Thunder Law and Destruction Law were activated. The power of thunder and destruction contained the power to destroy the world. Boom! The two jumped up, then swooped down and slammed their palms on the ground. Qin Feiyang, Pei Tianhong, Mermaid Princess, Fire Lotus, and Lin Yi quickly retreated to the edge of the square. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the law of karma surged out, forming a thick shield of light in front of him to block the incoming shockwaves. Boom! As Wang Changyuan and Yun Zhongtian's palms fell, the square shook again. The two stared at the ground, their eyes full of expectation. But in less than 3 breaths, the trembling square calmed down. Looking at the ground again, it was still intact. The two looked stunned. How could this be? Even if it had been tempered by divine power or the power of law, it was impossible to be this hard. After all, their laws of lightning and laws of destruction had already reached the level of supreme profundities. Grim Reaper's sword, you go and try. Qin Feiyang glanced at the square, his eyes shining. Clang! The sword of the Grim Reaper immediately swept out, its sharpness toppling mountains and overturning seas as it slashed towards the ground. Wang Changyuan and Yun Zhongtian quickly pulled it aside. However, the Grim Reaper's sword controlled its momentum quite well and didn't affect Qin Feiyang and others. Kacha! As the sword of the Grim Reaper fell, the square was split into 2 with a loud bang. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other and smiled. Sovereign-level divine weapons were indeed different. Next, the Death God's sword began to dig 3 feet into the ground. However, after searching the entire underground area of the plaza, he didn't find any secret rooms or secret passages. Qin Feiyang scanned the dark area outside the square again. Could it be that the exit was hidden in this dark zone? Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang immediately looked at the Mermaid Princess and the others and said, "You guys stay here and don't run around. I'll search the surrounding dark areas. Be careful." The Mermaid Princess reminded. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. He turned to the sword of the Grim Reaper and ordered, "Stay here and take care of them." After saying that, Qin Feiyang turned around and plunged into the darkness without looking back. Immediately, he was plunged into a deep darkness. What's going on? He immediately stopped and scanned the area in front of him. His eyes were dark and he couldn't see anything. Even his perception was restricted. It was as if he was in a cold and deathly silent cave. He couldn't help but feel a trace of fear in his heart. "Castle, help me," Qin Feiyang said. Before entering the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, he also brought the castle with him just in case. Clang! But with the appearance of the castle, there was still no light around. "Can you see it?" Qin Feiyang asked. "I can't see it. But I can tell the direction," the castle replied. Qin Feiyang's heart was filled with disbelief. Even the castle couldn't see the dark area clearly. What kind of place was this? The castle was a sovereign-level divine weapon. Even a sovereign-level divine weapon was restricted? This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. It seemed that from now on, he couldn't be careless. Because this meant that even a sovereign-level divine weapon might not be an invincible existence in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. Qin Feiyang hesitated for a moment, then said, "I can tell the direction, so I can check it out." He was afraid that he couldn't tell the direction. For example, his vision and perception were restricted now, so he couldn't even tell the direction. If he couldn't tell the direction, he would get lost in the dark area. At that time, he might be trapped in this dark area forever, unable to return to the square and meet up with everyone. Next, Qin Feiyang and the ancient castle wandered around in the dark zone like a lonely ghost. Right now, Qin Feiyang's heart really longed for someone to appear. Even the dragons, the Feng people, and the Kirin clan could do it. He even longed for a trace of light to appear in front of him, even if there was danger. However, these didn't appear. It was like a sealed space, as if he was alone. This kind of atmosphere couldn't help but make people feel lonely and desperate. 1 day. 2 days, 1 month. 2 months, Qin Feiyang didn't know how long he had been wandering for. Suddenly, a trace of light finally appeared in front of him. He was overjoyed and hurried towards the light. But when he rushed out of the dark area, he found that he had returned to the square. Feiyang. Qin Dage. Young master. Mermaid princess and a group of people immediately greeted him. Qin Feiyang saw that everyone and the sword of Thanatos were there, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Brother Qin, what's wrong? Yunzhongtian asked. I didn't find anything. Qin Feiyang shook his head. It has been 100 years, and you didn't find anything? Fire Lotus frowned. What? 100 years? Qin Feiyang looked stunned. Fire Lotus nodded and asked, yes, don't you know? What's the situation? Qin Feiyang frowned. Although he felt that a long time had passed in the dark area, it was absolutely impossible for 100 years to pass so quickly. And he also found that the square destroyed by the sword of Thanatos had now been restored to its original state. There was no trace of damage. Brother Feiyang, what's wrong? Lin Yi looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. What a strange place. Qin Feiyang didn't answer. Instead, he glanced around the dark area with a confused face. It's really strange. I didn't return to the square at all. Instead, I kept flying towards the depths of the dark area. But unknowingly, I returned to the square. It feels like there's a maze here that's confusing us. Gu Bao said. Maze? Qin Feiyang frowned. Gu Bao asked, why don't you all stay here, and the sword of Thanatos and I will go into the dark area separately to take a look. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded. They can't be trapped here forever. Whether it's a maze or not, there must be an exit. Swish. The 2 sovereign divine weapons disappeared into the dark area one after another. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and looked at Pei Tianhong, Wang Changyuan, and Yun Zhongtian with a smile. How's your harvest after being in seclusion on Sky Cloud Island for so many years? Not bad. The 3 nodded and smiled. Qin Feiyang said, don't say it's not bad. Tell me, how many profound mysteries did you comprehend? Can you keep us in suspense first? The 3 looked at each other and asked Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was stunned, speechless. Looks like you've all obtained the white-eyed wolf's true inheritance. Hey. The 3 bared their teeth. Fine. Since we're idle, let's calm down and comprehend the profound mysteries. Qin Feiyang looked at everyone and said. Everyone nodded. Wait a minute. The mermaid princess suddenly thought of something and looked at Qin Feiyang. Feiyang, can you enter the Black Tortoise world first? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. He hasn't tried to enter the Black Tortoise world yet? Immediately. With a thought, he appeared in the sky above the Devil's Land. Can I? Looking at the familiar Devil's Land, Qin Feiyang was stunned for a while before coming back to his senses. This was a little beyond his expectations. Generally speaking, a place like this would definitely have some restrictions, but now, he could actually enter the Black Tortoise world? In the square. The mermaid princess and the others were also overjoyed. Because there was no need to ask, they knew that they could definitely enter. After Qin Feiyang came out of the Black Tortoise world, he led everyone into the Devil's Land. After learning that the seal of the Black Tortoise world had been unlocked and the time array had transformed, the group was pleasantly surprised. Time quietly passed. 1 year. 2 years, 100 years. 200 years, on this day. Qin Feiyang opened his eyes and looked up at the scene in front of him. Although he was comprehending the laws, he had been paying attention to the time. 200 years, not in the black tortoise world, but in the outside world. Outside. It had already been 200 years, but why hadn't the castle and the death god's sword returned? Could something have happened? Feiyang. What's going on with you? Suddenly. The mermaid princess's voice came from the side. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at the mermaid princess and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" The castle was outside, so they were all cultivating at home. The mermaid princess hurriedly got up, picked up a bronze mirror from the dressing table, handed it to Qin Feiyang, and said anxiously, "Look for yourself." Qin Feiyang took the bronze mirror and looked at the face inside the bronze mirror. His expression suddenly froze. At this moment, many wrinkles had crept up on his face. And his face was obviously a little old. This, one must know. With his current cultivation, as long as he didn't want to, he would never grow old. But now, he had actually aged so much unknowingly. Qin Feiyang raised his head to look at the mermaid princess. She was still as charming as ever, without any trace of age. "You did this on purpose, right?" the mermaid princess asked. "I didn't." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Really?" The mermaid princess was a little doubtful. "Really? Do I need to lie to you about this? Besides, if I really become an old man, how can I be worthy of you?" Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. "Then what's going on with you?" The mermaid princess looked at him in confusion. "I'm not sure either." Qin Feiyang shook his head. He had inexplicably become old. In the castle, the sword of Thanatos had not returned. It was still a dark space like a maze. What was going on? Another few hundred years passed. Qin Feiyang had been observing the changes in his body. He found that not only was his face getting older and older, but he could also clearly feel a kind of twilight aura. One must know. This twilight aura would only appear on people who were about to die. Not only him, but the mermaid princess also began to feel anxious. Chapter 3674. At first, Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess hid it from Lin Yi and the others so that everyone would not worry. But seeing that the situation was getting worse and worse, knowing that it could no longer be hidden, the mermaid princess called everyone over. And now, she had no idea herself, and she needed someone to help her share the burden. When everyone entered the wooden building and saw Qin Feiyang sitting in the hall, they were stunned. How was this still the high-spirited Qin Feiyang? He was simply an old man in his twilight years. He was in his 60s or 70s, thin as a skeleton, white hair, and turbid eyes. His aura was also extremely weak. "Brother Feiyang, young master." "Qin Dage, what's the matter with you?" "Sister-in-law, when did Brother Feiyang start to change?" Several people recovered and immediately surrounded Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess. Their faces were full of anxiety. "A few years ago." The mermaid princess sighed. "Why didn't you tell us earlier?" The fire lotus said angrily. "We thought it was nothing serious, but we didn't expect it to get worse." The mermaid princess was worried. What is Qin Dage's cultivation base? How can he be fine after such a sudden change? Did he take the divine life pill? The fire lotus asked. "Yes, but it's useless." The mermaid princess shook her head. The fire lotus looked dazed and hurriedly said, "Then try using the law of life." The mermaid princess shivered and immediately activated the law of life. But no matter how huge the life energy was, Qin Feiyang's old and weak body showed no signs of recovery. What the hell is going on? The group was burning with anxiety. Even the law of life was useless. What else could work? Don't worry. There must be a way. Let's go out and see if there is anything that can save his life. Pei Tianhong ran out after speaking. Wang Changyuan and Yun Zhongtian quickly gave chase as well. Fire Lotus and Lin Yi stayed in the hall. Looking at Qin Feiyang's appearance at this moment, their eyes couldn't help but become wet. During the whole process, Qin Feiyang did not say a word. He was like a man waiting for death. Qin Dage, can you say something too? Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang anxiously. Yes, big brother Feiyang. You're so quiet. It's a little scary. Lin Yi said. How could they know that Qin Feiyang's heart had already fallen into the abyss of despair? That's right. At this moment, he felt unprecedented despair. When he first discovered this, he was already thinking of ways to prevent himself from growing old. However, he had tried all sorts of methods, but none of them worked. Seeing his body getting weaker and weaker, seeing death getting closer and closer, this kind of torment simply made him wish he was dead. Especially when he saw everyone's concern for him, he felt even more pained. He also wanted to know why. However, he just couldn't understand. You guys go out. I want to be alone. Qin Feiyang sighed after a long time. Even his voice was hoarse and weak. The three women looked at each other, got up, and walked out of the hall. They stood in the courtyard outside, all frowning. Another day passed. Qin Feiyang already had white hair, a wrinkled face, and skinny body. He even needed a crutch to get up. And not only his physical body had aged to the extreme, but even his memory was slowly deteriorating. Even his consciousness had become muddled. Pei Tianhong and the other two also traveled all over the Black Tortoise world, thinking of various life-saving methods, but it was useless. Don't waste your energy. Even the life law is useless. What else can save my life? You guys sit down and listen to me, on this day. Qin Feiyang sat in the courtyard, keeping Pei Tianhong and the other two. Because he felt that his life had been completely exhausted, it would be too late if he didn't say anything. But, the three were anxious. They couldn't just sit here and wait for death. At first, I was indeed in despair and pain, because I still have a lot of unfulfilled wishes. I haven't left behind a child or a daughter, and I haven't enjoyed life with the woman I love. Qin Feiyang trembled as he reached out his old hand and grabbed the hand of the mermaid princess who was sitting beside him. The mermaid princess was already in tears. But slowly, I gradually thought it through. So what if I'm in despair? So what if I'm in pain? It's a fact that can't be changed. It's better to face it calmly. After all, in this life, one will die sooner or later. Moreover, don't I still have you guys to accompany me now? At least I won't be alone for the rest of my life. And I believe that you guys will definitely help me fulfill my unfulfilled wishes. The only regret is that I didn't return to Great Qin before I died to see my father, mother, great-grandfather, Lu Hong, little cousin, Fatso, Ling Yunfei, and my brothers and sisters, Qin Haotian, Qin Feiyang whispered. It took him a very long time to finish his words intermittently. Don't say any more, please, don't say any more. Have a good rest. The mermaid princess grabbed Qin Feiyang's hand and looked at the old face with tears in her eyes. Her heart ached. If you don't say any more, I'm afraid I won't pay attention to you anymore. Qin Feiyang smiled hoarsely, looked at Pei Tianhong and the other two, and said, You are all free in the future, but I sincerely hope that you can put the world's people first. We will. The three nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at Lin Yi and Fire Lotus again and said with a smile, You are not young anymore. You should solve your marriage as soon as possible. It's just a pity that I can't see it with my own eyes. The two women lowered their heads and sobbed silently. Tears flowed down their faces. Don't cry. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly and looked at the mermaid princess again, saying, You have worked hard in this life. If there is an afterlife, I will put everything down and accompany you well. I don't want an afterlife. I want this life. The mermaid princess shook her head. There is no hope in this life. In the future, take good care of yourself. Help me again. Tell senior brother Feng Zi, the white-eyed wolf, you must drive away the divine kingdom and protect the people of the sky cloud realm. Defeat ice dragon and small beast, take back Chang Shui. Finally, bring my body, back to Great Qin. Great Qin is my root, my home. I want to be buried in my homeland." Qin Feiyang smiled and slowly looked up at the sky, like a wanderer eager to go home. The scene was also frozen here. At this moment, time and the void seemed to be still. The mermaid princess's gaze trembled. She held the gradually stiff and cold hand and burst into tears. "Qin Dage? Young master? Brother Feiyang?" Lin Yi and others looked at the motionless Qin Feiyang and also shouted carefully. However, looking at the sky, Qin Feiyang, who had a smile on his face, did not answer. "Qin Dage, wake up, wake up," Fire Lotus roared and threw herself on the ground. She grabbed Qin Feiyang's other hand and burst into tears. Lin Yi, Pei Tianhong, Wang Changyuan, and Yun Zhongtian also silently shed tears. Heaven is jealous of geniuses, heaven is jealous of geniuses. Suddenly, Yun Zhongtian raised his head and roared, devastated. But they didn't know that an invisible shadow floated out from Qin Feiyang's body. This shadow floated above Qin Feiyang's head and gradually turned into a person. It was the old Qin Feiyang. "I'm not dead?" Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. When he saw the mermaid princess and others crying bitterly, he hurriedly shouted, "What are you crying for? I'm not dead yet." However, the mermaid princess and others did not respond. "What's going on?" Qin Feiyang frowned and looked at himself. Could it be that everyone couldn't see him now? Suddenly, he saw himself sitting on the chair and looking up at the sky. His gaze suddenly trembled. He was already dead, the current him was just a wandering soul. Everyone couldn't see him at all, nor could they hear his voice. "Don't cry. All of you must live happily." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. It was also at this moment. In the void behind him, a black vortex appeared. An aura of death enveloped him, and Qin Feiyang was immediately sucked into the vortex. His eyes fell into darkness once again. "What is this? Where are you taking me?" Qin Feiyang muttered. It felt like a moment, but also like a few centuries. In front of him, a blood-red world suddenly appeared. The sky was blood-red. The mountains and rivers were also blood-red. The void was filled with a blood mist that couldn't be dispersed. And in this world, there were countless wandering souls like him. He could see everyone, and everyone could see him. However, they didn't communicate and flew in a direction ahead. Could this be hell? Qin Feiyang looked at all of this in a daze. Although in this life, there were indeed many creatures that died in his hands, but he had also done a lot of good things. Not to mention entering heaven, but it shouldn't be to the extent of being beaten to hell. Crack. Suddenly, a blood-red thunderbolt fell from the sky, striking towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was shocked and hurriedly dodged. Because this blood-red thunderbolt brought a fatal crisis to him. However, the blood-red thunderbolt firmly locked onto him. No matter how he dodged, he couldn't avoid it. "Even in hell, you won't let me go?" Qin Feiyang roared. The wandering souls around looked at this scene, but no one paid attention to it. They all silently flew forward. "Is it driving me away?" Qin Feiyang frowned and also flew forward with the other wandering souls. The blood-red thunderbolt really disappeared. He understood. It didn't want him to stay here. But what was ahead? The Bridge of Helplessness? Mengpa? The Gate of Reincarnation? Or the 18 Levels of Hell? These legendary places appeared one by one in Qin Feiyang's mind. A moment later, a huge stone door appeared in front of him. The stone door was 999 zhang high, dark red all over. There were 2 huge skulls engraved on it, emitting a gloomy and terrifying aura. "This is..." Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. Wasn't this the gate of hell? The 5th profound of the law of death was this gate of hell. He actually had to go to hell? Very quickly, Qin Feiyang saw that all of the wandering souls were flying toward the Hell's Gate. After entering, they let out miserable shrieks one after another. Chapter 3675. It's really scary. Even with Qin Feiyang's temperament, he couldn't help but feel afraid. After all, the words, "Gate of Hell," were enough to make people feel awe. Because everyone in the world had heard a lot of legends about hell, especially in the secular world. Some elders would even use these things to scare disobedient descendants. At the same time, when the other wandering souls saw this scene, their eyes were full of fear. Many wandering souls stopped outside the gate of hell and didn't dare to enter. Crack! The familiar blood-red lightning struck again, locking on those wandering souls who stayed outside and didn't enter. Some wandering souls immediately ran to the gate of hell. Some wandering souls were unwilling to go in. Boom! As the blood-red lightning struck, the wandering souls who didn't enter were turned into ashes on the spot. Qin Feiyang quivered. This blood-red lightning was too scary. When it was his turn, he was very calm. He directly jumped and entered the gate of hell. Before he died, he had already seen through life and death. Naturally, he wasn't afraid now. Besides, he wanted to see what was at the end of the gate of hell. Inside the gate of hell, there was a blood-red world, like a sea of blood. Crack! Boom! There were countless thunderbolts roaring all around. But all the wandering souls who were struck by the thunderbolts screamed as if they were being tortured. And their bodies would also be seriously injured, and their wandering souls would become weaker and weaker. However, it wasn't fatal. So far, Qin Feiyang hadn't seen a wandering soul being crushed by the thunderbolts. Qin Feiyang flashed again and again, but he was still accidentally hit by a thunderbolt. Although he was only a wandering soul, he could still feel a tearing pain. And he could feel that a lot of his memories seemed to have disappeared. Is this erasing the memories of his life? It can't be. Legend has it that one has to drink Meng Po's soup to erase the memories of his life. It seems that legends are legends after all. Qin Feiyang muttered. He didn't know how long had passed. He was struck by more than a dozen thunderbolts one after another. Most of his memories had been erased. He had forgotten many people and many things. But the end of the gate of hell hadn't appeared yet. Could it be that I have to erase all my memories of my life to see the end? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. No. Even if he had to fall into hell, he had to bring his memories with him. There were some things that he could not forget. As if sensing the determination in Qin Feiyang's heart, the surrounding lightning energy immediately began to bombard Qin Feiyang in a densely packed manner. Qin Feiyang kept dodging and fleeing frantically. However, there was simply too much lightning in the surroundings. Just as he was about to be engulfed, a stone door suddenly appeared in front of him. The stone gate was also 999 zhang tall, like a towering mountain. However, it was different from the gate of hell. This stone door was as white as jade and emitted a sacred glow. Before he even got close, Qin Feiyang felt a warm feeling in his heart, as if he had returned to his mother's embrace. Above the stone door, there were two large words that shone with divine light. Samsara. Samsara. Qin Feiyang caught these two words before he was engulfed by the blood-red lightning. His mind immediately buzzed. The end of the gate of hell was actually the gate of reincarnation. What was reincarnation? It was reincarnation. It was the place where one's life began. The gate of hell was the place where one's life and death ended. In other words, death and new life were linked together. At this moment, Qin Feiyang was suddenly enlightened as if he had been enlightened. The end of death was not the end, but rebirth. The end of rebirth was also not the end, but the final death. The two were dependent on each other, and the cycle repeated. This was reincarnation. This was life and death. As all the fog dispersed, two auras emerged around Qin Feiyang. One was the aura of life. The other was the aura of death. Life and death were originally incompatible with each other. However, at this moment, they were intertwined on Qin Feiyang's body, and accompanied each other. It was also at this moment. Boom! Two terrifying auras emerged. The lightning that engulfed Qin Fei Yang immediately disintegrated. The gate of reincarnation, the blood-red world, also began to collapse. The wandering souls in the sky were also dissipating, like a mirror that was broken. In the end, everything disappeared, and a bright world appeared in front of him. Right in the center of this world, two glowing words floated in the air. On the left was death. On the right was life. Every stroke seemed to contain the Tao of life and death. This is, Qin Fei Yang looked at these two words. As the gate of reincarnation and the blood-red world collapsed, the erased memories returned one after another. If his memory was correct, these two words in front of him seemed to be the life and death of the six-word divine formula. As the life and death of the six-word divine formula were personally copied by him, it had long been engraved in his mind. What's going on? Qin Fei Yang was bewildered. He remembered that when these two words were copied, they directly merged into his body and disappeared, but why did they appear now? Wait a minute. Could it be related to his previous comprehension? The profound meaning of life and death, which was also the law of life and death, after comprehending the profound meaning of life and death, these two words appeared. Could it be, as he thought, these two words represented the profound meaning of life and death? No. If it was just the profound meaning of life and death, he should have comprehended it long ago. Could it be, suddenly? He raised his head and looked at the two big words. Was this the epitome of the law of life and death? Before he could even think about it carefully, the two characters actually fused together and transformed into a strand of the energy of life and death that surged towards Qin Fei Yang. Qin Fei Yang did not dodge. Because this force of life and death not only did not bring him any danger, but it also gave him an incomparable sense of intimacy. In the end, the force of life and death drowned Qin Fei Yang, not leaving a single bit of it to merge with Qin Fei Yang. Qin Fei Yang only felt as if he was bathing in the sunshine of February, incomparably warm. In the next moment, another white vortex appeared in the sky, emitting a sacred aura. Qin Fei Yang was immediately sucked into the vortex uncontrollably. This time, there were no negative emotions of despair or fear. On the contrary, it was as if he had ascended to immortality, his whole body was comfortable. Very soon, a familiar scene appeared. Devil's Land, a courtyard filled with birds and fragrant flowers, Lin Yi who fell into sorrow, Mermaid Princess, Fire Lotus, Pei Tianhong, Wang Changyuan, Yun Zhongtian, and himself who was sitting on a chair, looking up at the sky with a smile on his face. I'm back again. Qin Fei Yang floated in the air, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. However, when he was about to speak, he found that everything in front of him began to fade and become blurred. How could this be? He began to feel a little anxious. Because even the Black Tortoise World, Mermaid Princess, and others were fading as if they were evaporating. My eyes, suddenly. He waved his hand, and the void turned into a mirror. Looking at himself in the mirror, he looked slightly stunned. At this time, his eyes showed a black and white brilliance, like a Tai Chi pattern. What is this? Could it be that everything I see now has something to do with these eyes? This is the eyes of life and death. As long as the force of life and death is mastered, the eyes of life and death can be born. The eyes of life and death can see through the mysteries of heaven and see through all illusions. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in the void. The Shadowless? Qin Fei Yang was stunned. That's right. This is the voice of Gus Ho. Child, you've finally awakened. This is the true law of life and death. Gus Ho chuckled. The true law of life and death, Qin Fei Yang muttered. That's right. Although there are many people in this world who have mastered the law of life and the law of death, they are unable to fuse these two forces. A single law of death and the law of life is only an ultimate law. But after the fusion, the law of life and death has already surpassed the limit of the ultimate law and is the strongest law in the world. Gus Ho laughed. Strongest? Strongest? Qin Fei Yang was stunned. Yes. In fact, the life and death of the six-word divine formula contains the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. Of course, it can also be said to be a miniature version. Only when you comprehend the law of life and death will this miniature version truly fuse with you. Gus Ho said. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization and looked at the black tortoise world, the mermaid princess, and the others again. Everything was about to fade away. It turns out that all of this is just an illusion. Qin Feiyang muttered. But even if it's just an illusion, he can't bear to destroy it. Because this is what he cares about in his heart. Sigh. After a long time, Qin Feiyang sighed faintly. With a wave of his hand, the world in front of him immediately collapsed. At the same time. The square. Qin Feiyang opened his eyes and looked forward. The stone door in the middle of the square didn't disappear. It was still a dark area all around. However, just as Qin Feiyang broke the illusion and opened his eyes, the tightly closed stone door slowly opened with a bang. Scary, right? Gus Ho and Shinigami's sword both appeared from Qin Feiyang's body and floated beside Qin Feiyang. Scary. Qin Feiyang nodded. From the moment he stepped into the square, he had already fallen into the illusion. Moreover, every person that appeared in the illusion, every scene, was what he had always cared about in his heart. It could be said that it directly touched the heart without any flaws. It made people naturally think that all of this was real and that they were living in the illusion, unable to extricate themselves. If it wasn't for him comprehending the law of life and death at the critical moment and opening his eye of life and death to see through the illusion, he would have died in the illusion. This should be the test to enter the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. Only by passing the test could one enter the Divine Treasure. If one didn't pass, they would definitely die here. The Sky Bell Divine Treasure was indeed extraordinary. The stone door had been completely opened, revealing a dim world. The mountains and rivers were dilapidated, and the ground was barren. From afar, one could see ancient and dilapidated cities and fortresses. As far as the eye could see, there wasn't a single figure. This was a true purgatory of death. Desolate, dilapidated. The Sky Bell Divine Treasure is really a place that makes one look forward to it. The castle and the Grim Reaper's sword smiled and returned to Qin Feiyang's body. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and raised his arm. A wisp of black and white force appeared in his palm. This was the fused force of life and death. From the aura, it was really much stronger than the strongest law. Qin Feiyang asked, after the fusion, "Can I still activate the law of death or the law of life alone?" "Of course." The castle replied. "It can?" Qin Feiyang was quite surprised and said, "Then now, doesn't that mean that I have mastered the law of death, the law of life, and the law of life and death at the same time?" "Yes. And the epitome of the law of life and death will also be helpful to your comprehension of the law of life and the law of death. In other words, now, not only have you comprehended these three laws, but you have also obtained the epitome of these three laws. It can be said that this is the greatest fortune you have received in your life." The castle said. As expected, fortune and misfortune come hand in hand. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. The power of life and death in his hand dissipated. He looked up at the dark sky above and muttered, "Why did you leave me this epitome of the law of life and death?" The six-word divine formula and the pill scripture were both created by the God of creation. And the six-word divine formula had always been in the castle, accompanying him to this world. Therefore, this must be related to the God of creation. But, what was his relationship with the God of creation? Could it be, all along, he had been wrong in his judgment? Although the castle, the six-word divine formula, and Chang Shui were all created by the God of creation, they were not given to him by the God of creation? Just like the pill scripture. Although it was also created by the God of creation, it ended up wandering among the common people. In the end, he obtained it by chance. In other words, was it possible that the castle and Chang Shui were also wandering among the common people for some reason, and finally appeared in the Great Qin with his birth due to some unknown factors? My head hurts. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead and temporarily put down the doubts in his heart. The eye of life and death also disappeared, and his eyes returned to their original appearance. Then, he took a step forward and crossed the stone door, stepping into the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. Chapter 3676. The broken land, the desolate mountains and rivers were filled with a tragic aura. When Qin Feiyang stepped into the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, the stone door behind him immediately closed with a clang. Before he could observe his surroundings, a sense of crisis rose in his heart. This made him quite puzzled. He didn't see any living creatures at all before, so why would he feel a sense of crisis? Boom! The next moment, a terrifying murderous aura shrouded over. Qin Feiyang turned around to look behind, and a trace of bewilderment crept up in his eyes. Not far behind, there was a broken giant mountain, about thousands of feet high, and there was a huge skeleton at the peak of the mountain. That's right. It was a skeleton. And it was the skeleton of a fierce beast, with a body size of hundreds of feet. The white bones emitted a gloomy and cold aura. A skeleton actually contained such a terrifying murderous aura? Qin Feiyang was in disbelief. And the sense of crisis he felt also came from this skeleton. What's going on? With a trace of vigilance and curiosity, he was ready to fly towards the peak of the mountain. But at this moment, crack, crack. Accompanied by the sound of bones colliding, the skeleton on the peak of the mountain actually moved, slowly raising that huge head. What the hell? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Very soon, the skeleton's head was raised high. Qin Feiyang's expression changed, and there were actually 2 clusters of fire floating in the skeleton's eye sockets. The skeleton gave birth to spiritual wisdom? Human, suddenly. The skeleton actually let out intermittent hideous laughter, and its body also stood up mechanically. The 2 clusters of fire in its eye sockets were like ghost flames jumping, looking quite terrifying. Whether you are a human or a ghost, you better not provoke me. Qin Feiyang calmed down after being shocked. Although this skeleton gave him a very dangerous feeling, after all, his current strength was in front of him. He was at the peak sovereign realm and had mastered 3 great profound meanings. Why would he be afraid of a mere skeleton? Human, blood, the skeleton turned a deaf ear, and the fire in its eye sockets jumped even more fiercely, as if it had seen a delicacy. There was even a bloodthirsty aura on its body. Boom! The next moment, the skeleton stomped on the mountain peak, and the shattered giant peak under its feet shattered on the spot. Following closely, the skeleton soared into the sky, letting out a hideous laugh like a ghost, and pounced on Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. The power of laws surged. But suddenly, his brows furrowed as he shut down the power of law and attacked the skeleton with his bare hands. Since he had just arrived at this place, he naturally had to figure out the situation first. Since the skeleton was the first living being he encountered here, he might as well test its strength first. What was so special about it? Clang! When he punched, Qin Feiyang felt as if he had punched metal. The hardness of the skeleton was beyond his imagination. One had to know. His current physical body had already reached the level of a supreme being. Even if it was the 5th profundity of the law, even if it was a supreme-level heaven-defying divine artifact, it would still be able to compete. However, in the face of such a powerful physical body and strength, the skeleton opposite him was only pushed back, and the bones did not crack at all. A mere skeleton could actually reach this level? Boom! A terrifying aura rushed out from his body. This was the aura of his physical body and strength. That's right. Previously, he did not use his full strength. But at this moment, he unleashed all the power of his physical body and punched out again. Human, blood, the skeleton laughed sinisterly. It raised its bone claws mechanically and slapped at Qin Feiyang. Compared to the size of the 2, it was like an ant and an elephant. However, Qin Feiyang, who was at full strength, relied on the power of this punch and forcibly shattered the skeleton's bone claws. It hasn't reached the level of a supreme being. It's almost at the legendary level. Qin Feiyang murmured. But even so, it was amazing enough. After all, even in the sky cloud realm, there were not many who could break the limit of the physical body, let alone upgrade the physical body to the legendary level. Even a skeleton here was so terrifying. But although the skeleton's bone claws were shattered, it did not retreat in the slightest and once again charged at Qin Feiyang. It was as if it couldn't feel pain, nor was it aware of the disparity in strength. It was completely acting on instinct. Qin Feiyang was not in the mood to play anymore. The terrifying power turned into an invisible torrent, roaring out from his fist and blasted at the skeleton's head. But at this moment, black energy surged out of the skeleton on the other side. The originally dim world immediately fell into darkness. Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded, full of disbelief. It was actually the power of the law of darkness. A skeleton actually mastered the law of darkness? Skeletons were formed after the death of a living creature. A skeleton that had gained sentience was just a slightly stronger skeleton. There was a good saying. A person dying was like a lamp going out. Whether it was a human or a beast, as long as they died, all the means they mastered before their death would disappear. In other words, even if the skeleton gave birth to spiritual wisdom, it was impossible for it to comprehend the law. It was really too strange. Caught off guard, coupled with the distraction, the skeleton actually avoided the invisible force. Its mechanical movements gradually became smoother after 2 exchanges. It took a step out and landed behind Qin Feiyang. The other bone claw was raised, carrying the monstrous power of darkness, and charged at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang hurriedly raised his arm and blasted at the skeleton. Puff! Immediately, his body shook, and a mouthful of purple gold dragon blood spurted out. He retreated dozens of miles before stabilizing his footsteps. When he looked up at the skeleton again, his face suddenly changed. The skeleton stretched out its bone claw and grabbed the purple gold dragon blood. Then, under Qin Feiyang's gaze, the purple gold dragon blood was absorbed by the skeleton without leaving a single drop. As the purple gold dragon blood was absorbed, the bone that was shattered before was reconstructed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Moreover, Qin Feiyang also noticed that the fire in the skeleton's eye sockets was more vigorous. Fresh blood, what a huge energy! After tasting the purple gold dragon blood, the skeleton seemed to be very excited. The law of darkness rolled out and pounced at Qin Feiyang crazily. Qin Feiyang could roughly understand. The skeleton was saying that his purple gold dragon blood contained a huge amount of energy. However, this skeleton could actually absorb blood to repair its own injuries, and it seemed to be able to enhance its own strength by absorbing blood. This was really unexpected. Might as well. He cut his wrist and waved his hand. A large amount of purple gold dragon blood rushed toward the skeleton. The skeleton was extremely excited and rushed forward. The purple gold dragon blood sprinkled on its body, and then it was absorbed by the skeleton without leaving a single drop behind. Qin Feiyang immediately discovered. The more purple gold dragon blood it absorbed, the more vigorous the fire in the skeleton's eye sockets. As the fire flourished, the aura became stronger. Sure enough, this skeleton could enhance its own strength by absorbing blood. Give it to me, all, give it to me, the skeleton let out an extremely eager roar. Humph! Qin Feiyang snorted from his nose and activated the law of thunder. Waves of thunder power, carrying a destructive aura, rushed toward the skeleton. Generally speaking, thunder was the nemesis of evil. However, at this moment, the skeleton didn't even have the slightest fear. It directly activated the power of darkness and flooded the sky, colliding with the power of thunder. Dozens of breaths passed. After a battle, Qin Feiyang finally figured out the strength of this skeleton. Although the skeleton was very hard, and although it had mastered the law of darkness, it had not mastered the profound meaning of the law, nor did it have divine arts or divine artifacts. From the looks of it, it was just a relatively powerful skeleton. However, don't underestimate it because of this. After all, it was facing Qin Feiyang now. Qin Feiyang's strength and methods had now reached the peak. Except for the sovereign divine weapon and the ultimate profound meaning, no one was his opponent. So naturally, he was qualified to look down on this skeleton. But if it was in the human world, with the ability of this skeleton, it was enough to slaughter a party. Although there were also many supreme experts in the human world, but one had to know that the skeleton could grow by absorbing the blood of living creatures. If it kept slaughtering and absorbing, no one knew how strong it would become in the end. So, it was not impossible for it to slaughter a party in the end. After thoroughly understanding the strength of the skeleton, Qin Feiyang no longer held back. The law of thunder's supreme profound meaning was activated and instantly shattered the skeleton. The two clusters of fire wanted to escape. Qin Feiyang took a step forward, raised his big hand, and grabbed it in his palm. Just as he was about to crush it, his expression suddenly froze. Why could he feel the aura of the law from the fire? He waved his hand, and a thunder barrier appeared, trapping the two clusters of fire inside. Don't kill me, the two clusters of fire rampaged in the barrier, and there was a cry of fear. Qin Feiyang was surprised. It turned out that the consciousness of the skeleton was hidden in these two clusters of fire. And in the two clusters of fire, there was indeed the aura of the law, and it was the law of darkness that the skeleton had mastered. The law, the consciousness, were actually all in these two clusters of fire? Could it be that these flames were the divine soul of the skeleton? Qin Feiyang studied it for a while. It was indeed a bit like the divine soul, but it was different from ordinary divine souls because it also contained the aura of the undead. It was somewhat similar to the aura of the fire lotus when it was still an undead. Qin Dage. Suddenly, a voice sounded not far away. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. Why was this voice so familiar? Turning his head, he saw a young man in red standing in the void not far behind him. Red clothes, red hair, red eyes. He was like a demon king with a murderous aura. Li Feng? Qin Feiyang frowned. It's me. Li Feng nodded and looked at Qin Feiyang across the void. But if one observed carefully, one would find that from time to time, he would glance at the two clusters of fire trapped in the thunder barrier, with a trace of desire in his eyes. Qin Feiyang looked at Li Feng. Could it be another illusion? Once bitten, twice shy. In this place, one had to be careful. The life and death eye opened, and the black and white power of life and death filled the eye socket. This pair of eyes, when Li Feng saw the life and death eye, his face suddenly had a trace of surprise. Chapter 3677. Under this pair of eyes, he felt as if there were no secrets on his body. Qin Feiyang also had a trace of surprise in his eyes. At this moment, Li Feng was like a transparent person in front of him. The power of law, divine soul, and even the spatial divine item hidden in his body could be seen clearly. Li Feng had mastered a total of 6 laws. They were the slaughter law, darkness law, force law, devour law, death law, spacetime law. What? Qin Feiyang was shocked. This brat actually grasped 3 of the strongest laws? It was really far beyond his expectations. To be honest. Although he treated Li Feng as a younger brother, Li Feng's talent was really not that good. But now, he actually activated 3 supreme laws. Wasn't his luck too heaven-defying? Even he and Frenzy didn't have such good luck in the past. Wait a minute. Could it be related to the blood ancestor? Or, the 3 supreme laws weren't comprehended by Li Feng himself but were inherited? Qin Feiyang continued to observe. Very soon, he actually relied on the eye of life and death to distinguish the strength of Li Feng's 6 supreme laws. Devour law, death law, spacetime law, force law, these 4 supreme laws had already reached the 5th profound. The law of slaughter, on the other hand, had already reached the level of supreme profundity. As for the darkness law, it had only reached the 3rd profound. It was still a distance away from the 5th profound. In other words, The last time they met in the northern continent, Li Feng had broken through another small realm. Because at that time in the northern continent, Li Feng's cultivation was only at the Great Mastery Dominator realm, but now he was already at the Great Mastery Dominator realm. He was only one step away from the Great Mastery Dominator realm. When he comprehended the fifth profound of the darkness law, he would officially step into the peak of the sky cloud realm and be comparable to Wang Changyuan. Because he had already mastered a supreme profound. Not bad. Qin Feiyang secretly muttered and looked at the spatial divine item hidden between Li Feng's eyebrows. The spatial divine item that was originally like a speck of dust was now completely displayed in front of his eye of life and death. He could even distinguish its grade. This was a spatial divine item shaped like a stone tower. Its grade wasn't high and was very ordinary. Can you see through the things inside the spatial divine object? Qin Feiyang suddenly had a thought. The black and white taiji patterns in his eyes gave off an intense light. Gradually, the spatial divine object also became transparent. Qin Feiyang could see the things inside the spatial divine item with a single glance. You can even do that? Qin Feiyang was shocked. The eye of life and death that could see through the secrets of the heavens and see through illusions was too heaven-defying. At this moment, Li Feng felt it even more vividly. It was as if he had been stripped naked, and a feeling of terror involuntarily emerged in his heart. Qin Feiyang calmly looked at Li Feng's spatial divine item. Although it was a little inappropriate to pry into other people's privacy, he was truly curious about Li Feng. Li Feng's spatial divine item wasn't big. It was only about 300 meters in size. It was like a secret chamber. Inside, there were 2 futons. It was probably used by Li Feng and the blood ancestor for cultivation. Next to it, there was a tea table and 3 chairs. There were 6 wine jars on the table, all of which hadn't been opened yet. I didn't expect this kid to like drinking too. Qin Feiyang muttered. In addition to that, there was also a small cabinet placed in the corner. The cabinet wasn't covered, and there were items like interspatial rings and interspatial bags inside. It should be Li Feng's private treasure house. Then, there was nothing else. Qin Feiyang looked at Li Feng's Sea of Qi again. There were 2 divine artifacts in his Sea of Qi. One was an armor, and the other was a divine weapon. They were both supreme divine artifacts. This was all Li Feng had. Qin Dage. Li Feng couldn't bear the pressure brought by the eye of life and death and shouted. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and closed the eye of life and death. He was quite excited. He really didn't expect the eye of life and death to be so powerful. In the future, what secrets would others have in front of him? It could be said that. Now, the eye of life and death had become his biggest trump card. So, there was no place to hide. Looking at the silent Qin Feiyang, Li Feng's heart gradually began to panic. He suddenly turned around and left as if he was fleeing for his life. Come back. Qin Feiyang shouted. Li Feng's body stiffened, and he turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang in awe. What are you afraid of? Qin Feiyang frowned. Li Feng hesitated and mustered up his courage. Your eyes made me a little scared. You also have times when you are scared? Qin Feiyang snorted and said angrily, Didn't you hear me call you over? Li Feng lowered his head and walked in front of Qin Feiyang, like a child who had done something wrong. Why did you come to the Heaven Bell Divine Treasure? Where's the blood ancestor? Qin Feiyang asked. I came in after you entered the Heaven Burial Divine Treasure. As for the blood ancestor, I don't know where he is. Because I was the only one left after entering the Heaven Burial Divine Treasure. I heard the blood ancestor say that this place seems to be random. Li Feng said. Qin Feiyang asked, Do Little Rabbit and Feather Emperor know that you came in? Li Feng thought for a moment and said, Dragon King, Feng Ho, Qilin Master, Little Rabbit, and Feather Emperor were all still there at that time. They should have seen it. They didn't stop you? Qin Feiyang frowned. We entered the Heaven Burial Divine Treasure as soon as we appeared. They couldn't stop us in time. There was a trace of pride in Li Feng's expression. Don't be proud. Qin Feiyang glanced at him indifferently, and his expression suddenly froze as he asked, You just said that the blood ancestor knows that this place is random? That's what he said. And he also told me to be careful. Before entering the heaven burial divine treasure, there will be a first test. Li Feng nodded. What? He even knows this? Qin Feiyang was surprised. One had to know. Even Little Rabbit and Feather Emperor didn't tell him in advance about the first test to enter the heaven burial divine treasure. They probably wanted him to pass the test with his own ability. But how did the blood ancestor know? To be honest, although I have followed the blood ancestor for so long, I don't know anything about him. However, he seems to be very familiar with the sky cloud realm. Li Feng frowned. Familiar? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Yes. And he seems to know the existence of the heaven burial divine treasure from the beginning. Because at that time, when the heaven burial divine treasure appeared, he didn't go to Sky Cloud Island to see it with his own eyes. He directly told me that the heaven burial divine treasure had appeared. And he asked me to prepare to enter the heaven burial divine treasure. He also told me a lot about the heaven burial divine treasure. Li Feng said. He actually knows about the heaven burial divine treasure. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. It seemed that the blood ancestor was really related to the sky cloud realm. And his origin wasn't small. Qin Feiyang asked, Then what did he do with you all these years? Besides cultivation, there was nothing else. Li Feng shook his head. Why did he ask you to cultivate? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. I don't know. But he told me that he would tell me the truth when I break through to the sovereign realm. Li Feng said. The truth, Qin Feiyang murmured, his eyes full of expectation. What was the truth? He looked up at Li Feng and said with a faint smile, The law of darkness has already reached the third profound, and the sovereign realm is not far away. How do you know? Li Feng looked at Qin Feiyang in astonishment. The law of darkness, the law of force, the law of slaughter, the law of space-time, the law of devour, the law of death, these are your 6 great laws. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. And you know so much? Li Feng was very surprised. Could it be that Qin Dage had been secretly monitoring him? Don't think too much. I don't have the energy to monitor you. But I hope that no matter what happens in the end, you'd better stay away from the blood ancestor. Qin Feiyang said. When I step into the sovereign realm and know the truth, I will consider it. Li Feng nodded. He was very puzzled. How did Big Brother Qin know that he had grasped the power of laws? Because even when he faced the white-eyed wolf in the Death Glacier, he had only shown the law of space and the law of slaughter. Then what are you going to do next? Qin Feiyang asked. Li Feng hesitated. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, Say what you want to say. Li Feng lowered his head and said, It's dangerous to be alone, so I want to go with Qin Dage. Go with me? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. Li Feng nodded and looked nervously at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang glared at him and said, Based on my temper in the past, I would have killed you with one slap. Li Feng's neck shrank. Although he was not weak now, in front of Qin Feiyang, he was not enough. As for him, he was also aware of his own limitations. Looking at this submissive little guy in front of him, Qin Feiyang could not help but laugh in his heart. A demon who killed people like Scything Flax actually had such a side. You can go with me. But don't drag me down. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Li Feng was stunned for a moment and was immediately overjoyed. He nodded and said, I will definitely work hard. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He turned to look at the 2 clusters of fire trapped in the lightning barrier. Don't kill me, the fire was still wailing. Qin Feiyang raised his hand and was about to crush the fire. Li Feng hurriedly said, Qin Dage, give it to me. Give it to you? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. Li Feng nodded. Qin Feiyang frowned. With a wave of his hand, the lightning barrier dissipated. The two clusters of fire immediately wanted to escape. Stay. Li Feng snorted coldly. A blood-red vortex appeared between his eyebrows, emitting a bloody aura. After the blood-red vortex appeared, a blood-red light gushed out from the vortex. It turned out to be a blood-red hand. It was like a ghostly hand from hell. It grabbed the escaping fire, and then the blood-red hand returned to the blood-red vortex with the fire. The vortex also disappeared. Qin Feiyang looked at Li Feng's eyebrows with a face full of surprise. He actually swallowed 2 clusters of fire. What did that mean? After swallowing the 2 clusters of fire, Li Feng closed his eyes. There seemed to be a trace of enjoyment and intoxication on his face. Looking at this scene, Qin Feiyang became more and more puzzled. The eye of life and death opened again. He immediately saw an extremely strange scene in Li Feng's body. Chapter 3678. The 2 balls of light swallowed by the bloody vortex turned into pure energy and merged with Li Feng's law of darkness. That's right. It merged with Li Feng's law of darkness. After this energy merged, the strength of Li Feng's law of darkness seemed to have increased. Qin Feiyang's face was full of disbelief. The power of law could grow by swallowing other laws? This was the first time he had seen this. He suspected that this was an illusion, but after repeated confirmation, Li Feng's law of darkness was indeed a little stronger. Qin Dage. When Qin Feiyang opened the eye of life and death, Li Feng felt the familiar feeling from before. He immediately opened his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. The eye of life and death disappeared. Qin Feiyang looked at Li Feng and said, "What's going on? What's going on?" Li Feng was suspicious and a little flustered. Still playing dumb? You swallowed the 2 balls of fire and merged with the law of darkness, making it stronger. Is there no reason for this? Qin Feiyang said angrily. Li Feng's eyes trembled. Why couldn't even this escape Qin Dage's eyes? He hurriedly said, "Qin Dage, it's not a living person. It's just a soul of the dead. It's not a big deal." Soul of the dead? Qin Feiyang frowned. That's right. According to the blood ancestor, the creatures here are all skeletons. And these skeletons have been born with spiritual wisdom. They are called souls of the dead. Li Feng nodded. Qin Feiyang asked, "Then why did your law of darkness become stronger when you swallowed the souls of the dead?" "Because the souls of these skeletons contain the power of law. As long as I devour these laws, it can merge with my own. In this way, I don't need to comprehend the profundities of the laws. I can continue to improve the strength of my laws." Li Feng explained. "You can do this?" Qin Feiyang was shocked. "This is a supreme secret technique," Yi Futian said. "What the blood ancestor taught me is the same as how I devoured the flesh and blood of other creatures to improve my cultivation base." Speaking of this, Li Feng hastily waved his hand and said, "But don't be angry, I have never devoured anyone's laws in the sky cloud realm." Qin Feiyang was silent for a moment before he shook his head and sighed, "As long as you don't kill the innocent, it doesn't matter even if you devour other people's laws." Li Feng heaved a sigh of relief. He lowered his head and said, "Actually, even if I wanted to, I couldn't do it." "Can't do it?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Yes. The skeletons here are different from the creatures outside. The people and ferocious beasts outside have their own power of law, so even if I devour their souls, I won't be able to get the power of law. But the skeletons here are different. Their laws have fused with the souls of the undead. Devouring their souls is equivalent to devouring their laws. This is also the reason why the blood ancestor asked me to come to the Sky Bell Divine Treasury. Here, I can quickly become stronger and master various profound meanings. According to him, when I reach a certain point, I can even master the ultimate profound meaning." Li Feng explained. "In other words, you can only devour souls? And you can't devour laws alone?" Qin Feiyang asked. "No. To be exact, this supreme secret technique can only allow me to devour the souls of the undead. Li Feng said. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, according to what you said, isn't this secret technique tailor-made for the Sky Bell Divine Treasury? Although this secret technique was very powerful, it was useless outside. It was only effective in the Sky Bell Divine Treasury. Because only the Sky Bell Divine Treasury had souls of the undead. This was taught to me by the blood ancestor. I don't know. Li Feng shook his head. Are there any sequelae? Qin Feiyang asked. Such a terrifying secret technique shouldn't be so simple. I don't know. Li Feng shook his head again. You don't know anything and you dare to cultivate it? If there are any fatal sequelae, who can you reason with? When Qin Feiyang heard this, he immediately flew into a rage. As long as I can become stronger and master the ultimate profound meaning, it doesn't matter if there are sequelae. Li Feng clenched his fists, his attitude quite resolute. Looking at Li Feng's current appearance, Qin Feiyang really didn't know what to say. In order to become stronger, in order to find the dragons and take revenge, he had completely gone mad. Qin Dage, I know you are worried about me, but I don't regret it. When the dragons are destroyed, as long as you say the word, I will immediately kill myself in front of you. Li Feng looked at Qin Feiyang and said. Up to you. Qin Feiyang sighed. It was impossible to persuade the current Li Feng. He could only hope that the blood ancestor really didn't have any intention of harming others. Thank you, Qin Dage. Li Feng bowed. No matter when, he was grateful and in awe of Qin Feiyang. He could slaughter tens of millions of people and make a continent bleed, but he would never do anything to hurt Qin Feiyang. Since you want to devour the souls of the dead, I will fulfill your wish and let you step into the perfected sovereign realm quickly. Anyway, I also want to know what the blood ancestor is hiding. Qin Feiyang swept his gaze in all directions, looking for traces of skeletons. Li Feng was extremely touched. This big brother's concern for him had never changed. Very soon, he found more than a dozen skeletons in the surrounding mountains and rivers. These were the skeletons of fierce beasts, and each of them was as big as a mountain. Only the law of darkness? Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and asked. Yes. Li Feng said. Yes? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Yes. After devouring the souls of the dead, no matter what kind of law the other party is, it will become pure law energy. The 6 laws that I have mastered can all absorb this energy. Li Feng explained. I see. It looks similar to the law of devour. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, that is to say, the 6 laws that you have mastered now are all comprehended by your own ability? The law of death and the law of spacetime are inherited. The others are all comprehended by me. The law of slaughter is also comprehended by me. Li Feng said. I see. But it is still very powerful. Qin Feiyang smiled. To be able to comprehend the law of spacetime and the law of slaughter before becoming a great sovereign, this was already far beyond the monstrous geniuses of the Sky Cloud realm. No. The dragons, the Feng people, and the Kirin clan's monstrous geniuses were all far inferior to this kid. Not to mention anything else, just this point alone didn't disappoint him. Then where did you get the inheritance? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. This, Li Feng hesitated. Forget it if you don't want to say. Qin Feiyang waved his hand lightly. In fact, it wasn't difficult to think. In the Sky Cloud realm, besides the 4 forbidden areas, where else could there be the inheritance of the strongest law? So, it must be a forbidden area. Let's go. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and led Li Feng to start a hunt in this area. 2 days later, all the skeletons within 100 million miles were wiped out. There were a total of 500 to 600 skeletons. Li Feng swallowed the souls of these skeletons and really raised the strength of the law of darkness to the 4th profound. Furthermore, he had naturally grasped the profundities of the laws. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, Qin Feiyang wouldn't believe that there was such a ridiculous thing in the world. However, When he thought of the white-eyed wolf's innate ability, he was relieved. Because compared to the white-eyed wolf's heaven-defying ability, Li Feng's secret technique was still a long way off. At this time, the two stood in front of a city. The city covered an area of thousands of miles. It was dilapidated and there was no one to be found. It exuded a cold aura. However, in the city, both of them felt a lot of powerful auras. Qin Feiyang glanced at the ancient city and tried to contact the Black Tortoise realm, but he couldn't. It was as if there was an invisible force blocking the middle. Sure enough, the things in the illusion couldn't be taken seriously. Let's go, Qin Feiyang said without turning his head and stepped into the ancient city. Walking to the dilapidated streets, he looked at the devastated houses around him. Although this ancient city was broken out of shape, it wasn't difficult to see from the tall and majestic buildings that there was once an extremely prosperous civilization here. It was just that he didn't know what caused this civilization to disappear. Did a bloody battle happen here? Li Feng was suspicious. Where there are living creatures, there must be a battle. Perhaps many years later, the Sky Cloud realm will become like this and become a divine treasure in the eyes of future generations. Qin Feiyang sighed. This was the cruelty of war. War after war could gradually destroy a world. Suddenly, Li Feng pointed to a building on the left and said in surprise, "Qin Dage, look, there seems to be a sword there." Qin Feiyang looked up. The building on the left was a tall palace. It was also dilapidated and dilapidated. On one of the walls, there was a black long sword inserted. The two of them walked over and looked carefully. The black long sword was 3 feet long and 4 fingers wide. It was completely black and engraved with mysterious patterns. After confirming that there was no danger, Li Feng grabbed the sword and pulled it out. The body of the sword was full of cracks, and the blade was badly damaged. It was dim and dull. It's still a supreme-level divine weapon. Li Feng was shocked. Unfortunately, the weapon's spirit has been annihilated. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The sword was indeed a supreme-level divine weapon, but the weapon's spirit had already dissipated. A divine weapon without a weapon spirit had no value at all. Li Feng checked and found that there was indeed no weapon spirit, so he resentfully threw it away and looked around again. They had just entered the ancient city and already encountered a supreme-level divine weapon. Maybe they could find some treasures in this city? Sure enough, Li Feng saw a lot of divine weapons around again. But when he ran over to check them one by one, his face was full of disappointment. None of the divine weapons had a weapon spirit. There's no need to look specifically. A divine weapon with a weapon spirit will automatically repair the body. So, as long as it's a broken divine weapon, the weapon spirit must have been destroyed. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Yes. Li Feng patted his head. So many divine weapons have fallen. It's really unbelievable. What kind of earth-shattering battle happened here? Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. They had only walked one street, and they had already seen no less than 100 heaven-defying divine artifacts. Moreover, most of them were heaven-defying divine artifacts of the supreme level. Chapter 3679. The dilapidated ancient castle and the broken divine weapon seemed to be telling a sad story. War was the most ruthless. No one in this world would yearn for war. But sometimes, it was unavoidable. Unknowingly, Qin Feiyang led Li Feng to the center of the ancient city. This place was also riddled with holes. Countless divine weapons were scattered on the ground, but without exception, none of them had an artifact spirit. Many of them were even rusted. Qin Dage, there's a human skeleton here. Li Feng stood in a corner and shouted to Qin Feiyang, who was not far away. A human skeleton? Qin Feiyang was stunned and quickly walked over. He had been in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure for 2 days and had seen many ferocious beast skeletons, but he had never seen a human skeleton. Walking to Li Feng's side, Qin Feiyang looked at the corner. There was indeed a skeleton with its back against the wall and half lying on the ground. There was a sharp arrow in the forehead of the skull. This sharp arrow was also a supreme-level divine weapon. But under the erosion of time, it was already rusted. Obviously. This skeleton was pierced through the head by this sharp arrow when it was alive, and its divine soul was shattered. From the distribution of the bones, it's a woman. Li Feng squatted in front of the skeleton and carefully looked at it. Suddenly, he looked at the abdomen and pelvis of the skeleton and said in surprise, "And it's a pregnant woman." Qin Feiyang also looked at the abdomen of the skeleton. In the pelvis of the abdomen, there was indeed the skeleton of a baby. Although it was decayed, it was not difficult to distinguish. War is indeed ruthless. Li Feng sighed, grabbed the sharp arrow in the head, and gently pulled it out. But because the skeleton had long decayed, it turned into ashes with a slight movement. For us, this is a place full of opportunities and opportunities. But for the creatures who once lived here, this is undoubtedly a purgatory that they never want to remember. Why can't the people in the world put down their personal grudges and stop the war? The outbreak of war will not only hurt others, but also hurt themselves, and even make a prosperous civilization disappear. Is this price worth it? Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Looking at the scene before him, Qin Feiyang seemed to have comprehended something as images flashed through his mind. His body and mind also gradually entered a wonderful state. A will of war quietly spread out. Li Feng quickly noticed Qin Feiyang's abnormality and raised his head to size up Qin Feiyang. His eyes flickered with envy. Epiphany. As expected of Qin Dage, he had entered a state of epiphany. No one is allowed to disturb Qin Dage. Immediately, Li Feng scanned his surroundings vigilantly. When one was in a state of enlightenment, they were most afraid of being disturbed by others. If he were to awaken halfway through, no matter how much he comprehended, all his previous efforts would be wasted. He had thought that nothing unexpected would happen. After all, they had been in the ancient city for so long, but they had not seen a single skeleton. However, not long after, a terrifying aura suddenly surged from the eastern side of the ancient city. Li Feng was shocked and rose into the air like lightning. He raised his head to look at the eastern side of the city and his expression changed drastically. There was a large number of skeletons outside the city. It was white and eerie. They were all skeletons of ferocious beasts. Each of them was as huge as a mountain. There were a total of 500 to 600 of them, covering the sky and the earth. They had hunted many skeletons in the 2 days since they entered the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, but this was the first time they had seen so many skeletons in groups. Boom! Without waiting for Li Feng to come back to his senses, a terrifying aura also surged from the western side of the city. Li Feng turned his head to look and his face could not help but turn pale. A large number of skeletons also surged from the western side of the city. Whether it was the number or strength, they were not inferior to the skeletons surging from the east. What's going on? Li Feng looked back and forth at the skeletons on both sides. Why were there so many skeletons all of a sudden? Boom! At this time, a fierce aura also came from the southern and northern sides. What? Li Feng raised his head to look and found that a large group of skeletons also surged from the southern and northern sides of the city. Vast and mighty, their ferocious auras overflowed to the heavens. What the hell is going on? Li Feng frowned. There were so many skeletons surging from all 4 directions at the same time. In total, there were at least 3,000 skeletons. Could it be that they had encountered a skeleton tide? But that was not right. The Blood Ancestor did not say that there would be a skeleton tide in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. The so-called skeleton tide was more like a beast tide. Li Feng observed for a while and found that the skeletons in all directions seemed to have rushed out of the ancient city. He made a prompt decision to activate the law of force, slaughter, space-time, death, and devour. The power of the 5 great laws emerged and condensed into 5 enchantments. Layer after layer, they protected Qin Feiyang. 5 barriers, 5 layers of protection. Moreover, these 5 barriers had the effect of soundproofing. Human, fresh blood, thousands of skeletons surged into the ancient city and their eyes instantly locked onto Li Feng who was standing in the sky. The fire in their eyes emitted a strong desire. Boom! The next moment, all the skeletons were like a pack of hungry wolves, crazily pouncing on Li Feng. Courting death. Li Feng's eyes turned cold. The slaughter law was activated and turned into waves of blood, carrying a destructive aura, surging toward the skeletons in all directions. However, these thousands of skeletons did not stop at all, and their bodies also surged with the power of a law. Except for the strongest law, almost all the other laws were present. For example, the metal law, the sword law, the earth law, and so on. Coupled with their tough bodies, the waves of blood formed from Li Feng's laws of slaughter were unable to cause any actual harm to them at all. They continued to crush them unstoppably. So strong? Li Feng raised his eyebrows, and his blood-red eyes were filled with a monstrous murderous aura. Without hesitation, he activated the slaughter law's ultimate meaning. Slaughter hell. The sky instantly turned into a sea of blood, and a terrifying murderous aura shrouded the world. Crack. The next moment, countless blood-red lightning poured down from the sea of blood, and the world instantly turned into a purgatory. The skeletons were constantly shattered. After all, this was the ultimate meaning. Although his cultivation was weaker by a small realm, the power of the ultimate meaning could completely make up for the gap of a realm. At the same time, the blood-red vortex between Li Feng's eyebrows appeared again. A large blood-red hand stretched out from the vortex, grabbed the souls of the dead, and swallowed them all. These skeletons were a great tonic for him. Dozens of skeletons suddenly noticed Qin Feiyang below and immediately chose to pounce toward Qin Feiyang. You're all courting death. Li Feng roared. Endless blood-red lightning, carrying an aura that could destroy the world, blasted out. Dozens of skeletons were shattered on the spot, and the souls of the dead were all caught by the bloody hand. Just nice, I'll use you guys to break through to the sovereign realm. Li Feng laughed maniacally as he killed madly. Qin Feiyang, who was inside the barrier, was completely unaware of the situation outside. With the protection of the 5 barriers, in addition to the soundproofing effect, it was as if he was in a sealed space, and the surroundings were incomparably quiet. Outside, the slaughter hell shrouded the world, and blood energy surged, and the murderous aura was astonishing. Apart from the place where Qin Feiyang was, the entire ancient city was almost destroyed. Li Feng was like a demon god, crazily slaughtering. But suddenly, the ground below surged with a terrifying aura. Following closely, a blood-red sword, tearing the ground apart, slashed toward Li Feng with the power to destroy the world. He was caught off guard. A wound immediately appeared on Li Feng's body, and blood flowed out. What? This sword awakened him from the slaughter, and he hurriedly retreated, looking at the blood-red sword. This sword, as if stained with blood, emitted a strong smell of blood. A trace of shock crawled up Li Feng's face. It was actually a supreme-level heaven-defying divine artifact with an artifact spirit. Clang! The blood-red sword recovered, and slashed toward the barrier where Qin Feiyang was. How dare you! With a thought from Li Feng, the supreme-level heaven-defying divine artifact that was hidden in his body immediately rushed out. This was also a sword, and similarly, the blood-red light was monstrous, as if it was a demonic weapon from hell. Blood Drinker magic sword, quickly stop it! Li Feng roared angrily. Accompanied by a loud clang, the Blood Drinker magic sword recovered, and its sharp edge tore the heavens and the earth. In an instant, it crossed the barrier above and attacked the blood-red sword. Clang! The two heaven-defying divine artifacts fought together. Li Feng also killed the surrounding skeletons again. After the previous massacre, only half of the skeletons were left. As he absorbed the souls of the undead of these skeletons, his law of darkness was also rapidly advancing toward the 5th profound. But at this moment, on the ground below, another powerful aura emerged. Li Feng was shocked at once. He looked down and saw a blood shadow, rushing out from the ground with a whoosh. Its speed was as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Li Feng. following closely. A blood-red bone claw reached toward Li Feng's lower abdomen. Is this a coincidence? Li Feng's hair stood on end, and he retreated without hesitation. It actually attacked his lower abdomen directly? One must know. The Qi was in the lower abdomen. Usually, when fighting with an enemy, one would seize the opportunity to destroy the opponent's Qi. But now, the opponent he was facing was not a living person, but a dead skeleton. After death, skeletons were not fully conscious. For example, the surrounding skeletons of ferocious beasts, they were all fighting instinctively. Since they were fighting instinctively, how could they know to destroy the opponent's Qi? I didn't expect your reaction to be so fast. A sinister laugh sounded. Li Feng was shocked. This tone seemed to be no different from a living person. He hurriedly raised his head and looked at the blood shadow standing opposite him. He didn't know why, but he was shocked. The blood shadow standing opposite him was indeed a skeleton. But the difference was that this skeleton was blood-red all over, and the soul of the undead in its eye sockets was also like a blood-red flame, jumping crazily. The most important thing was, this skeleton was not a ferocious beast, but a human. There was actually a human-shaped skeleton. And it seemed to have given birth to a complete consciousness. Obediently hand over your body, as long as I absorb your blood, maybe I can condense flesh and blood. The human-shaped skeleton laughed, looked at the surrounding skeletons of ferocious beasts, and shouted, "Kill!" Boom! At that moment, the surrounding skeletons of ferocious beasts pounced on Li Feng crazily, completely disregarding their own lives. Chapter 3680. So you're the one behind this. Li Feng's eyes turned cold. He was wondering why there were so many skeletons. It turned out that someone was secretly controlling them. In other words, from the moment they entered the ancient city, they had already attracted the attention of this human-shaped skeleton. The human-shaped skeleton did this to kill them and absorb their flesh and blood. Because in these 2 days, the skeletons they encountered could absorb the flesh and blood of living creatures to strengthen themselves. However, this matter was very funny in Li Feng's eyes. Because it had always been him absorbing the flesh and blood of others. Thinking back, whether it was in the ancient world, Nether King's Hell, or later in the Sky Cloud realm, he didn't even know how many had died in his hands and had their flesh and blood sucked dry by him. But now, someone actually had ideas about him? And it was a skeleton? In this aspect, you still have to call me old ancestor? Boom! The massacre hell enveloped all directions. The remaining half of the skeletons were constantly shattered. The profound meaning is indeed powerful. The human-shaped skeleton stood at the side and nodded. There was no fear in it at all, as if it had something to rely on in its hands. Li Feng was very comfortable now. It wasn't the killing that made him comfortable. It was the souls of the dead that made his law of darkness stronger. He had a hunch. As long as he absorbed all the souls of the dead here, his law of darkness should be able to reach the fifth profound meaning. The human-shaped skeleton soon noticed this as well. What was going on? He was actually absorbing the souls of the dead? Seeing that Li Feng was getting braver as he fought, the human-shaped skeleton took a step forward, and a surge of law of slaughter rolled out. The sky was filled with blood-red lightning roaring and surging toward Li Feng. Massacre hell. Li Feng's face suddenly changed. A mere skeleton had actually grasped the ultimacy of the supreme realm? Boom! He quickly waved his hand, and the lightning around him turned into a torrent and rushed toward the skeleton's profound meaning. Accompanied by a heaven-shaking explosion, a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions with this place as the center. Li Feng's body shook, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he retreated. After all, his cultivation was only at the perfect sovereign realm. And this human-shaped skeleton, judging from its aura, definitely had the strength of a perfect sovereign realm. This is purgatory. None of the living beings who come here can leave alive. The human-shaped skeleton snickered. He took a step forward and threw a punch at Li Feng. Li Feng immediately summoned his armor. Crack! The human-shaped skeleton's fist landed on the armor. A crack immediately appeared on the armor, and Li Feng was once again sent flying by the terrifying power. This made Li Feng extremely shocked. After all, he was wearing a supreme-level armor. The strength of a single punch was able to shatter the armor. Didn't that mean the strength of the human-shaped skeleton had already reached the 9 heavens supreme level? Don't resist anymore. Just obediently become my sacrifice. The human-shaped skeleton laughed sinisterly. Not only had he grasped the ultimate profoundness of the law of slaughter, but he also possessed the heaven-defying body and strength of an autarch. He was practically a human-shaped weapon. For a time, Li Feng was beaten back again and again. Although his strength was not bad, his cultivation was his fatal weakness. If he was a paragon sovereign, he definitely wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Breakthrough. Only by breaking through can I turn defeat into victory. Li Feng turned his head to look at the surrounding skeletons. Their blood-red eyes were filled with desire. Even though these skeletons were not fully conscious, they couldn't help but feel a sense of fear at this moment. Swish. In the next instant, Li Feng activated his supreme-level support divine technique. Like a grim reaper, he crazily slaughtered the skeletons around him. Behind him, the human-shaped skeleton's every move was fatal. About a dozen breaths later, the armor on Li Feng's body finally reached its limit and fell apart. Without the armor, Li Feng's situation was even worse. In just a dozen breaths, he had slaughtered more than half of the skeletons. The souls of the dead turned into pure law energy and continuously merged with the law of darkness. He felt that he was getting closer and closer to breaking through. You can actually absorb the souls of the dead. Looks like I can't keep you alive. The human-shaped skeleton roared. As the ultimate profoundness of the law of slaughter was activated, blood-red lightning fell from the sky like a huge blood-red python. It carried an aura of destruction as it charged towards Li Feng. Li Feng's eyes darkened, and his physical body expanded. In just a moment, his body was 100,000 feet long. This was the 5th profoundness of the law of force, 100,000 feet long divine body. Following closely, the ultimate profoundness of the law of slaughter, the 5th profoundness of the law of space, the law of devour, and the law of death were all activated. Now, Li Feng could be said to have no reservations as he roared, "Shatter all of you." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 gigantic hands that covered the sky and the earth slammed towards the surrounding skeletons. The ultimate profoundness of the law of slaughter and the 5th profoundness of the 3 supreme laws all attacked the ultimate profoundness of the human-shaped skeleton. On one hand, it resisted the killing move of the human-shaped skeleton. On the other hand, it slaughtered the skeletons and absorbed the souls of the dead. Because of the shattering of his armor, he could not hold on for much longer. If he could not step into the sovereign realm, then he could only die. Boom! The surrounding skeletons were not in suspense. As the 2 giant hands fell, the remaining skeletons were all instantly smashed into pieces. The blood-red hand between his eyebrows also crazily expanded, grabbing all the souls of the dead and returning them to his body. At the same time, the ultimate profoundness of the law of slaughter and the 5th profoundness of the 3 supreme laws also fiercely collided with the ultimate profoundness of the human-shaped skeleton. Even with the ultimate profoundness of the law of slaughter and the 5th profoundness of the 3 supreme laws, it was still not a match for the human-shaped skeleton. It could not resist at all and was directly smashed into pieces. This was the gap between realms. As long as there was a gap between realms, it was useless no matter how many supreme laws one had mastered. Unless it was the ultimate profoundness of the supreme laws. For example, if Li Feng had mastered the ultimate profoundness of a supreme law, then even if there was a small barrier between their realms, he could still completely crush the human-shaped skeleton. Li Feng was heavily injured again, smashing into the ground below like a meteorite, blood gushing out of his body. However, just when he was full of expectations and thought that he could successfully step into the sovereign realm after devouring all the souls of the dead, he realized that it was still not enough. Just a little more. He consumed a divine life pill, endured the intense pain all over his body, and leaped up. Standing in the air, he scanned his surroundings, but there were no other skeletons in front of him. Die. It was also at this moment. The human-shaped skeleton rushed in front of Li Feng in one step, and its fist erupted with a force that could destroy heaven and earth. Get lost. Li Feng roared. It wasn't easy for him to comprehend the ultimate profoundness of the law of slaughter and master the three supreme laws. Before he could even start to shine, he was going to die here? No one would be willing to die like this. His whole body was like a raging beast as he threw a punch. Accompanied by a cracking sound, his arm was shattered on the spot under the terrifying power of the human-shaped skeleton. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Immediately, he also flew out horizontally, dripping with blood. What a waste, what a waste. Looking at the flesh and blood flying all over the sky, the human-shaped skeleton shook its head in annoyance and once again charged towards Li Feng. The Sky Bell divine treasure is indeed terrifying. Even a random skeleton has such powerful strength. No. It seems that from the beginning to the end, I didn't see him activate the divine art. In the nick of time, Li Feng grabbed a wisp of spiritual light and used the supreme level support divine art to escape into the sky like lightning. The human-shaped skeleton's punch missed, and looking at Li Feng who escaped, it was extremely angry. Sure enough. Li Feng stopped in the void in the distance and looked at the human-shaped skeleton. His blood-stained face couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile. Although his strength wasn't as good as the other party, he had the supreme level support divine art. As long as he continued to drag it out, when Qin Dage woke up, with Qin Dage's strength, it would be easy to deal with such a thing. At the same time, he could also find fierce beast skeletons and upgrade the law of darkness to the fifth profoundness. As long as he stepped into the sovereign realm, there was no need for Qin Dage to make a move. He had full confidence that he could kill this skeleton. With this thought, Li Feng looked at the human-shaped skeleton and provoked, Come, let's continue. The bloody flames in the human-shaped skeleton's eyes continued to flicker. Suddenly, it turned around and activated the supreme profoundness of the law of slaughter, charging towards Qin Feiyang below. How dare you! Li Feng roared. He never thought that the human-shaped skeleton would be so smart to choose to attack Qin Feiyang. This was forcing him to fight head-on. Li Feng gritted his teeth. Li Feng decisively activated the supreme level support divine art and flew above Qin Feiyang. Looking at the rolling blood-red lightning, his heart was shrouded in the aura of death. Seems like I can only activate that move, Li Feng murmured, his eyes were a little hesitant. Looking down at Qin Feiyang, he finally made up his mind. No matter what, he had to protect this big brother of his. But at this moment, inside the enchantment, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted. Li Feng was shocked and hurriedly looked down. He saw the 5 barriers he had set up shattering one by one. They couldn't withstand that aura at all. This aura came from Qin Feiyang. At this moment, Qin Feiyang's body was surging with a shocking battle intent, as if an ancient god of war had returned. Clang! The next moment, with a loud bang, the precepts of war rolled out in all directions. Supreme profoundness, war domain. As Qin Feiyang spoke, it was as if a heavenly bell rang in the sky, deafening. Boom! The law of war domain. A huge domain appeared, enveloping the world. Supreme profoundness. Li Feng's eyes trembled. Was this Qin Dage's epiphany? He never thought that he would actually comprehend the supreme profoundness of the law of war. The law of destruction, the law of karma, the law of thunder, and the law of war. Now, Qin Dage had mastered 4 supreme profoundness. He was getting closer and closer to becoming a supreme expert. The so-called supreme experts referred to those supreme existences who had mastered the 6 supreme profounds. In the blink of an eye, with the appearance of the war domain, Qin Feiyang suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of divine light shot out from his eyes as he looked at the human-shaped skeleton. Chapter 3681. A human skeleton? This also surprised Qin Feiyang. He had just woken up and knew nothing about what had happened. Therefore, not only did he see the human-shaped skeleton, but he was also very surprised when he saw the supreme meaning of the law of slaughter. Qin Dage. Li Feng was pleasantly surprised. He rushed behind Qin Feiyang. However, the supreme meaning of the law of slaughter had already arrived. Streaks of blood-colored lightning emitted a destructive aura. There was no time to explain to Qin Feiyang. Li Feng only reminded him, "Be careful." Qin Feiyang did not reply, nor did he do anything. The power of law and the bloodshed domain gathered from all directions and finally condensed into a thick black shield wall in front of him. Boom! The blood-colored lightning struck. The black shield wall collapsed, and the blood-colored lightning also dissipated. This, Li Feng was dumbfounded. How did he do it? Seeing that the situation was not good, the human-shaped skeleton immediately turned and fled out of the domain. Clang! However, with a thought from Qin Feiyang, a terrifying divine might erupted from the war barrier. Then, a thick and heavy shield wall appeared all around the war barrier. Inside the barrier, it immediately became a space isolated from the outside world. Qin Feiyang sized up the human-shaped skeleton and asked, was he the one who activated the supreme meaning of the law of slaughter? Li Feng scanned the bloodshed domain and nodded. Yes, he activated it. His body and strength have both reached the supreme level. Is that so? Qin Feiyang stepped forward and punched the human-shaped skeleton. Humph! The human-shaped skeleton snorted coldly. The skeleton clenched its fist and punched out without dodging. Boom! The two fists collided, and both of them took a step back. It has indeed reached the supreme level. Qin Feiyang muttered. Moreover, compared to the skeletons he had encountered before, this human-shaped skeleton was more agile, and its mind was more active. It seemed to be no different from a living person. Qin Dage, help me. This skeleton is very powerful. The law energy of the soul of the undead must be even more powerful. If I can devour his law energy, I might be able to step into the sovereign realm. Li Feng stared at the human-shaped skeleton, his eyes full of desire. So fast? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Li Feng said, you don't know. When you were in enlightenment, he summoned thousands of skeletons, and their souls have already been devoured by me. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. With a wave, Li Feng immediately appeared outside the domain. He then looked at the human-shaped skeleton. Let me see how capable you are to dare to plot against us. The human-shaped skeleton snickered as it once again unleashed its ultimate profundity of the law of slaughter. The bloodshed domain immediately turned into a sea of blood. Bolts of blood-colored lightning roared like giant pythons. Qin Feiyang said. A storm appeared out of nowhere and swept out in all directions. This was formed by the law of war, and it contained unparalleled lethality. The blood-colored lightning and the storm constantly collided, and a destructive aura surged in the domain like angry waves. Looks like you're nothing much. The human-shaped skeleton grinned. Is that so? You probably haven't experienced the power of the bloodshed domain before. As Qin Feiyang's voice fell, a terrifying aura of war erupted in the domain like a volcano. The next moment, the human-shaped skeleton's law of slaughter seemed to be suppressed, and its power directly dropped by a level. What? The human-shaped skeleton was shocked. After the power of the massacre nomological laws was suppressed, the storm formed by the battle array nomological laws crushed the blood-colored lightning and engulfed the human-shaped skeleton in an instant. Every wind blade emitted a monstrous sharpness. Even though the human-shaped skeleton's bones had reached the supreme level, they were still rapidly cracking and shattering. No, the human-shaped skeleton roared in horror. It's too late. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and waved his hand, activating the highest level of the law of destruction. The statue of the god of destruction was like a god that had stepped into the world, and a palm fell. Ah! Accompanied by a shrill scream, the human-shaped skeleton shattered on the spot, and the soul of the dead in its eye sockets also disintegrated. Qin Feiyang stepped forward and grabbed the soul of the dead. He then scanned the bloodshed domain, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Just as he was about to leave the bloodshed domain, an even more terrifying battle intent erupted from his forehead. This battle intent far surpassed his own battle intent. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was shocked and touched his forehead. Boom! The terrifying battle intent actually blasted his hand away. The next moment, a divine light flashed past his forehead, and it was as if a peerless god of war had descended. Li Feng, who was outside, could not help but tremble. Qin Feiyang raised his head to take a look. To his surprise, he discovered that there was actually a large character floating in the sky, flickering with divine light. Battle. Looking at the word of battle, Qin Feiyang's face was filled with astonishment. Because he was too familiar with this word. It was the word of battle, on the 6-word divine art. What the hell? When he comprehended the law of life and death in the illusion, the word life and death appeared. Now that he had comprehended the highest level of the law of war, the word battle also appeared. Could it be that the battle word actually contained the epitome of the law of war? Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang became inexplicably excited. If that was the case, then wouldn't the return, advance, and kill be the same? Suddenly, the battle word floating in the sky suddenly collapsed, turning into a waterfall and merging into Qin Feiyang's body. Looking at Qin Feiyang's sea of consciousness. At this moment, there were already 2 epitomes in his sea of consciousness. One was the epitome of the law of thunder. The other was the epitome of the law of life and death. At this moment, next to these 2 epitomes, another epitome gradually condensed. A moment later, when the epitome was formed, Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. It was really the epitome of the law of war. With the appearance of this epitome, he seemed to have a new understanding of the law of war. After the excitement, Qin Feiyang went into deep thought again. Why did the epitome of the law of life and death immediately appear when he comprehended the law of life and death, but the epitome of the law of war would only appear after he comprehended the highest level of the law of war? If the kill word, advance word, and a return word indeed contained the epitome of the law of war, then would they only appear after he comprehended the highest level of the law of war? After pondering for a moment, Qin Feiyang could only attribute it to the fact that the law of life and death was too difficult to comprehend, so the epitome appeared in advance. But no matter what, to him, this was a matter worth celebrating. Because in the future, he did not need to look for the epitome of the law of war, nor did he need to comprehend it himself. This inadvertently saved him a lot of time. Moreover, he might not be able to comprehend it himself. Looking at it now, it was indeed as the castle said. The 6-word divine art was his life's treasure. It was also at this moment that he finally realized the true power of the 6-word divine art. Whoosh! Taking a deep breath, Qin Feiyang suppressed the joy in his heart. With a thought, the bloodshed domain immediately collapsed. Qin Dage. Li Feng immediately ran to Qin Feiyang and asked in surprise, "What was that battle intent just now?" Because the bloodshed domain was sealed by the shield wall, he only sensed the battle intent and did not see the appearance of the battle word. Nothing. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and threw the undead soul to Li Feng. "Thank you." Li Feng looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously and then smiled gratefully. He immediately opened the blood-colored vortex between his eyebrows and swallowed the undead soul. As expected. The law of war energy contained in the human-shaped skeleton's undead soul far surpassed that of the ferocious beast skeletons. After absorbing this energy, his law of darkness immediately charged to the 5th level of the law of war. Boom! At the same time, a powerful aura erupted uncontrollably. His cultivation directly stepped into the sovereign realm. So fast. Qin Feiyang muttered. It had only been 2 days since he entered the Heavenly Bell Divine Treasure, and this kid had already stepped into the 5th from the 3rd level of the Law of War. Apart from the white-eyed wolf's heaven-defying ability, he really couldn't think of anyone else who could match Li Feng's speed. "I've finally stepped into this step." Li Feng was also very excited. The difference between the sovereign realm and the sovereign realm was like heaven and earth. Only by stepping into the sovereign realm would one have the capital to establish a foothold in the sky cloud realm. The most important thing was, after stepping into the sovereign realm, he was qualified to know the truth about the blood ancestor. The fifth level of the law of war is just a new beginning. The next level of the law of war is the true goal to pursue. So, you can't be complacent. Qin Feiyang warned. I know. Li Feng nodded, restrained his aura, and asked, Qin Dage, the law of war seems to be very powerful? It's all right. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. All right? Li Feng was speechless and curiously asked, what abilities does the bloodshed domain have? There are quite a lot of abilities. First, the bloodshed domain can give us endless fighting spirit. Second, the bloodshed domain can suppress the power of the other party's law. Finally, the bloodshed domain can become a prison and can also evolve some offensive methods at will. For example, the storm from before was something I evolved at will. It can be considered as both offense and defense. Qin Feiyang said. Evolve at will? Li Feng was slightly stunned and said in surprise, isn't this the same as the law of space's law of war's law of war? It's not the same. The law of space's law of war's law of war can be evolved at will, but the law of war can only be evolved in the bloodshed domain. There's a big difference. Qin Feiyang smiled. Li Feng nodded and asked, then, does the suppression of the other party's law of war also require the other party to enter the bloodshed domain? That's right. Moreover, this ability to suppress the power of law of war is only effective against ordinary laws. It's meaningless against an ultimate law. Actually, the biggest advantage of the bloodshed domain is that it allows one to have endless fighting spirit. Compared to the fifth level profound, it's countless times stronger. It's basically equivalent to having an immortal body. Qin Feiyang explained. Then, it seems that the ultimate law is still more powerful. Li Feng said in realization. That's of course. Otherwise, why would it be called an ultimate law? However, in my opinion, among all the laws, the law of war is the most practical. Because in a battle, especially when facing an opponent of equal strength, the law of war can make us invincible in a prolonged battle. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. That's true. If we were to break it down, the law of war should be a kind of support-type law. Li Feng nodded. Support type, Qin Feiyang murmured and smiled disapprovingly. In the past, he also thought so. However, after fusing with the law of war's miniature version, he faintly felt that the battle formula's ultimate law should also have unparalleled terrifying power. Of course. Regardless of whether it was an offensive or support-type law, an ultimate law or an ordinary law, as long as it was an ultimate law, it would definitely be heaven-defying. Chapter 3683. High up in the sky. The battle between the two supreme-level heaven-defying divine artifacts was not over yet. The blood sword had actually wanted to escape a long time ago. After all, even the human-shaped skeleton had been killed. Unfortunately, it was entangled by Li Feng's divine artifact and was unable to escape. A supreme-level heaven-defying divine artifact was still very valuable. Because there was a chance that it could evolve into a dominator divine weapon. Qin Feiyang made a move and suppressed the blood sword. At the same time, in the distance, two figures flew over. One of them looked at the place where Qin Feiyang and Li Feng were from afar, and frowned. The battle fluctuations have already disappeared, I wonder who is fighting? The other person sneered, who cares who he is, as long as he is of help to us. Finished. The two of them retracted their auras and quietly sneaked over. When the two of them arrived outside the ancient city, they looked at Qin Feiyang and Li Feng who were standing in the air and frowned. I didn't expect my luck to be so bad, to actually meet this little bastard. I'm sure I'm a little unlucky. From the conversation between the two of them, it was obvious that they were Qin Feiyang's opponents. Moreover, he hated Qin Feiyang quite a bit. What should we do? One of them asked. The other pondered for a moment, then said, although this little bastard is very annoying, it is undeniable that he is very strong. We might as well make use of him. Use him? I'm afraid that in the end, it will be us who will be used by him. In the end, who is using who, that will depend on whose methods are more powerful. The two of them discussed for a moment before taking action. Looking at Qin Feiyang again. After suppressing the blood-red sword and forcing it to swear a blood oath, Qin Feiyang prepared to leave with Li Feng. But at this moment, a beam of sword light appeared and smashed through the sky as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It then charged towards Qin Feiyang and the other man. Qin Feiyang and Li Feng raised their heads to look, and their pupils immediately shrank. This was the sword light of a Dominator divine weapon. And the aura was quite familiar. White Dragon Sword. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with killing intent. He did not hesitate to take out the Death God's sword and slashed forward. That was right. This sword light came from the White Dragon clan's sovereign divine weapon, the White Dragon Sword. With a loud bang, the sword light shattered on the spot. Whoosh! Just as the sword light shattered, the two people hiding in the dark soared into the air and flew away without looking back. You came here to attack me, and now you want to leave just like that? Qin Feiyang coldly snorted. Holding the sword of the Grim Reaper, he used the space-time step and chased after him like a bolt of lightning. Who are they? Li Feng also activated his supreme-grade support divine art and chased after him. The patriarchs of the White Dragon clan and the Black Dragon clan are truly enemies on a narrow road. Qin Feiyang sneered. He had seen these two when he ambushed them at the Death Glacier. You're courting death. Killing intent flashed in Li Feng's eyes. Don't underestimate them. After all of them have grasped the 6 profound meanings and sovereign weapons. Qin Feiyang reminded. He wasn't afraid because he had the ancient castle, the Grim Reaper's sword, the 3,000 incarnations, the Eye of Heaven, and the super forbidden technique, the 9 underworld's dragon flames. But Li Feng was different. Although Li Feng was also at the perfection sovereign realm, he was still far from a supreme expert. Suddenly, the white dragons turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked, Qin Feiyang, how about we cooperate? Cooperation? Qin Feiyang was surprised. They actually proposed cooperation? However, was there a need for him to cooperate with the dragons? Besides, if they really wanted to cooperate, why would they sneak attack him? The black dragons also said, the Heaven Bell divine treasure is extremely dangerous. Even you might not be able to survive. So, if we cooperate, it will be beneficial to you and us. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, you guys stop first. Let's find a place to sit down and slowly discuss the cooperation. The white and black dragons looked at each other and asked, are you sure you won't attack us after we stop? I'm sure. Qin Feiyang nodded. When the two of them heard this, they really stopped. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. Holding the Death God's sword, he charged forward. Despicable person, you went back on your word. The two of them cursed and began to flee again. Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear. Despicable person? What a joke. The people who came to sneak attack him time and time again actually had the face to call him a despicable person. Li Feng sneered and said, the dignified patriarch of the dragons actually only knows how to escape. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at if this spreads out? The two of them couldn't help but look at Li Feng, their brows slightly raised. Only now did they notice Li Feng's aura. Gathering ruthlessness, bloodthirstiness, and baleful aura in one body, he was a living devil who killed people like scything flax. Who was he? They had never seen him before. It seems that the dragons aren't much. Not to mention Big Brother Qin, even I would be able to crush you all to death like ants. Li Feng's face was full of disdain. Arrogant. The black dragons were furious. Don't be impulsive, the plan is more important. The white dragons secretly comforted him. The black dragons coldly snorted and stared at Li Feng, what's your name? My name is Li Feng. I am your grandfather, Li Feng. Li Feng said proudly. Good. Very good. I will remember your name. The black dragon smiled coldly. So what if you remember? Do you still dare to touch me? Li Feng sneered. He had always hated the dragons. Although the dragons of the Sky Cloud Realm and the dragons of the Ancient Realm had nothing to do with each other, it still couldn't eliminate the hatred in his heart. Preposterous. This is really preposterous. Nowadays, anyone dares to ride on the head of our dragon clan and behave atrociously. The black dragons were furious. Don't worry. Let's talk about it after we get that thing. The white dragon's eyes flickered. Unknowingly, the four of them chased over a valley. When passing over the valley, a cold light flashed in the white dragon's eyes. With a wave of his hand, a divine power blasted into the valley below, and the valley was razed to the ground on the spot. Brother Qin, you guys help cover the rear. When we find reinforcements, we will come back to pick you up. Immediately after, the white dragons looked at Qin Feiyang and Li Feng and shouted. A wave of spacetime law emerged, and the next moment, he activated momentary time and left with the black dragons like lightning. Cover the rear? Qin Feiyang and Li Feng were stunned. What did he mean? Moreover, the White Dragon clan leader had mastered the ultimate profundity of time arrays? Since he had such a method, why didn't he activate it before? Why wait until now? Boom! Just as Qin Feiyang and Li Feng were surprised, a terrifying aura suddenly emerged from the valley below. Immediately after, skeletons rushed out of the valley and stood in the void in front of Qin Feiyang and Li Feng. Qin Feiyang and Li Feng were stunned. There were a total of 10 skeletons, and all of them were human-shaped skeletons. Moreover, just like the human-shaped skeletons they encountered in the ancient city, their bones were blood-red. So many? At this moment, Qin Feiyang suddenly realized and frowned. They are using us. Use? Li Feng was surprised. That's right. They already knew that there were human-shaped skeletons here, so they deliberately lured us here. This is also the reason why they didn't activate momentary time before. Qin Feiyang nodded. The white dragons had momentary time. If they really wanted to escape, with his and Li Feng's speed, they wouldn't be able to catch up. Then why are they doing this? Li Feng was suspicious. I don't know. Maybe there are some treasures here. Qin Feiyang guessed. Treasures. Li Feng's spirit shook, but then he frowned, and said, that's not right, they all have Dominator divine weapons. If there really is any treasure, they can just snatch it away. Why would they go through so much trouble to lure us here? Maybe, the real situation is not as simple as what we see now. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He looked at the 10 human-shaped skeletons, and said, everyone, they are not on our side, don't be deceived by them. Do you think we are that easy to fool? I told you to cover the retreat, and you are not on the same side? The 10 human-shaped skeletons let out a shrill laugh and charged towards Qin Feiyang and Li Feng one after another. It seems that I am thinking too much. You guys don't have the ability to judge right from wrong. If that's the case, then destroy them all. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. The death god's sword tore through the sky, and slashed out. Dominator divine weapon? The 10 human-shaped skeletons were shocked and decisively retreated. You want to escape in the face of a Dominator divine weapon? Li Feng's face was full of disdain. At the same time, his eyes were filled with desire. The power of law contained in the souls of the 10 human-shaped skeletons was definitely beyond imagination. However, Qin Feiyang did not chase after the 10 human-shaped skeletons. Seeing the 10 human-shaped skeletons retreat, he immediately swept up Li Feng and continued to chase in the direction of the white dragons. Why didn't you kill them? Li Feng was suspicious. I feel that this matter is not so simple. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The white and black dragons both had Dominator divine weapons, but they chose to use them to deal with the human-shaped skeletons. No matter how one looked at it, it did not seem normal. So it was best not to fight, the best plan was to retreat. Clang! But at the next moment, accompanied by two loud sounds, two sword rays shattered the ground and rushed out. What? Li Feng's expression changed. Qin Feiyang's expression also changed. Dominator Divine Weapons. And two Dominator Divine Weapons. There was indeed a problem. As soon as the two sword rays appeared, they went straight for Qin Feiyang and Li Feng. The surrounding void and earth began to collapse and sink. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened. He grabbed the sword of Thanatos and slashed at the two sword rays. Boom! The two sword rays shattered. Not bad, not bad. Someone actually dares to come and offend this Lord's divine might. Accompanied by two cold laughter, two battle swords appeared one after another, carrying the power to destroy the world, in front and behind Qin Feiyang and Li Feng. One was golden, as if it was made of gold. The other was silver-white, as if it was cast with silver foil, dazzling divine light. It's really two Dominator Divine Weapons. Qin Feiyang and Li Feng looked at each other. But at the next moment, their eyes shone with green light. The Sky Bell Divine Treasure indeed had a Dominator Divine Weapon. Moreover, as the Sky Bell Divine Treasure's Dominator Divine Weapon, it must be an ownerless item. Since it was an ownerless item, didn't that mean there was a chance to subdue it? No. The white and black dragons already had Dominator Divine Weapons. If it was really possible to subdue it, why would the two dragons give such a good opportunity to them? Without a doubt, these two were definitely difficult to chew. Chapter 3684. The Golden Battle Sword sneered, "Last night, your two accomplices overestimated themselves and came over to subdue us, asking us to serve them. However, in the end, they were beaten away by us, but I didn't expect them to still not give up. A mere two humans and two divine dragons actually want our sovereign divine weapon to submit to them. They really overestimate themselves." The silver battle sword also laughed in disdain. Qin Feiyang and Li Feng looked at each other. It was indeed a trap. They looked in the direction where the black dragons and the white dragons had escaped. The two of them had long since disappeared. However, they dared to conclude. The two of them definitely did not leave. They must be hiding somewhere nearby, waiting for them to fight with the two sovereign divine weapons. In the end, both sides would be injured, and then they would come out and reap the benefits. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze, looked at the two sovereign divine weapons, and said, "You two, please believe me, we are really not in cahoots with them." Boom! However, what responded to Qin Feiyang were two sharp sword lights. Qin Feiyang waved the death god's sword, shattering the two sword lights, and said angrily, "Don't be used by them." Use? Huh, do you really think this sovereign is stupid? We'll talk about it later. Even if you are not accomplices, as long as you are an outsider, you should be killed. The golden battle sword sneered, and immediately recovered, rushing towards Qin Feiyang. Retreat. Be careful of the sneak attacks of the black and white dragons. Qin Feiyang secretly warned Li Feng, and then resolutely rushed towards the golden battle sword. Because there was no way to avoid it. Moreover, if the sovereign divine weapon was determined to kill you, then it would really be difficult for you to escape. However, he didn't really care about the two sovereign divine weapons. He was most worried about the black dragon patriarch and white dragon patriarch. The two of them were lurking in the dark, like two ticking time bombs, making people unable to feel at ease. Li Feng retreated like lightning. At this moment, of course, he couldn't stay. After all, this was a battle between Dominator weapons. If he stayed, he would only become a burden to Qin Feiyang. However, at the same time, the 10 human-shaped skeletons laughed cruelly and charged towards Li Feng. Clang! The sword of the Grim Reaper and the golden battle sword collided, and a destructive aura swept out in all directions like a tide. The silver sword followed suit. Qin Feiyang and the Grim Reaper were both blasted away by the combined attacks of the two sovereign weapons. You have a Dominator weapon at such a young age. I believe your status in the outside world must be extraordinary. However, this is the Heaven Bell Divine Treasure. Anyone who comes here will find it hard to escape death. The two sovereign divine weapons laughed sinisterly as their divine auras flooded the area. Really? If you guys are really that powerful, then why did so many people leave the Heaven Bell Divine Treasury alive the last time it opened? Qin Feiyang sneered. The Feather Emperor and the Little Rabbit were the ones who returned alive. With a loud clang, the ancient castle appeared and joined the Death God's sword in attacking the two sovereign weapons. What? There is actually another sovereign divine weapon? The two sovereign divine weapons were shocked. Qin Feiyang also decisively left the battle and rushed towards Li Feng. Because if the 10 human-shaped skeletons all mastered a supreme profound, then Li Feng would not be able to defeat them. In the distance, Li Feng and the 10 human-shaped skeletons had already started fighting. At first, the 10 human-shaped skeletons did not display any extraordinary strength, which made Li Feng think that their strength was very ordinary. However, when he thought that victory was in his hands, the 10 human-shaped skeletons all used a supreme profound. Although none of them were supreme profundities, the 10 ordinary supreme profundities were more than enough to crush him to pieces. After all, he had only grasped the supreme profundity of the law of slaughter. Seeing the 10 supreme profound coming at him and his life in danger, Qin Feiyang landed in front of Li Feng like a divine weapon descending from the heavens. He activated the supreme profound of the destruction law and crushed over. Boom! The 10 supreme profound disintegrated one after another. The supreme law is indeed different. Li Feng looked at this scene and couldn't help but be fascinated. The 10 human-shaped skeletons, on the other hand, showed signs of fear. Qin Feiyang was about to kill. But at the next moment, a fatal crisis appeared. He thought that it was the Black Dragon Clan leader and the White Dragon Clan leader who were secretly attacking, but when he turned around, he realized that it was another human-shaped skeleton. He saw a human-shaped skeleton coming from behind like a ghost. And the strange thing was, the bones of this human-shaped skeleton were actually golden, and the soul of the dead in its eye sockets was also like a golden flame. Qin Dage, be careful! Li Feng shouted. He was originally behind Qin Feiyang. When he saw the golden human-shaped skeleton coming, he turned around without hesitation and activated the slaughter law to attack the golden human-shaped skeleton. And the golden human-shaped skeleton sneered, and a wave of death aura rolled out. Following closely, a dark red waning moon rose and blasted toward the slaughter law. With a loud bang, Li Feng's supreme profound of the slaughter law was immediately shattered in the sky without any resistance. The supreme profound of the death law. Li Feng's eyes trembled. It actually grasped the supreme profound of the supreme law. Were these really just skeletons? The waning moon shattered the sky and charged toward Li Feng. Li Feng's heart immediately surged with a sense of impending death. Boom! But at this moment, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the destruction god in the sky slapped at the waning moon. Accompanied by an earth-shattering bang, the two supreme profound collapsed in the sky at the same time. Are you okay? Qin Feiyang landed beside Li Feng and asked. I'm fine. Li Feng shook his head. It was really fortunate that he met Qin Dage when he came here. Otherwise, with his strength, he would only be courting death in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. Originally, he thought that when he broke through to the Peak Sovereign Realm, he should have no problem protecting himself. But in fact, in order to protect himself in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, he had to grasp at least one supreme profound of the supreme law. A skeleton that grasped a supreme profound of the supreme profound. In just a few days, he encountered two sovereign divine weapons. This place was really beyond his imagination. The golden human-shaped skeleton looked at Qin Feiyang and Li Feng, then looked at the 10 blood-red human-shaped skeletons, and said with a sinister smile, absorb their blood, and one of you should be able to evolve. Kill them. Boom! Hearing this, the 10 blood-red skeletons seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as they activated their supreme profound of the supreme profound. The golden skeleton also activated the Supreme Profound of the Death Law once again. 11 Supreme Profound of the Supreme Profound charged toward Qin Feiyang and Li Feng from all directions. Killing me is no problem, but killing Qin Dage? What a fool's dream. Li Feng sneered. Even the supreme experts of the various forbidden zones could only flee in front of Qin Dage, let alone a few skeletons. Your courage is commendable. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The two Supreme Profound of the Karma Law and the Destruction Law appeared out of nowhere. The Destruction Law Supreme Profound of the Destruction Law attacked the golden skeleton. The 10 golden lotuses formed by the Karma Law Supreme Profound of the Karma Law attacked the 10 blood-red skeletons respectively. Boom! Accompanied by a series of loud sounds, the Supreme Profound of the Supreme Profound shattered in the sky, and the destructive aura swept in all directions. What? There's also the Karma Law Supreme Profound of the Karma Law. The golden skeleton's expression changed, and it hurriedly abandoned the 10 blood-red skeletons and turned to flee. After witnessing Qin Feiyang's true strength, the 10 blood-red skeletons also wanted to flee, but their strength didn't allow it. The 10 golden lotuses shattered their Supreme Profound of the Supreme Profound and directly blasted toward their bodies. Following a series of miserable screams, the 10 blood-red skeletons were shattered on the spot. Seeing this, Li Feng immediately rushed up excitedly. The bloody hand between his eyebrows appeared and quickly swallowed their souls. Qin Feiyang ignored it. He used the space-time step and chased after the golden skeleton. Qin Dage, these skeletons don't seem to have a divine art. Li Feng reminded. Without a divine art, you still want to escape. Qin Feiyang stared at the golden skeleton, his eyes flashing with intense killing intent. If it had a supplementary divine art or Supreme Profound of the Time Law, it would be difficult for him to catch up to it even if he used all his strength. But without these methods, it was naturally nothing to worry about. The space-time step was a supreme-grade supplementary divine art, and after being improved by the little rabbit, it had already surpassed all supplementary divine arts. It could be said that the space-time step was the most powerful supplementary divine art in the world now. In just a few blinks of an eye, Qin Feiyang caught up to the golden skeleton and stood in front of it. The golden skeleton's body was overflowing with hostility as it punched toward Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang didn't retreat and also punched out. Boom! The two fists collided with a loud bang. The strength of the two was completely on par. Strong indeed. Qin Feiyang muttered. The Death Law and Destruction Law were activated at the same time. Accompanied by an earth-shattering bang, the golden skeleton was shattered on the spot. Li Feng also ran over and swallowed the soul of the golden skeleton. Why aren't you attacking? What a good opportunity this is. Not far away. On a mountain top. The Black Dragon Clan leader hid behind a huge rock and asked the White Dragon Clan leader next to him through telepathy. The ancient castle and the sword of Thanatos were both entangled by the two sovereign divine weapons. Now was undoubtedly the best time to attack Qin Feiyang. Opportunity? The white dragons were slightly stunned and mocked. I think the older you get, the more muddle-headed you become. What do you mean? The black dragon's eyes flashed coldly. See for yourself. The white dragon snorted and looked at Qin Feiyang and Li Feng with flickering eyes. The black dragon patriarch frowned and lowered his head in silence. You don't understand? Sigh. Think about it carefully. If we attack now, won't it be the same as admitting to the two sovereign divine weapons that were not with Qin Feiyang? Then, they might join forces to deal with us. Besides, don't forget that apart from the sword of Thanatos and the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang still has 4 sovereign divine weapons. The white dragons heaved a sigh. Because the people from the Forbidden Lands had entered the Sky Bell divine treasure first, no one saw Qin Feiyang give the horsetail whisk, the blood dragon blade and the sovereign divine weapons of the demon palace and the heavenly palace to the mad scientist, the white-eyed wolf and Yun Ziang. They thought that Qin Feiyang still had them. Chapter 3685. The chief of the Black Dragons raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "So you're saying that we're helping them this time?" That won't happen. 6 sovereign divine weapons. It won't be difficult to destroy these 2 swords, but it won't be that easy to subdue them. I believe that Qin Feiyang won't be willing to destroy these 2 sovereign divine weapons. The White Dragon clan leader transmitted his voice and acted as if everything was going according to his plan. That makes sense. The chief of the Black Dragons nodded. It would take a lot of effort to subdue a sovereign divine weapon. They couldn't fight it head-on, so they could only wait for an opportunity while Qin Feiyang was subduing the 2 sovereign divine weapons. Clang! Boom! The battle between the 4 sovereign divine weapons had reached its climax. The shockwaves from the battle were so terrifying that Qin Feiyang, Li Feng, and the chief of the Black and White Dragons retreated further and further away. Strange. Why haven't we seen him take out the other sovereign divine weapons? The chief of the White Dragons frowned. Could it be that these sovereign divine weapons weren't with Qin Feiyang at all? Thinking of this, the chief of the White Dragons raised his eyebrows. He seemed to have missed something important. The Feather Emperor and the Little Rabbit had entered the Sky Bell Divine Treasure before, so they were very clear about the situation there. Perhaps. Before entering the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, the Feather Emperor and the Little Rabbit had already told Qin Feiyang that the Sky Bell Divine Treasure was randomly teleported. Out of concern for the Golden-Winged Wolf King and the Mad Scientist, the other 4 sovereign divine weapons were given to them? That's right. That must be it. Given Qin Feiyang's personality, even if he wanted to probe the 2 sovereign divine weapons first, it was impossible for him to probe for so long. The only explanation was that he only had 2 sovereign divine weapons on him now. Thinking of this, the chief of the White Dragon's eyes flashed with killing intent. Get ready to attack and kill them. Huh? The chief of the Black Dragons was shocked. It was my fault before. I neglected some important points. The other 4 Dominator weapons should be with the Mad Scientist and the Golden-Winged Wolf King. The White Dragons transmitted their voices. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and do it. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the Black Dragons. But the White Dragons blocked the Black Dragons. What? The Black Dragons looked at him with dissatisfaction. You're the one who said you were going to attack, and now you're the one who's going to stop me? What was he trying to do? I've thought about it. That's not the right thing to do. If we attack now, even if the 2 swords know that we are not on the same side, they will definitely be angry. After all, we are using Qin Feiyang to deal with them, and we are also using them to deal with Qin Feiyang. Taking a step back, even if they don't join forces with Qin Feiyang to deal with us, they will still be wary of us. No matter what, as long as we interfere, the situation will become even more complicated. The White Dragons shook his head. Then what are you trying to do? The Black Dragons raised his eyebrows. To be safe, let's stick to the original plan. Let them both be injured first, and then we'll go out and reap the benefits. The White Dragons' eyes flashed. Okay. The Black Dragons nodded. The battle continued. For existences at the level of sovereign divine weapons, if there was no absolute suppression in numbers, it would be very difficult to determine the victor. In other words, in a situation where the numbers were equal, this was a protracted battle. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, the battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, but the 4 sovereign divine weapons had yet to determine a victor. Not only Qin Feiyang and Li Feng, but the White and Black Dragons were also starting to feel anxious. This was because the fluctuations caused by the battle between the sovereign divine weapons were too great. If there were companions nearby and they were attracted by the battle, things would be very bad. No. We have to get the White and Black Dragons to participate as well. Li Feng transmitted his voice. What's the point of getting them involved? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Rather than letting them hide in the dark and reap the benefits, it's better to take the initiative to find them. Maybe at that time, we can temporarily form a cooperation and deal a heavy blow to those 2 swords. Li Feng secretly said. Rather than looking for them to cooperate, it's better to cooperate with those 2 swords. Qin Feiyang secretly laughed. Li Feng was surprised. Cooperating with the white and black dragons is tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin. We have to be wary of them scheming against us at all times. Moreover, even if we're stronger in the end, we'll only get those 2 swords. But if those 2 swords cooperate with us, not only will we have a chance to get rid of the white and black dragons, these 2 powerful enemies in the future, but we'll also have a chance to subdue the white and black dragons. So tell me, which one is more cost-effective? Qin Feiyang secretly said. Li Feng pondered for a while and frowned. Although what you said makes sense, those 2 swords don't trust us at all. I know. So I need to talk to them face to face. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and rushed toward the battlefield with Li Feng. What are they going to do? Seeing Qin Feiyang's actions, the Black Dragon Patriarch and White Dragon Patriarch were bewildered. Without the protection of the sovereign divine weapons, they still dared to go to the battlefield. Wasn't this courting death? Could it be that their judgment was wrong? The other 4 sovereign divine weapons were actually with Qin Feiyang? But that couldn't be right. If the 4 sovereign divine weapons were really with Qin Feiyang, there was no need for him to go to the battlefield personally. He could just let the 4 sovereign divine weapons go to help him. Castle, Sword of Thanatos, come and help me first. Qin Feiyang shouted. At the center of the battlefield. Hearing Qin Feiyang's shout, Castle of Thanatos and the Sword of Thanatos immediately shook off the 2 swords and rushed to the sky above Qin Feiyang and Li Feng. When the divine might descended, the fluctuations of the battle and the surroundings were immediately isolated. Seeing this, the White Dragon Clan leader and the Black Dragon Clan leader looked at each other and smiled bitterly. It was really a false alarm. Obviously. Just as they had guessed, the other 4 sovereign divine weapons were not with them. Because if the other 4 sovereign divine weapons were with them, Qin Feiyang wouldn't have sent Castle of Thanatos and the Sword of Thanatos to protect him. Clang! 2 battle swords were coming at him aggressively. Castle of Thanatos and the Sword of Thanatos now had to fight against the 2 swords while protecting Qin Feiyang and Li Feng. It could be said that the pressure was doubled. The 2 of you, listen to me. We are not with those 2 from before. We were careless and were used by them. And now you are being used by them. Qin Feiyang transmitted. Used? The 2 swords were doubtful. That's right. They are dragons, and I am a human. How can I be in cahoots with them? I know that what I said now is not convincing to you at all. After all, you don't know the grudge between me and them. But I really didn't lie to you. Their conspiracy is actually very simple. While we are fighting, they will come out and reap the benefits. If you don't believe me and insist on fighting with us, it will be too late for regrets. Qin Feiyang secretly transmitted his voice. Are you sure? The Golden Sword asked. I swear. If you really don't believe me, you might as well spend some time to put on a show with me. In the end, if what I said is true, you will cooperate with me and help me kill them. Qin Feiyang said. After killing them, you will come and kill us? Kill us one by one. This way, you will be the biggest winner. Wishful thinking. The Silver Sword sneered. If you cooperate with me and help me get rid of them, I promise to leave immediately. As for killing you, as a sovereign weapon, you shouldn't be so unconfident, right? Qin Feiyang retorted. Huh, what a good provocation. Congratulations to you for successfully provoking us. Fine, we will do as you wish and cooperate with you to finish this show. But this lord wants to tell you in advance. If in the end, the truth is not as you said, then don't blame us for being ruthless and joining hands with the dragons to get rid of you. The 2 swords said. It's a deal. Qin Feiyang was secretly happy. Sure enough, as long as there is a chance to communicate, anything is possible. Chapter 3686. The white dragons and black dragons were still thinking about their dreams coming true, but little did they know that a cooperation against them had already been achieved. After all, getting rid of Qin Feiyang would be a matter of fame and fortune for them. First of all, Qin Feiyang's luck was too good. Not only did he have a strong foundation, but he also had the Feather Emperor and the Little Rabbit as his backers. The threat to them was too great. Secondly, the Black Tortoise world that Qin Feiyang controlled was an independent world. Who didn't desire an independent world? Before entering the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, the Dragon King had repeatedly told them that if they had the chance to get rid of Qin Feiyang, they could give up the castle and the Black Tortoise world, but they had to get their hands on it. Because for any race, the Black Tortoise world was a fatal temptation, and it was a sanctuary bestowed by the heavens. As long as the Black Tortoise world existed, it would ensure that they would never decline for generations to come. Clang! Boom! The battle between the four sovereign divine weapons became more and more intense. The previous 3 days and 3 nights of protracted battle seemed to be just a warm-up before the battle. The terrifying divine power destroyed everything around them. Another half a day passed. The aura of the four sovereign divine weapons was slowly weakening. This was to create the illusion that both the White Dragon Clan leader and the Black Dragon Clan leader were severely injured and were gradually weakening. Because the range of the battle between the four sovereign divine weapons was too wide, they couldn't watch the battle from a close distance. From where they were now, they couldn't see the real situation of Qin Feiyang, Li Feng, and the four sovereign divine weapons. Of course, if they activated the White Dragon Sword and Black Dragon Mirror, it would naturally be a different story. With the protection of the White Dragon Sword and Black Dragon Mirror, not to mention watching the battle from a close distance, even if they were standing in the middle of the battlefield, it would be fine. However, they were worried that their whereabouts would be exposed, so they didn't dare to use the White Dragon Sword and Black Dragon Mirror. This caused them to be unable to see with their own eyes no matter how Qin Feiyang, Li Feng, and the four sovereign divine weapons acted. They could only judge based on the strength of the battle. However, they also didn't expect that this was a fake show against them. After all, the battle had been going on for several days. Moreover, judging from the intensity of the battle, they were all trying to kill each other. This is the last collision. Listen to my plan. Qin Feiyang glanced in the direction of the White Dragon Patriarch and the White Dragon Patriarch. His eyes flashed as he secretly warned everyone. Very soon, the four sovereigns' divine weapons unleashed a world-destroying aura. Looks like they're already preparing for the final battle. Just you wait. Our plan will definitely succeed. The white dragons clenched their fists as they scanned the chaotic battlefield, their eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. It was the same for the black dragons. After waiting for so many days, this moment had finally arrived. Rumble. Not long after, 2 earth-shaking collisions rang out from the center of the battlefield. Following closely, whether it was Qin Feiyang, Li Feng, or the four sovereigns' divine weapons, all of their auras rapidly weakened. Huh, did you see that? Both sides suffered. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. We, the 2 orioles, are the biggest winners. The white dragons laughed out loud. The white dragon's sword no longer concealed itself as it flew out from his body. The black dragon mirror also appeared from the black dragons. The 2 sovereigns' divine weapons released their divine might, protecting the 2 of them as they rushed to the center of the battlefield like lightning. When they entered the center of the battlefield, they saw Qin Feiyang and Li Feng lying on a piece of broken ground. They were covered in wounds, bleeding profusely, and their Qi was also destroyed. However, the castle, the death god's sword, the golden battle sword, and the silver battle sword were nowhere to be seen. What's going on? The 2 frowned. But very quickly, they locked onto the aura of the 4 sovereigns' divine weapons. The aura of the castle and the death god's sword came from the ground not far to the east. They were obviously submerged in the soil. The aura of the golden battle sword and the silver battle sword came from a broken mountain not far to the west. They were also buried in the soil and gravel. And the aura of the 4 sovereigns' divine weapons were already extremely weak. Without looking, they knew that they must have suffered fatal injuries. You didn't leave? Looking at Qin Feiyang and Li Feng again. Seeing the two of them appear, their expressions changed drastically. Don't you understand? This is a trap that we deliberately arranged for you. The white dragons laughed. A trap? Qin Feiyang frowned. That's right. I have to admit that the two of us are really lucky. The Sky Bell Divine Treasure is obviously a random teleportation mechanism, but in the end, the two of us were teleported together. Don't you think this is a blessing from the heavens? And on the second day, we encountered two sovereigns' divine weapons here. The white dragons became more and more proud. Although we are very lucky, we can't do anything in the face of two sovereigns' divine weapons. After all, we only have two sovereigns' divine weapons. I don't need to tell you the strength of the sovereigns' divine weapons. You should know very well that with the same number of sovereigns' divine weapons, there is no way to defeat them. So, after a short fight with them, we tactfully left and prepared to find other companions to subdue them. But we didn't expect to meet the two of you here. So, we came up with a plan. We lured you here and let you fight with them first. When both of you are injured, we will come out and reap the benefits. The Black Dragon Patriarch chuckled. The plan was perfect. It was successful. Now, it was time for them to reel in the net. Actually, your appearance is a huge accident. Of course, it is also a huge surprise. Our original goal was to subdue the two sovereigns' divine weapons here, but now, we can also get rid of you, this disaster. It can be said that we are killing two birds with one stone. No. It should be said that we are killing three birds with one stone. Because we can also obtain your Black Tortoise World and the first volume of the Alchemy Scripture. The white dragons laughed unscrupulously, becoming more and more arrogant. You know that the first volume of the Alchemy Scripture is in my hands? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Of course. Revered dragon, Long Shaoqing has been with us dragons for many years. It would be hard for us not to know. The black dragon sneered. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. Suddenly, a trace of a smile appeared on his face. He looked at the two of them and said, So, what do you plan to do with us now? Do you still need to ask this question? Don't tell me you are so stupid to think that we will still give you a chance and let you live now? The two of them sneered. Sigh. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Who was the stupid one? They were already surrounded, but they were still so arrogant. Then, he said, Both of you, have you heard it? It's time for you to perform. Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, the white and black dragons were stunned. Perform? What did he mean? Clang. Clang. In the next moment, accompanied by 4 loud noises, 4 terrifying auras erupted. Then, the ancient castle. The sword of the Grim Reaper, the golden battle sword, and the silver battle sword rushed out from the ground like lightning and surrounded the white and black dragons. What? The two of them looked at the 4 sovereign divine weapons in disbelief. The reason for that was because although the 4 great dominator divine armaments had many wounds on their bodies, they were not affected in any way. That weakened state from before had also completely disappeared. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Li Feng got up and laughed. What's going on? The two of them glared at Qin Feiyang. Actually, I have already seen through your plan. I also know that you must be hiding in the dark and waiting for both of us to be injured before coming out to reel in the net. So, I beat them at their own game and secretly persuaded them to cooperate with us to put on this show. However, to make it more realistic, except for the shattered Sea of Qi, Li Feng's, and my injuries are real. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and took out 2 divine life pills. He and Li Feng consumed them separately. In other words, their Sea of Qi was not shattered, but the injuries on their bodies were real. The white dragon's eyes darkened when they heard this. Do you know what your biggest mistake is? It's not because of your stupidity. It's because you were too proud and confident. You were so confident that you didn't find them and check on their injuries. Qin Feiyang shook his head. He didn't expect that the two of them would be so gullible. They casually covered them with soil and stones and changed their aura. They really thought that the four sovereign divine weapons were seriously injured. Bastard! The two of them roared. They were ashamed and angry. They thought that everything was under control. Little did they know that they had fallen into the other party's trap. How dare you use us? You really don't know what's good for you. With a furious roar, the golden battle sword charged toward the White Dragon Clan leader and the White Dragon Clan leader with an earth-shattering sharpness. Go! Bai Longjian and Black Dragon Mirror saw that the situation was not good. They worked together to blast the golden battle sword away and sent the two of them out of the encirclement. Go! Humph! It's our turn to reel in the net. Castle, help them stall Bai Longjian and Black Dragon Mirror. Sword of the Grim Reaper, follow me to kill them. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. Castle immediately joined the battlefield and charged toward Bai Longjian and Black Dragon Mirror. The silver battle sword and the golden battle sword that had been blasted away also charged toward the two sovereign divine weapons. In fact, there was no need for the sword of the Grim Reaper to help the white and black dragons. But the white dragons had mastered the supreme profound of the time laws. With his and Li Feng's speed, they couldn't catch up, so they needed the sword of the Grim Reaper to help intercept them. Sure enough. After being sent out of the encirclement by Bai Longjian and Black Dragon Mirror, the white dragons immediately activated momentary time and fled crazily with the black dragons. If they stayed now, they would drag Bai Longjian and Black Dragon Mirror down. On the contrary, as long as they could escape first, Bai Longjian and Black Dragon Mirror would have no worries. At that time, they might be able to find an opportunity to escape. Clang! However, momentary time was not invincible in front of the sovereign divine weapon. The sovereign divine weapon was not only strong, but also faster than all living creatures. Unless you mastered the ultimate profound, you were not qualified to fight against them. Chapter 3687. Clang! After leaving the ancient castle and the battlefield of the five sovereign weapons, the sword of the Grim Reaper decisively took action, bringing Qin Feiyang and Li Feng to block in front of the two. The terrifying sword Qi was like a tide, covering the sky and covering the earth as it rushed towards the two people. Divine Dragon Domain. The two of them were scared out of their wits as they activated their super forbidden technique. The power of the divine dragon emerged and condensed into a barrier that was dozens of feet wide. It flickered with sacred light, and there were dragon shadows roaring on it. This is the super forbidden technique of the dragons? Qin Feiyang sized up the barrier. From the aura, it was indeed stronger than the Golden Dragon Domain and the Fire Dragon Domain that he had seen before. However, even he had the ability to break a super forbidden technique, let alone a sovereign weapon. Everything was just a futile struggle. Boom! The sword Qi enveloped. The so-called super forbidden technique was like a withered tree that couldn't withstand a single blow and was directly shattered. At the critical moment of life and death, the two of them returned to their original form. A white dragon and a black dragon appeared out of nowhere. Their bodies were covered with millstone-sized scales that were as hard as steel. But under the sword Qi of the sword of the Grim Reaper, they still couldn't resist. Dragon scales continued to shatter, and dragon blood dyed the sky red. Clang! Two supreme-level heaven-defying armors appeared on their bodies, but they still couldn't resist and were instantly shattered. This was the strength of a sovereign weapon. Crushing everything. In the end. Accompanied by a scream, the two of them were cut down by the sword Qi, breaking into dozens of pieces. Blood stained the surroundings, and their Qi sea was also shattered. They lay in a pool of blood on the verge of death, their eyes filled with despair. Powerful. Li Feng's heart trembled. Even a super-strong warrior didn't have the slightest strength to resist. A sovereign weapon was indeed an invincible existence. I'll leave the rest to you. After the sword of the Grim Reaper heavily injured the two dragons, it left behind a sentence and prepared to go support the ancient castle. But at this moment, A golden figure came from afar like lightning. Big brother? Save us. The Black Dragon Patriarch and White Dragon Patriarch looked up and were overjoyed. Golden dragons. In the meantime, Qin Feiyang raised an eyebrow as he turned toward the sword of the Grim Reaper. He has the golden dragon spear, so it looks like you won't be able to reinforce the castle. Who would have thought that the golden dragons would appear out of nowhere? Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. He bumped into the 3 clan leaders of the dragons. That's not a big deal. Leave the golden dragon spear to me, and I'll leave the golden dragons to you. Are you confident? The Grim Reaper's sword said. Of course. Qin Feiyang nodded. All right. Let's end this quickly. After saying that, the sword of the Thanatos immediately charged towards the golden dragons. At the same time, hearing the Black Dragon Patriarch and White Dragon Patriarch's cries for help, the Golden Dragon Patriarch was slightly stunned. Previously, he had sensed the battle aura of the White Dragon's sword and the Black Dragon mirror, which was why he had come here to investigate. However, he did not expect that. To think that he would see such a scene. As the 2 clan leaders of the dragons, they had actually fallen to such a state. When he looked at Qin Feiyang and the sword of the Thanatos, his face immediately darkened. So it was this little bastard. Golden Dragon Spear. With a loud roar from the gold dragons, the golden dragon spear appeared with a loud clanging sound. It carried a dazzling divine light as it charged towards the sword of the Thanatos. You probably don't want our battle to affect them, right? The sword of the Thanatos sneered and immediately rushed into the distance. The golden dragon spear hesitated for a moment before chasing after the sword of the Thanatos. Indeed. If they were to fight here, not only Qin Feiyang and Li Feng, but even the gold dragons would be affected by the battle. At that time, before they could determine the winner, their masters had already lost their lives. Qin Feiyang, you're really like a ghost that won't go away. The Golden Dragon Patriarch arrived above the Black Dragon Patriarch and White Dragon Patriarch at lightning speed and glared at Qin Feiyang. I should be the one saying that. Qin Feiyang said. The Black Dragons shouted, Big brother, don't worry about me, quickly save us. The Gold Dragons were the eldest. Therefore, the other 9 clan leaders all called him Big brother. Of course. This was also because they had to ask the gold dragons for help. Otherwise, with the selfishness of the dragons, who would care about each other? Save? Li Feng looked at the 2 of them with disdain and said, how do you want him to save you? Even if he gives you 10 pills with dragon-shaped core energy, it will take time to recover. By the time you've recovered your energy C and injuries, the battle will have already ended. Huh, a brat still wet behind the ears dares to openly mock us? The 2 of them laughed. The gold dragons also pursed their lips with a hint of mockery. Boom! The next moment, a majestic life force emerged, drowning the black and white dragons like a tide. This is the law of life. Li Feng was dumbfounded. He didn't expect this gold dragons to have mastered the law of life. Moreover, with his status and strength among the dragons, he didn't need to judge to know that the law of life had definitely reached the level of the supreme profound meaning. He had personally experienced the healing ability of the law of life. Compared to pills, who knew how many times stronger? It could be said that in this world, no pill could compare to the law of life. We can't let the white dragons recover from their injuries. Otherwise, if we activate the momentary time, none of us will be able to hold them back. Activate your supreme profound meaning of the law of slaughter. Qin Feiyang's gaze also darkened slightly. Without holding back, the 3,000 incarnations were activated. The most important thing was, previously, without the golden dragon spear, the battle between the ancient castle and the dominator divine weapons was a 2 versus 4 situation. In such a situation, as long as the golden and silver battle swords fought with their lives on the line, coupled with the ancient castle and the death god's sword, there was a high chance that they could keep the white dragon sword and the black dragon mirror. But now, with the golden dragon spear attacking, it was a 3 versus 4 situation. With just a difference of one Dominator divine weapon, there was no way to achieve absolute suppression. Naturally, it was difficult to keep the white dragon sword and the black dragon mirror. So, no matter what, they had to keep these 3 people. As long as they kept these 3 people, it was equivalent to keeping the 3 Dominator divine weapons, the black dragon mirror. As long as they kept these 3 Dominator divine weapons, in a 4 versus 3 situation, they would win sooner or later. Needless to say, the ancient castle and the death god's sword would definitely go all out. So now, it was up to the golden and silver battle swords to see if they were willing to go all out. If at this time, the golden and silver battle swords suddenly withdrew from the battlefield, then the situation would be reversed, and they would be in a passive position. And at the moment, there were also many uncertain factors. For example, were there other dragons nearby? Or the Fong people? Or the Kirin clan? No matter which race they were from, as long as they appeared here, it was very bad news for him. Of course. It could also be his people. For example, the white-eyed wolf, the madman, or the various beast emperors of the heavenly cloud sea, and the black-clothed middle-aged man in the land of the buried gods. Once these people appeared, it would naturally be a good thing for him. But now, these were all uncertain factors, so he still had to rely on himself. Boom! In the blink of an eye, 3,000 incarnations appeared, and they immediately activated the karma law and the destruction law. 3,000 incarnations were equivalent to 6,000 profound meanings. How vast and shocking was the momentum! Even though the golden dragons had grasped the life law, he couldn't help but feel guilty. Because this was no longer a one-on-one battle, but a battle of 1 against 3,000. 3,000 incarnations, that was equivalent to 3,000 Qin Fiangs. As for him, although he had grasped 6 profound meanings, he was just one person. It was a completely one-sided situation. Kill! The 3,000 incarnations' battle cries shook the sky. 6,000 ultimate profound meanings, carrying a world-destroying divine might, shattered the sky for hundreds of millions of miles and charged toward the Golden Dragon clan leader. Damn it! The Golden Dragons cursed and activated the super forbidden technique, Divine Dragon's Domain, without hesitation. Boom! 6,000 profound meanings attacked, and the Divine Dragon's Domain didn't even last half a breath before shattering on the spot. Super forbidden techniques weren't invincible, and there was a limit. Others might be helpless against the super forbidden techniques of the 3 races, but in front of Qin Feiyang's 3,000 incarnations, they couldn't even withstand a single blow. After all, Qin Feiyang had already stepped into the sovereign realm. The difference in cultivation no longer existed. If it were in the past when he was a sovereign, even with 3,000 incarnations, he wouldn't be able to break through the super forbidden technique. As the Divine Dragon's Domain shattered, not only the golden dragons, but even the white and black dragons, whose sea of qi had almost recovered, were instantly drowned by the 6,000 profound meanings. Roar! Miserable cries rang out. Qin Feiyang once again witnessed the strength of the life law. Even with 6,000 profound meanings, he couldn't immediately kill the 3 of them. Li Feng was even more dumbfounded. Although he already had a good understanding of the various laws, this was his first time seeing the life law with his own eyes. This healing ability was definitely the strongest in the world, and there was no other. Hold on. There are 2 patriarchs nearby. They will rush over in a while. The Golden Dragon Patriarch's eyes flashed. He suddenly looked at the White Dragon Patriarch and Black Dragon Patriarch and shouted. What? Ancestors? When Qin Feiyang heard this, his gaze trembled slightly, and the 10 unfamiliar faces of the dragons involuntarily appeared in his mind. At that time, the Fire Qilin and Tan Wu had said that the unfamiliar faces of the 3 forbidden areas were all old antiques who had been in seclusion. It was possible that each of them had grasped an ultimate profound meaning. Although it wouldn't be the ultimate profound meaning of an ultimate law. This was very easy to determine. Because the little rabbit had long said that supreme existences who had grasped the ultimate profound meaning of an ultimate law were restricted from entering the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. Therefore, among the people who entered this time, no matter which side they were from, there wouldn't be anyone who had grasped the ultimate profound meaning of an ultimate law. However, even if it was an ordinary ultimate law, it would be easy to instantly kill him and Li Feng. Moreover, they were two ancestors. If they really grasped the ultimate profound meaning, wouldn't they be doomed? Really? At the same time, the Black Dragon Patriarch and White Dragon Patriarch were also shocked. As early as yesterday, I already met them. The Golden Dragons nodded. This was great news for the Black Dragon Patriarch and the White Dragon Patriarch. Li Feng asked through voice transmission, Qin Dage, could he be scaring us? Scaring? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned, and his eyes flashed. He looked at the Golden Dragons and sneered, since you already met yesterday, why didn't they come together? That's right. Why didn't they come together? The Black and White Dragons also looked at the Golden Dragon suspiciously. You think I'm scaring you? Huh, what a joke. The Golden Dragon Patriarch looked at Qin Feiyang and Li Feng and sneered. He said, they didn't come together because we also sensed the ripples of battle outside, so we split up to check it out. Chapter 3688. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. He had already concluded in his heart that this person was just scaring them. Let's not talk about anything else first. They had been fighting here for 3 days and 3 nights. And it was already the 4th day. Half of the 4th day had already passed. The battle of the 4 sovereign divine weapons had caused a huge commotion. If there were really people fighting on the other side, they would have already been alerted. Moreover, if there were really 2 ancestors, why would the Golden Dragons say it in front of him? After all, this was a huge advantage for them. There was no reason for him to do so. Anyone with a bit of intelligence would know that he would hide it from the other side first and wait for the 2 ancestors to come. When the other side was caught off guard, wouldn't that be a sure-win situation? But now, the Golden Dragons didn't mince words and didn't hide anything. What did this mean? It meant that he was scaring them and telling them to run for their lives. Still not running? Seems like you really want to die. The Golden Dragon sneered. Huh, your acting skills are not bad. But let me give you a piece of advice. Don't treat others as fools. Qin Feiyang sneered. The 3,000 incarnations once again activated the ultimacy. And this time, they activated the ultimacy of the Thunder Law and the War Law. What? He has already comprehended the ultimacy of the War Law? The Golden Dragon's trio's eyes trembled. What kind of monster was this? How long had it been since they last saw each other? He had actually comprehended another ultimacy. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before this lad could catch up with them, the supreme experts. Now, they were already no match for Qin Feiyang. When Qin Feiyang also became a supreme expert, wouldn't they be even more vulnerable? It was hard to imagine how this little bastard did it. In these short years, not only did he step into the sovereign great perfection from the undead realm, but he also comprehended 2 ultimacies of the Thunder Law and the War Law. This kind of growth speed was simply unprecedented in the past and would never be surpassed in the future. The next time you want to scare someone, please use your brain first. Don't end up embarrassing yourself like a clown. You'll only embarrass yourself. Qin Feiyang sneered. Instantly, his 4 profound meanings shot towards the 3 of them. Are you really trying to scare him? The White Dragon and Black Dragon Patriarchs frowned. Why are you still concerned about this now? The chief of the Golden Dragons shouted angrily. When the 2 heard this, their hearts sank. It was obvious that he was trying to scare Qin Feiyang. It was fine if he succeeded. But now, he didn't scare the other party at all. At this point, they had no choice but to admit that this was a terrifying young man. Even at such a time, he could still maintain such a calm mind and calmly analyze and judge the truth of the other party's words. If it were anyone else, upon hearing that there were 2 patriarchs, they would have panicked and their first thought would be to escape immediately. In the past, without facing him head-on, they still felt that the rumors about Qin Feiyang outside were exaggerated. But now, he finally understood it completely. This was an extremely terrifying, extremely dangerous, and extremely difficult enemy to deal with. That's right. At this moment, they no longer treated Qin Feiyang as a junior. Instead, they treated him as a real strong enemy, an opponent on the same level as them. Of course, right now, they didn't have the guts to still treat Qin Feiyang as a junior. But it seems that you don't have the chance to scare others anymore. As Qin Feiyang's voice fell, the 3,000 clones activated the super forbidden technique, 9 underworld dragon flames. Super forbidden technique. The 3 of them trembled. Not only my super forbidden technique, but also your super forbidden technique, divine dragon domain. This time, you won't be able to escape. Qin Feiyang shouted. The 3,000 clones activated the Eye of Heaven and replicated the divine dragon domain. The super forbidden technique of the dragons, divine dragon domain, was the same as the Qilin clan's super forbidden technique, Qilin god domain. Not only did it have an extremely strong defense, but it also had an extremely shocking lethality. 6,000 supreme laws of paramount profound truths, 6,000 ordinary laws of supreme profound meanings, 3,009 underworld dragon flames, and 3,000 divine dragon domains. Moreover, whether it was the various supreme laws, 9 underworld dragon flames, or divine dragon domain, they were all the most powerful means under the sovereign weapon and ultimate profound. Not to mention the opponent, even Li Feng, who was standing beside Qin Feiyang, couldn't help but tremble in fear when he saw such means. The rumors were true. In today's sky cloud realm, except for the Dragon King and the other lords of forbidden zones, no one was Qin Deja's opponent. Die. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. All the supreme profound skills and super forbidden techniques flooded toward the 3 of them like a tide. Qin Feiyang, you won't have a good death. Let me tell you, don't even think about leaving the Sky Bell divine treasure alive. This is the place where your gods are buried. Explode. The 3 of them roared furiously one after another. Their huge divine dragon bodies exploded in the void immediately. Waves of destructive energy swept out in all directions like raging waves in the ocean. Self-destruct? Qin Feiyang and Li Feng's expressions changed drastically. They never thought that the 3 of them would self-destruct so decisively. Please. Qin Feiyang looked at the 3,000 incarnations and immediately took Li Feng with him. They used the spacetime step, turned around, and flew away at lightning speed. Boom! The 3,000 incarnations attacked at the same time, and the power of laws roared out, forming a barrier that was as tall as the sky and blocked the explosion. Qin Deja. They're actually willing to self-destruct. Could it be that they left their divine souls outside? Li Feng was surprised. Obviously. Qin Feiyang was furious. After all, they were all formidable characters. Why were they so afraid of death? But there was nothing he could do. If the other party wanted to leave their divine souls outside, what could he do? He couldn't order them not to. Besides, no one would listen to his orders. He could only say that it was a waste of effort. No. It wasn't a waste of effort. There was also the white dragon sword, the black dragon mirror, and the golden dragon spear. Qin Feiyang roared at the top of his lungs, "Ancient castle, sword of the grim reaper, don't let the white dragon sword and the others escape." At the same time, with a heaven-shaking explosion, the barrier condensed from the power of laws by the 3,000 incarnations collapsed. It had to be said. The power of the self-destruction of a supreme expert could be described as devastating. It was countless times more terrifying than a super forbidden technique. Even the 3,000 incarnations couldn't stop it and were instantly turned into ashes. Fortunately, the 3,000 incarnations also helped Qin Feiyang and Li Feng stall for some time. Now that they had already escaped to a safe area, they turned around and looked at the apocalyptic scene. The 2 of them couldn't help but sweat profusely. In the future, when facing a supreme expert, they must not give the other party the chance to self-destruct. Otherwise, they would end up in mutual destruction. Clang! At this moment, the sword of the Grim Reaper flew above Qin Feiyang, swept up Qin Feiyang and Li Feng, and rushed to the battlefield where the ancient castle was located. "Where's the golden dragon spear?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Don't think about subduing all of them at once. If the three sovereign divine weapons really want to fight with us, even if we keep them, we will have to pay a heavy price. Moreover, those two swords are still an uncertain factor. What if they suddenly betray us? So, instead of drawing water with a bamboo basket, it's better to take a step back and meet up with the ancient castle first. For the time being, we can subdue the white dragon sword or the black dragon mirror." The sword of the Grim Reaper said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang's heart trembled, and he apologized. "I'm sorry, I was too anxious." "It's fine. Actually, I know what you mean. As long as we subdue the golden dragon spear, white dragon sword, and black dragon mirror, these three sovereign divine weapons, we will have the ability to truly contend against the dragons in the future. But you have to remember, there are some things that cannot be rushed. Especially when facing the sovereign divine weapons, if we are not careful, not only might we not be able to subdue them, we might even cause ourselves to fall into a state of eternal damnation." The sword of the Grim Reaper warned. Qin Feiyang nodded. In any case, he had a full 1,000 years in the Heavenly Bell divine treasure, so he could take it slow. While they were talking, the sword of the Grim Reaper brought Qin Feiyang and Li Feng back to the battlefield where the ancient castle was located. The black dragon mirror and white dragon sword had already sensed the self-destruction of the three dragons and were trying their best to break out of the encirclement. It was really as the sword of the Grim Reaper had said. The two sovereign divine weapons were ruthless, and the ancient castle, the golden battle sword, and the silver battle sword were already showing signs of being unable to stop them. The sword of the Grim Reaper secretly shouted, "Ancient castle, let the black dragon mirror go, subdue the white dragon sword first." At the same time, the sword of the Grim Reaper condensed a barrier, protecting Qin Feiyang and Li Feng, and then directly charged into the battlefield, targeting the white dragon sword. Who was the ancient castle? Hearing the words of the sword of the Grim Reaper, they understood the purpose of the sword of the Grim Reaper. Immediately, it ignored the black dragon mirror and charged towards the white dragon sword. What's going on? Seeing the black dragon mirror take the opportunity to escape, and the ancient castle and the sword of the Grim Reaper did not stop them, the golden and silver battle swords could not help but be stunned. But soon, they understood the meaning of the ancient castle and the sword of the Grim Reaper. "You want to use us to subdue this sovereign divine weapon? Do you really think we're free fighters?" The two sovereign divine weapons were immediately dissatisfied. Whether it was the dragons from before or this human brat, they were all sinister fellows. Qin Feiyang sensed that something was wrong, and immediately shouted, "Seniors, I don't ask for your help, but I beg you not to interfere. After this junior will definitely thank you greatly." Sure enough, there were two uncertain factors. If at this time, the two swords really wanted to interfere, then it would really be like using a wicker basket to draw water. "Thank you greatly. What kind of treasure do you think you have that can enter the eyes of our dignified sovereign divine weapon?" The golden and silver battle swords retreated from the battlefield, their tone filled with contempt. Only the ancient castle and the sword of the Grim Reaper remained on the battlefield, firmly entangling the white dragon sword. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang realized that the golden dragon spear and the black dragon mirror had not really left. They were watching the battlefield from afar, as if they were looking for an opportunity to rescue the white dragon sword. The position of the two swords was unknown. The golden dragon spear and the black dragon mirror were hiding in the distance, eyeing them covetously. This caused the situation to become delicate. In short, the biggest trouble had come. Chapter 3689. Facing the questions thrown by the two swords, Qin Feiyang really had no way to answer. Because he couldn't think of anything that could catch the eye of the sovereign divine weapon. In the past, when he subdued the horsetail whisk and the blood dragon blade, he had forced them to swear a blood oath. But now, the conditions didn't allow it. First of all, strength. He was unable to open the slaughter domain, so he lacked a method to threaten the sovereign divine weapon. The blood dragon blade, the horsetail whisk, and the sovereign divine weapon of the demon palace and the heavenly palace were all in the hands of the madman, the white-eyed wolf, and Yun Xiang. If the madman, the white-eyed wolf, Yun Xiang, and the Master Jura had already come to meet them, it would be easy to deal with them and directly use force. But now, he only had the sword of the Reaper and the castle, the two sovereign divine weapons. Secondly, there were the conditions. The black dragon mirror and the golden dragon spear were eyeing him covetously from the side, obviously not wanting to let him do as he wished. So, could he subdue the white dragon sword now? No. It should be said that whether or not there was a chance to subdue the white dragon sword now depended entirely on the will of these two swords. Actually, this wasn't the thing that worried him the most. What he was most worried about was that if these two swords changed sides and joined forces with the white dragon sword and the other two sovereign divine weapons to deal with them, then the situation would be precarious. After all, at that time, it would be a 5 against 2 situation. 5 against 2, the castle and the sword of the Reaper had to protect themselves while taking care of him and Li Feng at the same time. Tell us, how do you want to bribe us? Our appetite is not ordinary. If you can't satisfy us, I'm afraid you will follow in the footsteps of the dragons and the other two. The threat of the golden and silver swords was no longer concealed. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists. You don't want to listen to my kind words, do you? Do you want to force me to fall out with you? Fine. At most, I'll compromise now. After I meet up with everyone, I'll slowly settle the score with you. Qin Feiyang made a prompt decision, and sent a sound transmission to the sword of the Reaper and the castle, prepare to retreat. Although he was extremely unwilling, for everyone's safety, he had to do this. He could ignore his own life, but he could not ignore the castle and the sword of the Reaper. Especially the ancient castle. It had been helping him all these years. He couldn't let anything happen to it. All right. The two sovereigns' divine weapons replied. In fact, they also had the idea of retreating temporarily. The current situation was too passive, but out of consideration for Qin Feiyang, they did not mention it. Because they knew Qin Feiyang too well. After putting in so much effort, he ended up with nothing. He must be feeling terrible. This was true love. While Qin Feiyang was thinking about them, they were also thinking about Qin Feiyang's feelings. Only the white dragon's sword was fighting against the castle and the sword of the Thanatos. Therefore, it was easy for the castle and the sword of the Thanatos to leave. Boom! The two sovereign divine weapons shook off the white dragon's sword and instantly arrived in front of Qin Feiyang and Li Feng. Then, they took the two of them away without looking back. This sudden turn of events not only stunned the white dragon sword, the black dragon mirror, and the golden dragon spear, but even the two swords were caught off guard. When they came back to their senses, the white dragon's sword immediately rushed to meet up with the black dragon mirror and the golden dragon spear. You want to leave? The golden and silver swords seemed to be angry when they came back to their senses. They immediately chased after Qin Feiyang and the others. What should we do? The black dragon mirror asked. The golden dragon spear pondered for a moment and said, this might be a good opportunity. Let's follow them. Whoosh! The three sovereign divine weapons also chased after them. Li Feng turned around and saw the 5 sovereign divine weapons chasing after him. His face was filled with surprise and he said, are they going to team up again? These two uncertain factors are really troublesome. Qin Feiyang was furious. If it were the blood dragon blade, the horsetail whisk, the white dragon sword, the black dragon mirror, and the golden dragon spear, the 3 sovereign divine weapons, they would not be able to escape from him. He would settle this score with them sooner or later. An hour later. The 5 sovereign divine weapons were still chasing after them. They were all sovereign divine weapons, so their speed was about the same. The ancient castle and the Grim Reaper's sword could not shake off the 5 sovereign divine weapons. The 5 sovereign divine weapons could not catch up to them. However, they could not keep chasing like this. After all, there were other dangers in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. If they encountered the dragons, the Fong people, or the Kirin clan, they would not be able to escape. Even if we encounter people, we hope to meet our allies. The Grim Reaper's sword sighed. If the other party wanted to keep chasing, they could not do anything. If they stopped now, they might face the danger of the 5 sovereign divine weapons joining forces. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. Along the way, they did not encounter the dragons, the Fong people, or the Kirin clan. They did not encounter the heavenly cloud sea, the beast emperors, or the divine beasts of the land of buried gods. They survived the day without any danger. As for the human-shaped skeletons and ferocious beast skeletons, they encountered many of them. However, in the face of the sovereign divine weapons, they were not qualified to interfere. They could not even get close to Qin Feiyang and the others. In the evening, the sky darkened. The heavenly bell divine treasure gradually sank into deep darkness. When the castle and the Grim Reaper's sword took Qin Feiyang and fled to the sky above a lake, a strong sense of uneasiness suddenly rose in their hearts. However, they were not sure where this uneasiness came from. The lake was hundreds of thousands of miles long, like a vast sea. The lake water was a strange dark green. Around the lake, there were endless towering mountains, but it was no different from other places. It was incomparably dilapidated and desolate. You actually fled here, aren't you courting death? Behind, the golden and silver swords laughed. Hearing this, not only Qin Feiyang and Li Feng, but also the castle, the Grim Reaper's sword, and the White Dragon's sword, the 3 sovereign divine weapons, could not help but be surprised. Old devil, help us stop the 2 humans in front. The golden sword roared. Crash. In the center of the lake below, a wave suddenly rose. A dark green light rushed out of the lake and blocked in front of Qin Feiyang and the others. Waves of divine power rushed toward Qin Feiyang and the others. What? Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. Another sovereign-level divine weapon. Could it be that these sovereign divine weapons were the ones controlling the Sky Bell divine treasure? It was a square cauldron. It was dark green all over, about the size of a palm, and there were ghost-like heads engraved on all 4 sides, exuding a terrifying cold aura. Humans? It seems that the divine treasure has been opened. The green cauldron let out a hoarse voice and immediately turned into a giant cauldron, exuding a ferocious power that could destroy heaven and earth. Kill it. The Grim Reaper's sword roared. Boom. The castle and the Grim Reaper's sword erupted with monstrous power and blasted toward the green cauldron. With a loud clang, the green cauldron was successfully sent flying, but at the same time, the castle and the Grim Reaper's sword paused for a moment. It was also during this pause that the 5 sovereign divine weapons, the golden sword, the silver sword, the white dragon sword, the black dragon mirror, and the golden dragon spear, caught up and stopped Qin Feiyang and the others. From the looks of it, they really want to join forces? Li Feng glanced at the 5 sovereign divine weapons, his face slightly pale. Now, with the addition of the green cauldron, there were 6 sovereign divine weapons. How could they fight this? It was over. Run. Continue. Let's see where you can run to. The golden sword snickered. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened slightly. These 2 sovereign divine weapons were really annoying. But suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. The 2 swords didn't know him well, but the white dragon sword, the 3 sovereign divine weapons, knew him well. Instead of trying to persuade these 2 swords, it was better to persuade the white dragon sword, the black dragon mirror, and the golden dragon spear. As long as he could persuade these 3 sovereign divine weapons, he could naturally turn defeat into victory. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. White dragon sword, black dragon mirror, golden dragon spear, can you listen to me? Why don't we join forces and suppress them first? What? Now that you have no way out, you're asking for help from us? Didn't you want to subdue us yesterday? The white dragon sword sneered. Back then in the Een Devil land, it had been played around with by Qin Feiyang. It had never forgotten this humiliation. Actually, you don't have to hate me like this. Because my enemy is the dragons, not you. We can be friends who can rely on each other and fight side by side. They don't know what kind of person I, Qin Feiyang, am, but don't you know? To friends, to comrades, I can protect them at all costs. Look at the blood dragon blade, look at the horsetail whisk, how good are we now? I respect them, and they respect me. But what about the dragons? What can they give you? They can't give you anything. Instead, they only know how to ask from you. Because you are sovereign divine weapons and have invincible fighting strength, they only want to display your value. Once you lose your value, you will inevitably become cannon fodder in their hands. In other words, they are only using you and have no feelings for you at all. For example, the blood dragon blade. Back in the sea of heavenly clouds, when the Dragon King asked me to hand over the blood dragon blade, I found that the Dragon King already wanted to kill the blood dragon blade. But I'm different. I sincerely respect you. It's also because of this that I risked offending the Dragon King to protect the blood dragon blade. Qin Feiyang sighed. The three sovereign divine weapons fell silent. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang struck while the iron was hot and continued to persuade them secretly, if you choose me now, I promise that you will never regret your choice today. I will use practical actions to prove my sincerity and determination to you. Moreover, you know that I have an independent world. Tell me the truth. In the future, the dragons, the Foam people, and the Kirin clan may not be stronger than me. We humans have a famous saying that a good bird chooses a good tree to nest in. Think about it carefully. Between me and the dragons, who is the good tree that you need the most? Qin Feiyang tried his best to persuade him, and his words were filled with confidence. For him, surpassing the dragons, the Foam people, and the Kirin clan was only a matter of time. Chapter 3690. Are you sure you are talented? However, this will have to wait until you have fully grown up. The black dragon mirror sneered. My current strength is obvious to all of you. Apart from you sovereign divine weapons, there is also Dragon King and Feng Ho. Who is my opponent? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. You underestimate the heritage of the Forbidden Zones too much. If it weren't for the Dominator weapons in the castle helping you, any expert from the Forbidden Lands who grasped the ultimate profound would be able to kill you instantly. If you want to truly have a place in the Sky Cloud realm, you can only become an existence like Dragon King and the others. The golden dragon spear coldly snorted. I know. I also believe that I can do it. Qin Feiyang said firmly. The three sovereign divine weapons fell silent again. According to the current situation, Qin Feiyang indeed has the potential. However, it is really hard to say what will happen in the future. If they choose Qin Feiyang now, it is tantamount to betraying the Dragon King. If in the future, Qin Feiyang accidentally dies, then who can they find to reason with? The Dragon King will definitely not let them go at that time. In other words, this is a bet. They don't dare to gamble, nor can they afford to gamble. Why are you so quiet? Where is the arrogance from before? The two sovereign divine swords looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously, their words full of ridicule. Qin Feiyang looked at the two sovereign divine swords, then looked at the green cauldron. His eyes sank slightly, and suddenly looked at the white dragon sword and the three sovereign divine swords. A drop of blood essence broke out of his body. What are you doing? The six sovereign divine weapons looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. I, Qin Feiyang, make a blood oath. If today, you choose me, Qin Feiyang, I, Qin Feiyang, will protect you with my life. I will never betray you, never abandon you, and share honor and disgrace with you. Qin Feiyang shouted. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. 3 oaths descended from the sky, but they did not enter Qin Feiyang's body. This was because the white dragon sword, one of the 3 sovereign divine weapons, had not agreed to choose Qin Feiyang. As long as they agreed, the blood oath would be considered complete. The hearts of the three sovereign divine weapons trembled. I believe that all of you should be familiar with the blood oath by now. Once an oath is made, it can never be broken. This is my sincerity, my determination. I, Qin Feiyang, am willing to live and die with you. If I violate this oath, I will be punished by the heavens. Qin Feiyang spoke word by word, his voice was sonorous and forceful. He stared at the three sovereign divine weapons and roared, "Is this not enough to move you?" Every word was like a bolt of lightning that struck the minds of the three sovereign divine weapons, causing them to struggle in their hearts. It had always been them who used their own lives to protect others. They had always been the only ones who were betrayed and abandoned by humans after losing their value. But now, there was a human who was willing to protect them with his life. And he would never betray them, never abandon them, and live and die with them. He had even made a blood oath. As sovereign divine weapons, they had eternal lifespan. But in this eternity, this was the first time they truly felt a person's sincerity and affection. This feeling of being cared for, being protected, being treated as a comrade, and being treated as a comrade was very warm. So he was secretly persuading them to surrender. Good, good, good. Humans are indeed insidious and cunning. The golden sword and the silver sword also finally came to a realization. Divine might surged forth as they roared, "Old devil, lend us a hand." As their voices fell, they immediately charged toward Qin Feiyang and the others. With a loud clang, the green cauldron also joined the battle and charged toward the castle and the sword of the Grim Reaper. It seems that we can only fight to the death. The castle took a deep breath. Then let's fight. As long as it is vigorous, what is there to be afraid of? The sword of the Grim Reaper laughed loudly. Boom! The castle and the sword of the Grim Reaper left behind a barrier and charged toward the three sovereign divine weapons. As long as it is vigorous, what is there to be afraid of? The three sovereign divine weapons murmured. It seemed that in these endless years, they had gradually lost their courage and fighting spirit. As sovereign divine weapons, the strongest existences in the world, they did not even have this courage. Wasn't this a joke? Okay. I promise you. In the future, we will live and die together, sharing honor and disgrace. The black dragon mirror said. As his voice fell, one of the seals was completed and merged into Qin Feiyang's body. You, the white dragon's sword and the golden dragon's spear were shocked. He actually chose Qin Feiyang? He has a point. In the dragon clan, their demands and our sacrifices are taken for granted. They have never really thought about us. They have never respected our wishes. Now that someone has made such an oath, what is there to hesitate about? As for what will happen in the future, I dare not say, but at least for now, my heart is very warm and touched. After saying this, the black dragon's sword also left a barrier around Qin Feiyang and Li Feng before immediately joining the battle. The situation was instantly evened out. 3-on-3. The pressure on the castle and the sword of the Grim Reaper was greatly reduced. Warm and touched, indeed. I have never felt this way before. Now that I have, why should I resist? The golden dragon spear laughed out loud and shouted, "Qin Feiyang, this sovereign also agrees to your request. However, you must remember today's blood oath. If there comes a day when you do something that lets this sovereign down, this sovereign will definitely not let you off easily." The second seal was completed. A smile appeared on Qin Feiyang's face. He looked at the golden dragon spear and said, "If I really do something to betray you, the blood oath will erase me. I feel much better now. Then let's kill the enemies." The golden dragon spear let out a heroic laugh and also left a barrier around Qin Feiyang and Li Feng before immediately joining the battle. 4-on-3. The balanced situation was immediately reversed. What do you think? Qin Feiyang looked at Bai Longjian. Bai Longjian snorted coldly, "You should know how much I hate you, right?" "I know. But at that time in the Een Devil Land, facing your pursuit, I definitely had to think of a way to escape. I couldn't just stand there and let you kill me." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Bai Longjian remained silent. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and bowed. Qin Feiyang, rarely bow my head. Today, I will take the initiative to bow my head to you. Please forgive my previous offense. Looking at this scene, Bai Longjian's expression did not change, but no one knew what was going on in his heart. Anyway, he was still silent. I have seen the prince of the White Dragon clan. The patriarch of the White Dragon clan was forced by me to self-destruct. May I ask? Don't you feel wrong to work for them? I know. This is the Dragon King's order. You have no choice but to listen. But doesn't this reflect that the Dragon King has never regarded the true value of your Dominator divine weapons from the beginning to the end? I think that in his eyes, the significance of your Dominator divine weapons is nothing more than a sharp blade in the hands of the dragons. Think about it. Will such a person truly trust you and respect you? Qin Feiyang smiled and said. Although it was not so impassioned and inspiring, every sentence hit the nail on the head. Bai Longjian finally reacted and asked, will you truly respect us? Trust us? Of course. Time will prove everything. But the premise is that you have to give me a chance to prove it. Qin Feiyang nodded. People's hearts change. Bai Longjian said meaningfully. This also depends on who it is? Qin Feiyang smiled. Huh, Bai Longjian laughed loudly. Qin Feiyang looked at it expectantly. I have to admit that you have moved this sovereign. All right. Let's give each other a chance. Let time prove everything. Clang. As the voice fell, Bai Longjian's divine power surged and also left a barrier around Qin Feiyang and Li Feng. Then, it attacked the two battle swords and the green cauldron. The third seal was finally completed. For Qin Feiyang, this was even happier than obtaining the epitome of the war law and the thunder law. Subduing 3 Dominator divine weapons was something that others would never be able to accomplish. But now, he did it. With the addition of these 3 Dominator divine weapons, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. Bai Longjian, Black Dragon Mirror, Golden Dragon Spear, Horsetail Whisk, Blood Dragon Blade, Ancient Castle, Thanatos Sword, plus the Sky Palace and Demon Palace's Dominator divine weapons. Now, he already had 9 Dominator divine weapons. Plus the Slaughter Domain, with his current foundation, even if he returned to the Sky Cloud realm now, he would be able to compete with a Forbidden Zone. The human race already had the foundation to not fear the 3 Forbidden Zones. Similarly, also because of the betrayal of the Blood Dragon Blade, White Dragon Sword, Black Dragon Mirror, and Golden Dragon Spear, the strength of the dragons had plummeted. However, it wasn't over yet. He wanted to nibble away the strength of the dragons step by step, disintegrate the dragon's foundation, and let the dragons walk towards destruction step by step. Li Feng, who was beside him, silently witnessed the entire process. In his heart, he admired and feared Qin Feiyang. Although the process of persuading the 3 Dominator divine weapons was very difficult, the righteousness that Qin Feiyang showed and the respect for the Dominator divine weapons was something that no one could compare to. Moreover, there was no deception. A pure heart. Was this Qin Dage's way of doing things? Heart. True feelings, it seemed simple, but in this world full of fame and wealth, full of selfish desires, it was too difficult to maintain this original heart. Especially in the face of the Dominator divine weapon. The Dominator divine weapon was the strongest divine weapon in the world. Everyone could only see their strength and the fame and wealth that they could bring to themselves. In other words, it was all to satisfy their own selfish desires that they yearned for the Dominator divine weapon. But the man in front of him was different. Li Feng could clearly feel that Qin Feiyang persuaded the White Dragon Sword and the other Dominator divine weapons mainly for the sake of the entire human race. Because the status of the human race in the Sky Cloud realm was too weak, and they could face the risk of extinction at any time. Someone had to stand up and lead the human race. Of course, there was definitely some selfishness. After all, Qin Feiyang was not a saint. But the public had to be bigger than the private. Chapter 3691. Boom. Crack. Now that it was 5 against 3, the golden sword and the silver sword were extremely annoyed. They never thought that it would turn out like this. The green cauldron was even more depressed. It came here for no reason. And asked for its help for no reason. All right. For the sake of their many years of friendship, it helped. However, why did the 3 sovereign divine weapons, which were originally opposing the 2 humans, suddenly side with them? Until now, it still didn't know what was going on. Qin Feiyang looked at the battlefield, his eyes flashing. The ancient castle, the sword of the Grim Reaper, the white dragon sword, the golden dragon spear, and the black dragon realm all had a protective barrier. The protection of the 5 barriers, coupled with the ancient castle and the other 5 sovereign divine weapons, had deliberately moved the battlefield far away, so now his and Li Feng's safety was guaranteed. However, it was not easy for the ancient castle and the other 5 sovereign divine weapons to severely injure the golden sword, the silver sword, and the green cauldron. Because, in terms of numbers, they did not have the advantage of 2 against 1. One had to know. Even in a 2 against 1 situation, it would take a lot of time to defeat the existence of the sovereign divine weapon. For example, in the process of fighting with the Blood Hall, the ancient castle had repeatedly used its own strength to stall the 2 sovereign divine weapons. Of course. If the ancient castle and the others were given enough time now, in the end, none of the 3 sovereign divine weapons would be able to escape. But at present, Qin Feiyang was worried about one thing. Things would change if he delayed. He didn't dare to drag on like this. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He looked at the green cauldron and said, "You have nothing to do with this. If you leave now, I won't make things difficult for you." As long as the green cauldron didn't interfere, the 5 against 2 situation would be completely crushed. Old devil, I don't want to believe his words. He even subdued the 3 sovereign divine weapons one by one. He definitely won't let us go. Don't worry. With such a big commotion, it will soon alert our old friends nearby. When they all arrive, won't it be easy to kill this human? The golden sword laughed sinisterly. What did he say? Old friends? Is there a sovereign divine weapon nearby? Li Feng was surprised. Qin Feiyang felt a chill in his heart. As a sovereign weapon, the golden sword wouldn't be so childish as to scare them. He had to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, if he really alarmed those so-called old friends nearby, the situation would become very bad. Suddenly, Bai Longjian opened his mouth and said somewhat angrily, "Old devil, we've been fighting for so long, yet you still haven't recognized me?" Lu Ding was bewildered. Qin Feiyang and Li Feng looked at each other. What was going on? Could it be that Bai Longjian and Lu Ding knew each other? Bai Longjian said, "The last time the Heavenly Bell Divine Treasury opened, the dragons, the Feng people, and the Qilin race joined forces to forcefully subdue you. Do you still remember who saved you from their hands and returned you your freedom?" Hearing this, the green cauldron trembled and said angrily, "So it's you. You're with them. Not bad. That's me." Bai Longjian replied proudly. "Bastard. I'm going to kill you." Green Cauldron was instantly enraged, as if he had seen an enemy. "Kill me? Let's see if you have the ability." Bai Longjian snorted disdainfully and continued, "I'm telling you this now, not because I want to continue being your enemy. I want you to remember who saved you from the dragons, the Feng people, and the Qilin race. I remember it was a human. And he seems to be a very amazing human. The dragons, the Feng people, and the Qilin race seem to call him the Feather Emperor." Lu Ding said intermittently as he recalled. "Feather Emperor?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Wasn't this the ancestor? The ancestor actually saved this green cauldron from the dragons, the Feng people, and the Qilin race back then? It seems that your memory is not bad. Then I'll tell you now. The young man standing over there called Qin Feiyang is the direct descendant of the Feather Emperor. Bai Longjian said. What? Lu Ding shook slightly. His divine sense enveloped Qin Feiyang and asked, "You're the descendant of the Feather Emperor?" "Yes. The Feather Emperor is this junior's ancestor." Qin Feiyang nodded. Lu Ding asked suspiciously, "But why do you have the bloodline power of the purple gold divine dragon?" Qin Feiyang was about to speak. Bai Longjian spoke first. "It's a long story. I don't have time to explain it to you now. The Feather Emperor saved your life back then and gave you your freedom. Now that you've met his descendant, you're not going to repay kindness with enmity, are you? How can you prove that he's the descendant of the Feather Emperor? If you can prove it, I'll immediately retreat to the side." Lu Ding said angrily. Bai Longjian pondered for a moment and asked, "Qin Feiyang, do you have the Feather Emperor's token?" "No. As you know, I've only seen the ancestor a few times." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Then this is really difficult." Bai Longjian was a little annoyed. "Old devil, don't be fooled by them. They're just taking advantage of your gratitude to the Feather Emperor." The golden and silver swords roared. "You're courting death." Hearing this, Lu Ding was furious and attacked Bai Longjian crazily. "Bastard. Although he doesn't have the token, he and the Feather Emperor both have the surname Qin. Even if their bloodlines are different, they still belong to the same lineage. With your strength, as long as you look carefully, you'll definitely be able to recognize it." Bai Longjian roared. Hearing this, Lu Ding suppressed the anger in his heart and landed outside the barrier with a clang, saying, "Do you dare to let me check your bloodline power?" "Of course." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Okay." The green cauldron unleashed its full power, smashing apart the barriers set up by the 5 sovereign divine weapons. It then released a terrifying divine aura, isolating the shockwaves from the battle outside. "Qin Dage, be careful." Li Feng secretly became alert. Now, if Lu Ding suddenly attacked them, even the 5 sovereign divine weapons wouldn't be able to save them in time. "Don't panic." Qin Feiyang comforted Li Feng and looked at Lu Ding calmly. Lu Ding's divine sense instantly shrouded Qin Feiyang. Time passed by bit by bit. The 5 sovereign divine weapons took the opportunity to attack the golden and silver swords crazily. The 2 sovereign divine weapons wailed in pain. Cracks began to appear on the surface of his body. This was a situation where 5 against 2. There was no chance to escape. A moment later, Lu Ding retracted his divine sense and said with a bit of excitement, "Your bloodline power does contain some of the Feather Emperor's aura. There's no need to lie to you. I'm really the descendant of the Feather Emperor. And it was the ancestor who personally sent me to the Sky Bell Divine Treasure." Qin Feiyang smiled. Lu Ding was silent for a while and slowly retracted his murderous aura, saying, "I didn't expect to meet his descendant after so many years. This should be the so-called fate. How is the Feather Emperor now?" "The ancestor is doing well. If not for the fact that the ancestor has mastered the ultimate meaning of the strongest law, he would have come personally." Qin Feiyang smiled. "He has already mastered the ultimate meaning of the strongest law? It seems that he hasn't been idle all these years. All right. I was blind before. Please forgive me," Lu Ding said with an apologetic smile after feeling a little emotional. "It's okay." Qin Feiyang quickly waved his hand. "All right. Since you're the descendant of the Feather Emperor, I'll give you a hand now," Lu Ding said and immediately sent Qin Feiyang and Li Feng to a safe area. Just in case, he deliberately left a protective barrier and then turned to go to the battlefield. What is he going to do? Li Feng was surprised. "I don't know." Qin Feiyang shook his head. When Green Cauldron returned to the battlefield, the 5 Dominator weapons were shocked. Green Cauldron went straight for the gold and silver swords. "Old devil, what are you doing? Do you really believe their nonsense?" The 2 swords roared angrily. "The aura of the bloodline power can't be wrong." Lu Ding snorted coldly. The sword of Thanatos, White Dragon Sword, Black Dragon Mirror, and Golden Dragon Spear came back to their senses and couldn't help but laugh. Together with Lu Ding, they crazily attacked the two swords. The situation of 6 against 3 was even more ruthless. The two swords were full of regret. First, White Dragon Sword, Black Dragon Mirror, and Golden Dragon Spear surrendered, and now this old devil turned hostile. How did a sure-win situation turn out like this? Stop fighting. We'll break if you continue. We'll beg for mercy. Please let us go. In less than 100 breaths, the two swords began to beg. They couldn't escape and couldn't win. What else could they do but beg for mercy? Now you know to beg for mercy. When you were chasing us, didn't you look like you were going to kill us? And you want us to fulfill your request? Who do you think you are? The sword of Thanatos sneered. He didn't buy it. He had to take revenge. White Dragon Sword, Black Dragon Mirror, and Golden Dragon Spear were also full of resentment. At that time, if it weren't for these two bastards interfering, how could Qin Feiyang force the three of them to self-destruct? He was not a gentleman if he did not take revenge. He had to pay the price for being arrogant. Kacha, after another fierce beating, the two swords shattered into pieces, and the divine light dimmed. Really, don't hit us anymore. We're all broken. Please. We know we were wrong. Please give us a chance. The two swords begged endlessly. Then are you still arrogant? White Dragon Sword snorted coldly. I don't dare anymore. The two swords trembled. The sword of Thanatos asked, then do you still need us to give you treasures that can enter your eyes? No, we were just joking. How would we dare to ask for it? The two great war swords obeyed, as humble as their grandsons. If I don't beat you up, you won't be honest. The sword of Thanatos coldly snorted, erased the battle fluctuations in this world, and shouted, Qin Feiyang, come here. Done? Hearing the voice of the sword of Thanatos, the two immediately flew to the center of the battlefield. The distance was too far for the naked eye to see. But soon, they saw the two swords surrounded by the 6 sovereigns' divine weapons. Looking at the two swords that were in a sorry state, Li Feng was stunned, and said with a wry smile, originally, they were going to help us suppress them. It seems that the sovereign divine weapons here are all in their own places, and there is no real friendship. Qin Feiyang nodded. Let alone the two great swords, even he was quite surprised to see this scene. Chapter 3692. Landing beside the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang looked at the two great swords and laughed. You didn't expect it to fall into my hands so quickly, right? The world is unpredictable, the world is unpredictable. The two great swords laughed embarrassedly. Humph. Qin Feiyang snorted from his nose, and said, you should be glad that I can't enter the Black Tortoise realm now, otherwise I would have made you stay in the Soul-Sealing Valley for a while. Soul-Sealing Valley. White Dragon Sword, Black Dragon Mirror, and Golden Dragon Spear heard this and couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Back then, Qi Xiong and the others ambushed Qin Feiyang and the others. In the end, they were betrayed by the Blood Dragon Blade, and all the patriarchs were seriously injured, and their souls were suppressed in the Soul-Sealing Valley. Although they didn't see it with their own eyes, when the Golden Dragon Chief and the others returned to the dragon's nest, they also heard about it. A huge cesspool. The stench was overwhelming. In such a place, not to mention ordinary people, even they, as sovereign divine weapons, would change their expressions upon hearing the news. However, Green Cauldron, 2 battle swords. Li Feng, however, was a little suspicious. Although Li Feng was very familiar with Qin Feiyang, he knew very little about the situation in the Black Tortoise realm. But from Qin Feiyang's tone, he could tell that it should be a very terrifying place. Qin Feiyang calmed down, looked at the 2 great swords and said, now, you have 2 choices. What choice? The 2 great swords were suspicious and nervous. First, submit to me. Second, destroy. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. When the 2 great swords heard this, they couldn't help but feel disheartened. In fact, they had already guessed that Qin Feiyang might force them to submit, but in their hearts, they couldn't help but feel a trace of luck. In the end, it turned out that they were thinking too much. Not willing? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. No, no. The two great swords hurriedly denied. You don't have to deny it. I can understand your feelings. After all, you are sovereign divine weapons, the strongest divine weapons in the world. Submitting to others is a disgrace. However, you asked for it. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to consider. 3, 2, 1. Qin Feiyang began to count. The golden sword shouted, "Can't you count a bit slower?" Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear and said indifferently, "Time's up. Please make your decision." The two great swords were incomparably sullen. The fate of a dominator's divine weapon was actually being controlled by a human brat. It seems that you have chosen destruction. A cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. No, no. We choose to submit. The golden sword hastily roared. Are you really going to submit? The silver sword was surprised. Brother, don't worry. This is just a temporary measure. Think about it. What in this world can control the freedom of our sovereign divine weapon? The golden sword secretly sneered. I see. The silver sword suddenly understood. First, he would pretend to submit and wait for his body to recover before finding an opportunity to escape. The golden sword let out a deep sigh and said righteously, quickly drip your blood on it and claim it as your master. We won't resist. Drip blood on it? Qin Feiyang smiled. Did they really think he was a 3-year-old child? What? The two great swords were suspicious. There's no need to do such a meaningless act. I need you to make a blood oath to be forever loyal to me, Qin Feiyang. If you have the slightest intention to betray me, your soul will be destroyed. Qin Feiyang said. Blood oath again? The two great swords were shocked. Previously, when this human faced the white dragon sword, the black dragon mirror, and the golden dragon spear, he also made a blood oath. It seemed to be a bit different from ordinary oaths. Could it really come true? Impossible. Hurry up. The Grim Reaper's sword urged. Okay, okay. The two great swords responded repeatedly and made a blood oath one after another according to Qin Feiyang's method. Qin Feiyang's face finally showed a trace of a smile. First, the white dragon sword, the black dragon mirror, and the golden dragon spear were moved by him and abandoned the darkness for the light. Now, these two great swords were forced to make a blood oath. In this way, he had obtained 5 sovereign divine weapons. He thought that this time, it might not bode well for him. But he didn't expect that the result would be a complete victory. Now, the ancient castle, the Grim Reaper's sword, the horsetail whisk, the blood dragon blade, plus the sovereign divine weapons of the demon palace and the sky palace, as well as the white dragon sword, these 5 sovereign divine weapons. Now, he had 11 sovereign divine weapons. Such a foundation had already surpassed the dragons at their peak. This was because even at their peak, the dragon clan only had 10 sovereign weapons. However, he couldn't be careless. After all, the human race was facing the 3 forbidden areas. It wasn't just the dragons. Besides, Long Chen had also entered the Sky Bell Divine Treasure this time. With Long Chen's ability and strength, he would probably obtain a lot of good fortune. There was one more thing. The Grim Reaper's sword, the 2 sovereign divine weapons of the Sky Palace and the Demon Palace, were only temporarily lent to him by Yun Zhongtian and the others. So, he had to continue working hard. Qin Feiyang suddenly looked at the 2 great swords and said with an incomparably serious expression, "Let me tell you, don't be too lucky, the blood oath will really come true." After all, it wasn't easy to subdue them. If they were killed by the heavenly tribulation, it would be too much of a pity. The 2 great swords didn't pay much attention to it at first, but seeing Qin Feiyang's serious attitude, they couldn't help but become nervous. Was he really not scaring them? I'm really not scaring you. There was once a sovereign divine weapon that was killed on the spot by the heavenly tribulation because it violated the blood oath. If you don't believe me, you can try. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the two great swords really didn't dare to try. All right. Seeing that you are sovereign divine weapons, I will waste a little more time and personally verify it for you. Qin Feiyang really didn't want to see the two great swords die because of a trace of luck in their hearts. He turned to Li Feng and said, "Go and find a human-shaped skeleton." All right. Li Feng nodded, turned around, and used an auxiliary divine art to disappear at the end of the mountain range in front of him. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. It was really troublesome to verify it on the spot. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was a sovereign divine weapon, he wouldn't have bothered to do this. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Ding and bowed again. "Thank you, senior." "No problem." Lu Ding smiled. Qin Feiyang glanced at Bai Longjian, then looked at Lu Ding curiously and asked, "What happened back then?" "Back then, I accidentally encountered the Kirin clan, the Feng people, and the dragons. At that time, there were a total of 6 of them, and they all carried sovereign divine weapons with them. Bai Longjian was one of them. With 6 sovereign divine weapons, I was definitely not their match. But at the last moment, your ancestor, the Feather Emperor, appeared with a group of experts and saved me from their hands." Lu Ding explained. "I see." Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. "At that time, I thought that the Feather Emperor would make me submit like the dragons, the Feng people, and the Kirin clan. But I didn't expect that he would let me choose for myself. And even if I chose to leave in the end, he didn't make things difficult for me. So all these years, I have always remembered his kindness." Lu Ding smiled. "It's really fate." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. "No. To be exact, this was karma. Back then, the Feather Emperor saved Lu Ding because of karma. Now, Lu Ding helped him because of karma. If it weren't for the kindness of the ancestor back then, how could today's situation be resolved? Karma was indeed everywhere." Lu Ding smiled and said, "Since this matter is over, I will take my leave first." "Huh?" Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and hurriedly looked at Lu Ding. "Senior, are you not interested in the outside world at all?" Lu Ding was stunned. "I know that Senior likes to be free and unrestrained. But look at the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, what is here? Are you willing to stay in this place in obscurity for the rest of your life? If Senior trusts me, why don't you leave the Sky Bell Divine Treasure with me? I promise that I won't restrict Senior's freedom. Everything is up to Senior's wishes." Qin Feiyang lowered his head and bowed, his face full of sincerity. Lu Ding was silent for a while and chuckled. "Thank you for thinking so highly of me. Let's meet again if fate allows." After saying that, he disappeared at the end of the world without looking back. "What a pity." Qin Feiyang sighed. "Don't be so greedy. You're still not satisfied with us joining?" Bai Longjian snorted coldly. "I'm not greedy. I really feel that for a sovereign divine weapon like him who knows how to repay kindness, leaving him in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure is really burying his value." Qin Feiyang sighed. "That's true." Bai Longjian muttered. Qin Feiyang let out a long breath, looked at Bai Longjian and the other 2 sovereign divine weapons, and said with a smile, "From now on, we're family. Please take care of us." "Hypocrite." Bai Longjian despised him. "How am I hypocritical?" Qin Feiyang felt wronged. Had they ever seen a man as sincere as him? All right. There was still a generation gap between him and these sovereign divine weapons. After all, he was still young. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, looked at Bai Longjian and the other 2 sovereign divine weapons, and said with a smile, "Back to the topic, I'll have to trouble the 3 seniors to be a good person until the end." "What do you mean?" Bai Longjian, Black Dragon Mirror, and Golden Dragon Spear were suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, "The dragons don't know that you're already with me, so I need you to continue to hide among the dragons." "You want the scene of the Blood Dragon Blade to happen again?" Black Dragon Mirror asked. Qin Feiyang nodded. 3 sovereign divine weapons hiding among the dragons, the effect would definitely be more explosive than the blood dragon blade. This, Bai Longjian, black dragon mirror, and golden dragon spear were a little hesitant. Don't worry. Those who know about today's matter are all present. I, Castle, and the Sword of Thanatos will definitely not say anything. Green Cauldron obviously doesn't like the dragons either. Li Feng hates the dragons even more than I do, so he won't say anything. As for these 2 things, Qin Feiyang glanced at the 2 swords. Can you speak properly? What do you mean by things? The 2 swords expressed their protest. They were all sovereign divine weapons, but the difference in treatment was too big, right?